I'd like to call the Plaquemines Parish Government 2025 budget hearings to order at 9:07 PM. Machines are open for roll call. Let the record reflect 8 council members are present. Ms. McCarty is absent. At this time, I am going to have mics live if everybody behaves. So mics live, that way we can ask questions as we go for everybody. And now I'm turning it over to you. You have the floor. We don't do it for this.
I think we're going to start with the fund balance report.
Talk to your mic.
Can you hear me now? Okay, let me move it closer. I'll give y'all a rundown of our current fund balances and the unreserved undesignated amount that y'all are starting with today. Infrastructure, in this budget, you have $92,123.
What tab you on, excuse me?
Go to the fund balance summary by year tab. It should be the second tab.
The pink,
I don't have my book to see the colors.
Blue, white.
white,
It should be a blue page.
mine are white.
Call from +1
Everybody there?
Yes.
And you'll see at the bottom down here, where I'm reading from, infrastructure, like I said, is $92,123. Emergencies, we have at $10 million. Self-insurance, we always keep at $3,050,000. Bond indebtedness, we have it capped at $10 million. The surplus fund now has $7 million in it. FEMA projects, $1 million. FEMA revenue, which this is just a placeholder for the FEMA projects, is the 26. And the unreserved and designated that y'all will be starting off today with is 1.2 million that you have to use to do any amendments that y'all want to do. I'm pretty sure we're going to go over that, and then at the end of the day, a decision is going to have to be made on where y'all want to transfer funds from. Any questions on that?
Well, hold on one second. Let the record reflect Ms. McCarty is present.
You want to update her book where she can see where we're at? Everybody good? Okay. Right now, we're going to go to, we have Scott Elston here to review the oil revenue budget. We currently have it budgeted at $80 a barrel. He's going to give a little presentation, and y'all can ask any questions about because from what we understand, the price has dropped, and then we can have a discussion on where we want to budget at. Scott?
Good morning, everyone. Let's see. I guess I can start out saying that the oil price today is at $67.20 as of this morning. The budget for the parish now, is $80, is based on $80.68 oil. With that $80 oil, the grand total oil and gas number for 2025 is $9.1 million for 2025.
What page you on?
I'm about to tell you right now. In your book, this orange tab,
Okay,
You said
it says
orange,
supplemental information, like a yellowy orange.
supplementary.
Kim, can you
My
put it up on the
supplementary
screen?
is yellow.
So this is the oil and gas. This is the proposed budget. This is where we are now.
okay.
So it's
Everybody there? No, supplemental information. It's toward the middle of the book. The bottom?
It's yellow in my book.
Yellowy orange. Yellowy orange.
Each pack they kind of come out different colors. All right, so go to the second page. it's going to be a gray page. And if you go all the way to the end, it's going to say 2025 proposed budget. That'll have the numbers that he's referencing.
I must be looking at the wrong page.
I'm coming. Go ahead, Scott.
You're there, you're there. You're on.
Look right here.
Okay, good, okay.
You don't need to do all that. We good? We're ready?
Everybody ready? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so again, the total, grand total for the parish royalties, oil and gas, and the state 10% is $9.14 million for 2025. And it's about half of each. So the parish royalties of that $9.1 million, the parish 2025 royalties, oil and gas, are 4.4 million, and the state 10% is 4.68 million, and that gives you that 9.1 million total for 2025. So when we did this, that was when I had to get the numbers in, that was 3 months ago. So at that time, that was a reasonable, $80. It had been consistently around 80, floating around $80 a barrel, even months before that, and that was a good average. In fact, that's what the state is still running their budget on, but they will be meeting next month in December to probably readjust. I'm pretty sure they are. My contact there told me that he was going to recommend a lowering he didn't give me a number, but he's going to recommend a lowering of the oil price. So what I do is, I've gotten some articles here from the EIA, which is the Energy Information Agency, which is the federal arm of the government. Their forecast 2025 is $71.60 for 2025. That's what their number is. As of November this month, 2024, their projection is at $71.60 for 2025. Goldman Sachs, they're all about the same. Goldman Sachs and Reuters and Morgan Stanley. Goldman Sachs Brent crude was at $76 a barrel for 2025, but that's Brent crude, and that's a different type of oil, and it's usually about $3 or $4 less than WTI, which is the benchmark, is usually about $3 or $4 less than Brent crude. So that would be in the range of what the EIA is projecting for 2025 as well. If the parish were to reduce their price to around $71, $72, it would affect the dollars to the parish about $1 million for the year, from going from 80 to $71, $72. It would be about $1 million drop for 2025. Because each dollar is about $120,000 a month change for the parish. The production is kind of, I have a good handle on the production. It's actually obviously over the years has dropped significantly. These are mature fields that are producing in the parish and on decline. And there's not many operators left. Hillcore is there that absorbed a bunch of operators years ago, and there's a handful of operators now in the parish that are producing oil and gas. So, any questions?
Hold on, before we get to the questions, Rennie informed me that in the back parking lot, a Nissan Rogue left its lights on, so if you have a Nissan Rogue in the back parking lot, what? The whole car's on. Oh, whole car's on. I'm guessing by Reverend Edwards, that might be you. All right.
that's why crude oil gonna go up. He doing his part.
It sounds like your car is on, so the keys might be in there.
Yeah. I got an extra pay.
All right, any questions? Mr. Champagne, we'll start from right to left.
Yeah, I pulled the price of oil 5 minutes ago. It was $68.33 a barrel. And I'm looking at the prices that trended for the past year. And only a handful of times did it spike up to beyond $80 a barrel. So, right now, you're suggesting we go to 71. I'd much rather err on the side of conservatism and be below that. And the middle of the year, go back and relook this thing and say, hey, we have a little more extra revenue. Let's redo this. But, it's just not there. I'm looking at the trend. I mean, I pulled it, and it's a steady decline. Hopefully things get better, but, our budget's not built on hope. It's continuing to fall, and it has been falling since July, steady downcline with a couple of spikes. So I would recommend that we go somewhere $70 or south and have a little extra revenue, and have to come back here 6 months from now and go, oh my God, we overestimated. And not a hit on anybody, it's just reality. It's the world we live in. I'd rather be conservative. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Doc?
Yeah, and I'm going to speak in hypothetical terms just so I can get get it wrapped around it. The big talk in Washington is drill, 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 drill. With the low production that we have in the parish, do you think we would see any significant gains if we would drill, drill, drill? Would we see more exploration? Would we just have to deal with what we have now as far as production platforms? Any ideas on that?
I think you would see an increase in the state 10%, because they're in a lot of other areas, in state lease areas, that the parish are not in, with the parish oil and gas, because there's only a handful of operators within the parish oil and gas properties, but the surrounding areas with the state leases are a bunch of other operators, and I think you would see an increase there. I'm not sure how much, but I think you would.
Well, I mean,
see that.
that's a great answer.
Yeah.
That is a great answer. So, tagging on what Councilmember Champagne said, if we do go down in our projection and we do look at it in 6 months, we may see that 10% would go up. We may not, but we'd be safe. We'd still be safe. And if we do come in at 6 months and say, oh, hey, we got a little bump here, we got a bump there, then we can adjust it from that point.
Right.
I yield.
agree.
Ms. McCarty?
I see the great minds are thinking well.
Like we were sitting next to each other.
Yeah, I concur with Brian, Mr. Champagne as well, too. So along those lines, I'll start with the comments that Dr. Gui made. If we drill more, if the market is saturated throughout the country, there's more oil production, will the price of oil decrease? Or will we just be counting on the volume increasing? Getting more? Just the 10%?
Yeah, I think the 10%.
Okay,
Yeah.
so the price won't bother us if the price of oil goes down?
I'm not
A
sure.
little bit.
What's-
So when there's more of a product on the market, the price changes.
Price will, if your supply and reserves are sitting there,
Increase supply,
your price is
increase
going to go
demand,
down.
but lower cost.
It's going to go down.
Right.
Yeah.
Economics. Okay, so with that, right now, in 2024, you said that the EIA, Energy Information Agency, had it at $70.25.
7160.
In 25. In 24, it was $70.25. Okay. So I say we go back to 2022 on this chart. In predicting, like along the line of what Mr. Champagne was saying, I agree with having a lower price in our prediction, but I'm just trying to help figure out an accurate prediction by saying that with what Dr. Gui said, we're going to have a larger flood of the market. Will the price substantially go down? Are you following what I'm trying to say, or?
Well, I guess what I would recommend is there are more, like the Revenue Estimating Committee in Baton Rouge, there's 10 people at the table, and it's kind of just me, you know, and I'd like to kind of agree with, you know, what the state's saying and the federal, they're kind of going to be agreeing, I think, with what the federal change is with the EIA. They're going to be close to that mark, which would be in the low 70 range.
So they're predicting the flood of the market for 2025, given what that President Trump is in and saying that he wants to drill.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you'll see an increase in the state 10%. I don't know about a flood on the market, but you won't even see that change for many months. It's going to take a while for that to. I mean, to drill one well, it takes a year of preparation to
Okay.
get all the
So
things
then,
going on.
the crux of the question is, we need to figure out the average and take a low of the average, a low of the mean.
If you want to be conservative, I would go 69 or 68 or something like that, but agreeing with them, it would be about $71, $72. So
Okay.
if you want to be on the conservative side, I'd go below that, which
Yeah.
Mr.
Low
Magui
side
was
of the
saying.
mean.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Newsom, you got
I think
anything?
everything's been spoken. I think.
Anybody else down there? Ms. Skognovich?
Yeah, I'm leaning towards the 70, but I think we need to, I've talked to the Natural Resource Committee about trying to get the inland fields going again, because back in the 90s when I worked in the Getty Field, they did some test wells, struck all deeper, but they couldn't handle the gas pressure at the time, so they capped them. They still sitting there. Now we could handle the gas pressure at a higher. So I talked to the Natural Resource Committee about giving tax breaks to these Hill Corps and all that want to drill wells. Let them drill a well a year in inland field tax-free. We'll make up on the service companies coming back, the all royalties coming back, you know. Off the shelf, they drilling, but we get 10%. So if we get the inland fields going again, we get it all. And I think we need to push for that.
I like that idea. That's a great idea. That's what the state does. If there's not any production on their leased acreage for a certain amount of time, I think it's like 30 to 60 days. If nothing has been produced in an established lease, the state says we're going to take that back and renominate it to someone else. You know, that's what the state does.
Most of the wells in Plaquemines Parish, the deepest one might be 15,000 feet.
That's probably right.
Well, why not? You know, like I said, Getty did 4 test wells and they hit big pockets of oil. Couldn't get them out because the gas pressure was so high. They couldn't handle
Are you talking like Bastion Bay area or
the dome, Venice Dome.
Venice? Yeah.
So all that all still sitting there. And if we could get the Natural Resource Committee to do something to make it more profitable for them companies, might get some inland fields going again.
I do have.
I'd love to see that.
Me too.
The breakdown.
Thank you.
Okay, so do you have amendment ready? Or not yet?
I just need to get from Scott the breakdown between 10%, and then we break out the royalties between the 2 levy districts. If y'all want 70, is that the number?
Everybody seems to be good with 70.
So we know what the overall effect would be, what he's saying, about 120,000 for every dollar, but
Yeah.
we have to budget it broken down by levy district and also by 10%. So it's going to take us a minute to get that.
Okay, that's fine.
So while we're waiting on them to do that, why Ronnie is here, because he has to leave, I'd like to jump to the amendment for the project manager. So
Okay.
he would be here to discuss it. You good with that?
Is it?
Why are you looking at me like that? All right, for the project manager, there would actually be two amendments. One would be to take it out completely out of the budget. And then another one, if y'all wanted the position, would be to put it in the Director of Public Service Department, because that's where they would really like the position. So you have to vote on one either way, the one to remove it from the engineering department.
So the president and I have to meet some state officials for lunch. We will be back by 2:00 if you want to handle expenditures in the evening, or if you just wanted a quick explanation now of what we were requesting and why, we can kind of get into that now if you'd like. That's up to y'all.
Yeah, I would like to know.
Quick explanation, and we can think
You
about
have
it.
to vote on it later.
Yeah, we can vote on a quick explanation, I guess. Let's go that route.
So I had, do you want to talk? So I had been talking to the parish president about actually getting a project manager. We used to have Mr. Bill Surpass. Now that's going back many years, but I noticed a huge difference when he was working for us and our ability to keep up with all these projects, not just parish projects, but joint state ventures with the state, like Peters Road and all of that. And then obviously about half of our projects involve FEMA, and FEMA projects after the hurricanes and whatnot. The engineering department over the course of many years, as every other department, has had reduced manpower and shortages, and we're really relying on almost all of this for Ken and Jonah. And I just see where we're starting to have some lapses, especially with as aggressive as the council wants to get on pursuing grants and whatnot. And so we do have some grant folks looking into grants, but just remember, anytime you use outside services, you have to still have a parish official really keeping up with what's going on with your third-party vendors and whatnot. So great example of the water projects, all the saltwater intrusion projects we have going on, different grant funding sources, state funding sources, federal funding sources. And it's just getting to be much for Jonah to handle and, quite frankly, me to handle. And so for over a year, I've been asking the president to perhaps let's do this. And then obviously I saw what the port did in hiring its own, and I was like, okay, well, you guys beat me to the punch. But it's clearly needed. That's why we put it in there. And, obviously at the end of the day, it's up to y'all if y'all want to fund it. If anyone has any questions, I do believe half the funding, and look, I can't give you an exact number, but I believe anywhere from 45 to 55% of the position would be funded by FEMA, because that's about roughly kind of how many projects or FEMA projects. So y'all can vote on that now, y'all can vote on it later, whatever you guys want to do. Or if you have any questions, let us know.
All right, cue in if you have questions, and I'll just call you out instead of, all right, Dr. Gooey.
So, Rennie, I just want to expand a little bit so that we can get a common level of understanding with all of us. The amount of money that's owed doesn't change. The amount of money that's owed for what we expect to get from these projects will not change. Correct? Yes or no? That's what I thought. So what we're asking then is to see if it would be cost effective to get an individual to get the money in quicker than not having one.
Well, it's a combination of things. It's not just getting money in quicker. It's also, as Mr. Jurisic likes to point out, it gives an opportunity for Jonah and engineering to be in the field more. Because quite frankly, during saltwater intrusion, we've had them in our offices a lot. And they're in our offices doing spreadsheets and doing what I would call otherwise administrative work. And I think we're losing some folks in the field who can stay on top of some of these projects a little better than what we've had in the past.
That's good. I yield. Thank you.
Mr. Newsom.
Thank you. Man, you said it would be the salary would be the half or a portion of the salary would be funded by FEMA. A portion, and I'm not asking you.
I can't give you an exact amount.
Yeah,
but
I'm not asking.
I would say anywhere from.
Does that have a I guess a sunset thing? Is it a 2-year thing, 1 year, or is this a?
No, as long as the project manager is working on projects that are open, then you can submit those to FEMA for reimbursement. Now, obviously, when the project closes, the project closed, but at that point, there's nothing for the project manager to work on anyway. And Mr. Bill Surpass's wasn't his.
Yes, any FEMA-related project from any storm, and you're always going to have more storms and more projects coming. So as long as he's working on one of those storm-related projects or even saltwater for,
Yeah, even, well, saltwater's FEMA too, yeah.
right, it would be reimbursed.
Yeah. And so I'm venturing, look, like I said, I can't give you an
I'm not
exact.
asking- I'm not
I'm venturing anywhere from 45 to 55% of the position being reimbursable by FEMA.
And you said these have to be FEMA open projects, is that right? Is that what you said?
Yeah. I mean, we still have projects from Katrina that are open. So as long as obviously the person like Mr. Surpass, we keep a record of, I spent, so many hours working on Port Eads. I spent so many hours working on whatever. And then those are submitted.
So we have numerous FEMA projects.
Oh my God, we have
currently today.
we have dozens and dozens of all the pump stations, all the levee rebuilds, we have tons. All the saltwater stuff we got going on right now.
It's as we all know, we're sitting here today. We just 5 minutes ago took money. We're going to take money away from the budget. So, it's. I used to like to say, I break it down into needs, wants, wishes. Those days are gone. We down to necessities now. What is a necessity to keep government running and keep it functional, and that's where I'm at now. Thank you.
Yes, so I have a hard time voting for this, or really it will be voting to take it out, but for this position because, we have multiple cuts throughout other departments that are life safety cuts and EMS, some cuts in prom and everything that where the people see what we're getting is where we're cutting. And I'm like, we need to fund that first. Like Mr. Newsom said, there's difference between wants and needs, and I just don't see this as a need right now. You mentioned the port. I hate trying to compare the port to us, to the council. The port doesn't have an engineering department, and everything is outsourced through the port. Nothing is done in-house. Nothing is done basically, so it's a little bit different of a situation. With that, I yield. Ms. Edwards.
I've had some serious problem with this too, and if I can steal from Mr. Newsom on the word necessity, because if we wouldn't have the saltwater intrusion right now, then we wouldn't have this problem. So once the saltwater intrusion problem, then those people are freed up. I'm serious against this. No ifs, ands, or buts about that. I just don't see the necessity. And again, from my perspective, I've asked a lot of questions about FEMA reimbursement on a lot of issues, and it seems like that haven't happened. So I don't have a lot of faith in FEMA doing this reimbursement just because we're saying that, because what I've been told on projects on East Bank, FEMA supposed to didn't do it. So I don't know how many projects we got hanging out there to do it. So I'm a no for it. I'm just telling you straight out, because I don't see the necessity for it. Because once the saltwater intrusion over, that means those people are freed up. And we got too many other people that we have cut in needed necessity position, if I can use Mr. Newsom's word, that's more important than this.
Yes, sir.
I yield.
Mr. Jurcich.
Mr. Chair, just real quick.
Yes.
And there's some FEMA projects that do get lost in the mix of things that it's by chance we find them and we bring them back to life. So it's kind of like what Reverend's saying. If you don't have anyone that's focused on these projects, then they can get kind of tucked away and lost in day-to-day life as it is in government. So, but.
Yes, that was going to be one of the things I was going to mention, because we do miss a lot. This parish has missed a lot in the past. Believe me, we sit in a parish that's vulnerable to everything. There's always something that we can find that FEMA needs to fix. And look, we're going into how many years of saltwater intrusion. That's not going to get any better. That's not going to get any better. And I get it, when we got projects going on in my district, and Ken and Jonah, they don't have time to go down there because they're in the office doing this paperwork that somebody else can do. So I understand, you call it a necessity. I'm going to look at this from the perspective of the people living down on the lower end of the parish, suffering with this saltwater intrusion, every day fighting to keep these RO units working right, need funding to try to fix our water plants, to try to get them up to par. And if this is a position that can help us not miss out on some money, I mean, I got to take the different approach. I agree with it, because I agree with it on the fact that I do think it's a need in certain parts of this parish. And I know it's tough to fund a new position. It's always tough, but we've had to defund other positions as well. And let's just shoot straight from the hip. Nobody's knocking the door down and get jobs. And the more that we can utilize this position to help us, so our present employees, and we know we're going to be, over time, people are going to retire, and we don't have anybody knocking the door down to take their position. So I'm going to kind of disagree with Mr. Newsom and say, living where I live and with the people that we're, it's down there, I look at the chloride levels, 800, 900 is the thing at Boothville right now. We're lucky we're putting this water out at, below 100 most of the days. And this is this costing us a fortune. And we need somebody that can keep up with that paperwork. With that, I yield.
Mr. Champagne.
Yeah, I think that I'm not prepared to vote on this yet. I think we need to look at this thing objectively. We need to go through the budget, find out where we land, and then prioritize those positions that we need. Because we're looking at, I think it's 27 new positions on here. Well, which one of these are in terms of priority? Is this a priority? And if so, maybe we get it for the reasons Mr. Jurisic brought up. And again, Councilman Newsom brought up, we need to fund our necessities. And if we can justify this being a necessity and how much revenue this will generate and help pay for itself, then maybe it's one that we do fund. But I think we need to take a look at the big picture. I think we need to go through the entire budget and find out where we are. I mean, we just cut our oil revenue by $10 a barrel. That's significant. So I think to make a hard decision on this right now would be premature. So I think we need to re-examine this later today.
We're not looking for a decision to be at this moment.
No, we're not.
We were just opening this up for discussion here. So, yeah. We can
all vote later.
Yeah, we can move on.
Well,
My point is, just let's prioritize. There are some needs you have. Maybe that is your number one need. And if we can only fund 4 positions, man, that's one of them, and be able to justify it for the reasons you've already said. Thank you.
Ms. McCarty.
I do agree with Mr. Champagne's position about prioritizing. However, I would like to speak on the benefit of having a project manager, a very well qualified project manager, because right now, as I mentioned, we have open, not grants, but open projects that have been around since FEMA. Since FEMA worked with us for Katrina. And as I understand, we've lost paperwork. We've lost the ability because of lack over the years, because of lack of organization and paper processing work. We've lost some of the paperwork that we need to file to get reimbursed. I don't know if that's still correct. It is correct? Okay. So with a project manager, we would task that project manager to get things through as fast as possible. The sooner the project is reported and completed, the sooner we get paid back. And I've been told that even with this Esri software we're trying to build up, that is software that will document every stage, every process of this, and we can get paid back at the end of the project by pressing a button, and it generates all the paperwork and sends it to FEMA. It's just automated in the process. So we're going to be getting paid back much faster, almost immediately, compared to the past where we have to wait years. And I also think that when doing this, we need a variety of experts for grant writers as well. But the project manager, right now, every office is trying to manage their own project. And we need someone with the skill set that can handle this on a higher level. Grants do allow for project management to be paid for. So when you're writing a grant, you write in how much it's going to cost for that project manager, salary, work, et cetera, in the grant. So when you receive the grant, that money is already in the grant, so you know that that project manager is going to be paid for. And I think that's what Rennie may be referring to, Mr. Burris may be referring to. Whereas some of the salary of that person will be paid for because it comes out of the grant because you write it into the grant. Is that correct?
Yeah, both actually. FEMA, you can submit it as a direct reimbursable, but some of the larger projects you're talking about where we're pursuing grants, you can write that into the
Yes.
grant and ask that be, I think most grants allow for a 5% administrative cost.
At least, yeah.
Yeah, at least. So that would also, those projects that would require a grant or were in furtherance with a grant, you certainly could add those expenses to the grant.
So those are two forms of supplemental pay to pay for this person's position. But lastly, from the council standpoint of view, I would like us, after we vote for this, if we get a project manager, to receive a regular project status report on what projects we're working on, where we are with that project, and when it will be completed. And that's also something that that person can do with Gantt charts, et cetera. So I'm in favor of this, and I think that a large portion of the project manager position will be self-funded. And it will also bring organization to the different departments within the government so that we are on the same page across the board. And it will take off a bit of organizational load for each department by an expert. Thank you.
And I will add, it is true that there was some paperwork we were missing for one of our FEMA reimbursement claims, and Jonah had to go scurry in the storage building, and it saved us. He found what we needed, but it was $300,000, he saved by doing that. So paperwork is very important.
Mr. Edwards.
Yeah, again, I heard what Mitch say, my position haven't changed, and even more when I hear Patty talk about grant. I know our parish this government lack when it comes down to having somebody write grant, because, that's a fact. The other thing is, when I would be inquiring about FEMA, what's going on, I was always told that we had some people doing contractual work. So I don't even understand, we got a lot of people supposed to be doing contractual work that's supposed to be helping us to the problem, and are they doing it? So I really have some serious problem with that. And Mitch, while you talk about down the road, I know there's some serious issues on East Bank. Most of the problems we have had on East Bend been government, FEMA related, reimbursement stuff, and I can tell you, I have yet in these 2 years I've been here got any resolve. I've exhausted this horse to death, and they will talk about somebody at FEMA. I can't get that I don't even have that information. So again, I'm not forgiving this administrator another position. One of the first thing I did when I came in here, agreed to a position for a person in administration for high pay who's supposed to do some stuff, and that didn't happen. So I'm not going to do that again.
So, a couple follow-ups. Mitch, you talk about down the road and ROs and stuff, but we don't have this position now, and chloride levels are below the limits and everything seems to be working down there. So, I have that. My next question is more along the lines is, how is this going to be, what's the organizational structure of this? Because this is an unclassified position. It sounds like it's going to Director of Public Service, but we already have a project manager in engineering, but now we're going to have a Director of Projects, unclassified. What is the structure of how is this going to be organized within the engineering department?
It's the point. It would be an unclassified position. Obviously, in order for it to be unclassified, civil service rules has only specific positions that can be unclassified. So it would need to be under the Director of Public Service, so we can have it as an unclassified position. And the point is for the Director of Projects, or this position, is to really focus on all the projects, not necessarily the publicly bid projects that engineering works. There are a lot of other projects out there that maybe aren't necessarily being publicly bid at that given moment, but that the president's interested in, that Kelly's pursuing through economic development issues. We have Kim coming on. We're about to start NOV again. So the federal government just appropriated how much? $800 million for NOV expansion again. One of the things we had when we used to have Mr. Blair around was we had somebody there in those meetings all the time keeping up with all that. And I think Kim is going to try to do a lot of that. And so it won't just be what's being handled at any given moment in the engineering department, although it will be a lot of it. It'll also be other ventures and other things we like to pursue, like Peters Road, for example. If we start moving forward on Peters Road and the state is going to handle a lot of that, there needs to be a lot of coordination between us and the state to handle that, even though it may not be publicly bid through the engineering department. Like I just said. So it's to take a more comprehensive review of the parish, working under the direction of the parish president, and also, as Ms. McCarty points out, and Habbo knows this as well. Sorry, Councilmember Kognovich knows this as well. He would ask me a lot of questions about Boothville Community Center and whatnot, and it was hard sometimes to get answers. Like, you got to track down third-party vendors, and, I got to wait for them to call me back and all this other stuff. So it would just be nice to have somebody go to that can get us those quick answers we need instead of Rennie Beerus and Jonah or Mr. Hinckley, trying to call these third-party providers any given moment. You guys may have a question to figure out where we may be at any given project at any particular point in time.
And then one last question is, does this mean we're going to actually go out for grants? Because we gave $100,000 for 2024, and last time I checked, we spent less than $10,000 going out for grants this year, which was a big push by this council.
And I'm glad you brought that point up, because honestly, I wasn't aware of it until a couple of months ago. So we just met with a grant provider like 2 weeks ago to discuss some of the more of the saltwater intrusion stuff, and we do have a plan in place to do that.
Okay. I yield. At this point, everybody done with the comments? We're not going to vote on this now. We need to get through more of the budget before we can vote on this. But any other comments on this position? All right. Are you ready, Ms. Morrell?
Yes.
All right. Back to you.
We have an amendment.
Can you speak, Mike?
Sorry, I now moved it. We have an amendment to reduce the price per barrel to $70. The total adjustment will be $1,203,900.
I ask for a second.
Second.
That sounds like unanimous second. Second by Mr. Kognovich, Mr. Habbo, Councilmember Habbo. Any discussion from the audience? Administration? Anybody on the table on the amendment? All right, well, machines are open for this amendment.
Your finger's going to get tired.
Passes 9-0. All right, back to you.
All right, so I guess we can just finish revenues. For the back of your book, there's a green tab that says revenues. Go to the white pages. Well, the first white page is a chart, and that just shows you the percentages of the different categories of the revenues we collect. But on the white pages, the next white page of the detail, I just kind of wanted to go over with y'all what we budgeted for sales tax for next year. We budgeted $15 million. We had a meeting with Venture Global, I don't know, well over a month ago. The project should come to an end next year. Mid-year? Mid-year. And with what they told us, this is what we estimate to collect, $15 million.
Yeah, where's Venture Global on this circle?
Sir?
Sales tax.
What would it be included?
We just have sales tax as a.
Sales tax,
as a whole.
okay, that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
I couldn't hear him. Avalon went up. Avalon taxes as a whole went up just a little bit over last year. Trying to see if we have any other big changes.
Oh, Mesa?
Go Mesa, when we contacted them, what was the amount?
Should stay relatively.
The same.
Similar to what we collected this year, maybe decreasing a little.
2.8 million. They really don't know until we receive it, what our payment will be, which is in March, huh?
Yeah.
So that was the amount that they gave us, was a safe amount to budget. Might be more.
Well, it's low, I know it was.
Huh?
It was lower than the last couple of years.
Did I
We
misunderstand?
have it a little higher, and on the recommendation of the consultant, we decreased it just a little.
And the sales tax, we went low on that too.
No, we had budgeted 15 million for '24.
How much we ended up with.
As of when this book was published, 34 million. But we really never expected that. They had a really
We didn't expect it.
couple of high months, but when we met with them, that's pretty much done. You know, they have brought in all the big stuff, you know, so now it's just on they're winding up.
And
The project.
also, something else to keep in mind with sales tax is that in January and February, that will go back to this year. So, you know,
Those
we expect a
collections.
really good year for '24, but then we have to look at this project wrapping up mid-2025. So, you know, take that into consideration. We just kept it at the 15 million.
And the
So the next couple of years will probably be an adjustment going back to normal collections.
interest general.
The 4.8?
We've doubled, over doubled our interest.
Yeah, the rates are a lot higher now, as well as us just having, you know, more cash available for, to invest, that we put into LAMP, as well as the money that we got for the HRL loan for those projects. So we have that cash in LAMP until, you know, those projects start getting underway. So we are earning a lot more interest than we were in the past.
Yeah, Ms. Skyrovich?
Yeah, I'm done with
Ms. Edwards, you got any questions right now?
I think she answered my question when talking about the global venture coming down. Did we have that in consideration? That they're not going to be at the level in which you were before? So I think you answered my question on that.
26 will be your first year with no Venture Global. Now, do we think we're going to go back to like the 6 million that we were collecting before? Probably not, because they're still going to be purchasing items.
And this
It's
new
just going to be a hard estimate of where we end up.
And maybe you can't answer this yet, but this new company that's coming up, if we consider what revenue that would mean yet, do you have any projection on that?
What new company?
Which new company are you referring to?
The other
I
LNG,
think he's talking about Gulfstream, but they're going to be a lot smaller than Venture Global, so I wouldn't expect much, and that's still a couple years out.
okay.
Yeah, of course, any new development is going to, you know, increase sales tax. So it's just the magnitude of this company and what it has done for sales tax has just been unprecedented. But of course, if we can bring in some more smaller businesses, I mean, every little bit helps. There are a lot of changes that are being discussed at the state level right now for sales tax. So we expect some changes to, you know, different things to be maybe taxable now that weren't taxable before. Depending on what passes and what doesn't, there will be a lot of changes. So sales tax in general, right now is just there's a lot of moving parts. So as the years come, you know, we'll have to just kind of see how things go with collections to be able to get a good handle on what's going to be our new normal.
You know, Ms. Edwards? Or
Yeah.
Mr. LaFrance?
Yes. When Venture Global comes online, that pipeline, Gator Pipeline, we expect to have increase in sales tax on that pipeline?
That is actually a structure, and it will increase ad valorem taxes, not sales taxes.
Okay.
Huh?
Is that it, Mr. LaFrench? or you got-
The product
Okay.
wasn't
Dr.
taxed.
Gui?
There'll be some small sale tax increases because of the pipeline, but not significant like you see for the big phases.
Rochelle, on the projection that Venture Global gave you, is that, did they include the sale of LNG as part of that projection?
No.
No, it was not anything with the product. This is mainly due to
The
construction,
is what we asked.
equipment, machinery, things like that.
All right, so as they're producing the LNG and selling it, do we get sales tax off of it?
No, that is not a taxable product.
Okay.
If they was a all, like ConocoPhillips, if they sell all,
Sales tax?
we get sales tax off of that?
What time you, Randy, what time y'all think? Okay.
What they store, we would get an inventory
Well, I know
tax.
what they store, we get,
Right. But, not on the,
so storing LNG, we don't get nothing on that?
not from what we understand. We called and asked those questions, yeah.
Any other questions on revenues? I want to talk offline. Did I talk to you about the interagency fees yet last week?
You mentioned it, but you never called back to see what
Okay.
you were going to do.
Yeah, I'm not going to do it right now, but I think we need to talk about, what I'm talking about. So,
Want to do it now? We can go to those pages. You're in the revenues. It's up to you.
what?
I said, we're in the revenues. I mean, it's up to you if you want to
Yeah,
discuss
let's
it now.
go there.
Go to page
I'm not understanding.
Well, I'll get to it in a second.
Page 5, in the same section. This is the public health. This is when the ambulance,
Page 5, what are we looking for?
the last line on that page.
So here's where I'm going with it. And I got to thinking in a port meeting how we have the CEA between the port and the parish. And the port pays a portion of ambulance and fire cost. And I wanted to know why that is the case.
When for the tariffs, they charge them for ambulance and fire.
Who charges who?
Port charges every ship out there. That's in the tariffs.
Okay. See, I did not know that. That's why I was asking. So this is just for the parish's portion, or get a portion?
Port's portion of the,
Okay. Is that good enough for? Okay. That's it. I was calling, nobody could give me a real good answer.
that's what I was told.
Okay.
That's in the tariffs.
Should call Haba.
Y'all never do, and y'all might learn something.
Well, I talked with the port and I talked with the parish finance and then nobody could really give me an answer. That's just how it was done when it broke out in 2013. And I'm like, but why? So,
And they charge them a tariff, that's two of the ports in the tariff.
okay. That's all I need to know then. Then I'll move on from that. Thank you. All right. Back to you.
Next on the agenda is capital improvements, which is toward the front of the book. The yellow is toward the middle, the tab of the page. Now, the gray pages in the front, wait, let me move my screen real quick.
So go to capital improvement and go back to the gray page in the front, you're saying?
It's this yellow tab, and right behind the tab is a gray page.
Oh, I got it.
All right, the two gray pages are the amendments. This is how we close out the projects when they're done. So I can either go through them or this is where we need to discuss the transfer.
I got a question on one of them.
Okay, go ahead.
Road maintenance parish-wide, 175,000.
Every year we appropriate, this is a 5-year plan, so you add a year to the plan for the budget every year. So this year, 2029 was added. This is an ongoing project where every year we put 175,000 in it. So that's just budgeting 2029's 175,000.
Increase?
Huh?
Increase?
Uh-huh. It's funds we get from the state that we just budget into that project every year.
I thought they went up on there, paying us.
That's the grass cutting, I think you're thinking about.
I think they went up on grass cutting, didn't they?
We received the extra payment, I think it was this year. They paid us for an additional cut. Was it of the levies? Additional, highways?
They
The
don't pay
highways.
for the levies.
Huh?
They don't pay for the levies.
Okay. I didn't know. I knew it was an additional cut.
We're not going to get that every year, that additional money?
Are they going to start paying us every year that? Yes. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, Billy, can you speak into?
Yes, they will.
Sounds like it.
Thank you, Billy.
You're welcome.
Or Mr. Witcher, sorry.
Um,
You done, Mr.?
Yes.
Mr. Edwards?
Yeah, who prioritized this list that we have here to do this every year?
As y'all vote on ordinances to do a project, it is added to this plan.
Say that
There-
again?
As y'all vote on capital improvement ordinances at council meetings or here through an amendment, it is added to this plan. I don't think there is a priority list of what gets done first through engineering or whoever, you know. I don't think there's actually like, these projects are prioritized.
Because I noticed a lot of East Bank issues are not on here
Purposely do that.
that we've been talking about for a long time. So anyway, this for another day, another time, but just, you answered my question.
A big eye.
You done, Mr. Edwards?
Yes.
All right, I guess we'll talk about the transfer. You want to expand upon the transfer?
Okay. Included in this budget, there were 2 projects that were currently being funded by a general fund transfers, 2 waterworks projects. If you go to the second page, and you'll see number 100 and 102. They're kind of like an orange highlight. I know it's small.
100 and 102?
Yes.
These 2 right here. All right. These 2 projects were being funded by a general fund transfer. In this budget is proposed to eliminate the general fund transfer and now have these projects funded by firefighting.
And the reason given by anybody?
Rennie had read the tax law and it said infrastructure and,
So I did a little research.
okay.
And I'm going to have an amendment because I don't agree with this. A couple of Attorney General's opinion, this one was police protection and public safety is in the language, so it's similar, infrastructure. But it basically says that you have to, what the voters intended when they approved the proposition, and then later says, well, can it be used for Slidell City Court, building safety, public works, all this is under public safety, according to, I guess this is City of Slidell, and basically says, no, it cannot be done that way. Another Attorney General's opinion that says sales tax and use tax proceeds must be used solely for the intended purposes of the voters, and can you use that for acquisition? It was a similar case. And then another one is basically, I find that what we're trying to do here is you ask whether it would be proper for the city to borrow accumulate tax proceeds and use them for a purpose other than those stated in the tax proposition. And it's a loan, and then it's solely for the purposes approved by the voters. Today, our opinion remains the same. So my argument here is Water treatment plant is our lawful duty to provide, primary purpose is to provide drinking water to the residents. That is the purpose of water treatment plant, not firefighting. That's a secondary, if not a third, use from the water treatment plant. So to use these funds, this almost $1.4 million for this, I think is wrong. What's next? East Bayou Road is going to use firefighting funds to repave it because we use the roads to drive to calls down in those neighborhoods. Well, I'm just saying, I know that one's a problem for you because of the potholes. So are we going to use fire funds because we use the roads? If that's the case, why aren't we asking PPSO to pay for a portion of roads? Are we going to use firefighting funds to, last year during the drought, all the water lines breaking? Well, we need water. That's the same use we're using here, case we're using here, we need water. So are we going to start using firefighter funds to replace water mains and all this other stuff? I think what we're trying to do here is not the intended purpose of the tax. And if the public realize that we're using firefighting funds and they're paying for this to basically pay for a water works project. So, like I said, I'm going to have an amendment to put this back. I understand we need to fix the water treatment plant. I'm not saying that we abandon the project, but I think it should come from the general fund. We appropriate money in the past for this, and now we're basically, to me, moving money around just to make a balanced budget. And it also goes back to the budget message where we purposely put in here a paragraph saying that we're doing this to fund EMS positions, which I agree we need EMS positions too, but the Attorney General's opinion talking about EMS and dealing with Plaquemines Parish from years ago, we're basically are not doing what that Attorney General's opinion says, and we're playing money games to me, and I don't agree with it, and that's why I'm going to have an amendment to put this back. With that, I yield and open up for comments. Mr. Newsom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, we spoke about this when we had our budget meeting in the office, and the question I asked was, we talk about upgrades to the water treatment plant. The only, I just really, do we have what are we doing down there? Do we have a plan? The only thing that I know of that was told to me that we need, again, is we need a new clear well. And I was told that's about $500,000. Other than that, I really don't have any idea of what the rest of this $1.4 million we're going to be spending on. I've asked for it, and I guess we don't have it. I don't. And I guess I'll ask again: what upgrades? Do we have a list, or do we have a scope?
I know we're currently upgrading the intake pump on the river and upgrading the electrical components, which is an ongoing project.
How are we paying for that?
I would assume this is the funds, but I'll get that information. I don't know that exactly.
Funds because we hadn't moved them yet. You can't use the.
Well, the project's not finished yet.
You can't use this fund because we had this. This is five.
There's again, the clear well will be a large portion of this. I'm hearing anywhere from $750 to $1 million to replace a clear well.
Do we have is that some number that's there? Is it a quote? Do we have, because it's all out there. Nobody, I've asked, if we're spending this much money, we should have a pretty good idea of what we're going to spend it on. We should have a good scope. And to this day, I have not seen that. I don't know if anybody's seen it.
Maybe that's where the project manager comes into play.
I was just fixing to say that's a good argument for that project manager.
Well, how long have we been needing upgrades to this water plant?
For 30 years.
A long time. So I don't think a project manager would solve this problem. Again, we do not have a clear, in my opinion, a clear view. I don't have a clear view of what we spend in almost $1.4 million on, other than a clear well that needs to be replaced. So that's again, I don't think it should be coming from fire either. Thank you,
Mr. Cognivich.
I think it's pushing it with the fire tax, but to say the people didn't vote for it to do this, the people voted for it because it was sold to them that it was going to lower their fire rating on their insurance, and that never happened. So to say that it should just go to the fire department, that to buy pickup trucks for somebody to drive around in, I have a problem with. Now, if it's a fire truck or one of the service trucks, but to just give captains or whoever new pickups trucks because he wants to ride to Venice to bring a pack of paper towels, I wasn't for that neither. Because I heard that's how they deliver the stuff.
That's a different issue,
All the
which I
paper,
agree,
too.
but I'm just saying,
You know?
in this, dealing with the water treatment plant is a push.
'Cause I know the fire department bought some nice new trucks, pickup trucks lately.
You done?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Jursich.
Yes, without water, you can't put out a fire either. Just know that. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But, once again, I'm going to bring up the Port Sulphur water plant. That place, you ever walk through it, it's deplorable what you got to look at in there. Right now, the way it's just leaking water out of that well, and it's just, it's in bad shape. And sooner or later, Port Sulphur is going to probably be our main water plant for down the road. And I don't know where we can get other funds. We could search funds, but I just want to defend that part that right now we need some major repairs in that plant. We got to get it up to 3 million gallons a day again. Hopefully we can upgrade it to 5 or 6 million. That way it can run the whole lower end over time. And then, but right now it definitely needs, if we don't get a clear well, we need to get that clear well installed. And I do agree with Mr. Newsom. I had heard somewhere around 500,000, but, that's just a number being thrown out there when you get the actual figures. And I do agree we should have hard figures in front of us to make these decisions. But right now I'm just going to, that's just my opinion. And we got the wastewater master plan update I see on here. We also going to be voting on that again, hopefully that renewal of that, for the wastewater, aren't we? It's going to be the tax, yeah.
Oh, yeah, please,
Yes,
yeah, that's
okay.
interesting.
All right, well, I yield.
Mr. Champagne.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think one of the issues we have is something we brought up since day one, the lack of a grant writing firm. Grant writing firm could have been pursuing this revenue for us to improve our water. We've been talking about this now going on 2 years. I think I met with a couple of the commissioners, incoming council members, and we talked about the lack of a grant writing firm. We've asked the administration to pursue that. This administration, on the federal side, the Biden administration put out a significant amount of money for infrastructure improvements, and we did not tap into it. And I know it's out there because the port has hired grant writing firms, and they've been successful on just about every grant they've gone out. They're 100% successful. So it's out there to go out and get, and I think we failed miserably on that. To talk about it being a stretch to fund the water, maybe it is. I'm not an attorney. I don't think any of us here are. I would much rather stretch it and have water to put out fires than not. I'd much rather pay for infrastructure than pay for pickup trucks to haul paper towels in, if that is in fact the case. But I think if it's not illegal, immoral, and unethical, I think that's something we need to take a look at because our people do deserve the ability to have clear water to drink and water to fight fires with. The Port Sulphur water plant is abysmal. Not anything this administration has done. That's 30 years of neglect. I think it needs help. And if this is a way to do it, I'm not opposed to it. But I think we need to, if we go this route, we need to look at improving. We need to immediately look at seeking grants and make it better. Again, paying for it in-house when we don't have to, I think that's silly. So, I'm on the fence on this right now, but again, I think our folks throughout this parish deserve to have clean, potable water to drink and to save their homes and fight fires with. I yield.
So, on the amendment that I'm going to have, let's be clear that this project will still be on the project books. Like, I'm not taking the project away because I agree it needs to be done, but it's just going back to the money that we already appropriated for since we've taken office. I think we did this last year. So this money's been per se sitting there waiting to get moving, and we don't even know what the whole project entails at this point. Again, I mean, it's our duty with the water treatment plant is to provide quality drinking water to residents, not firefighting. And then where do we stop? Do we start replacing water mains, roads. We need to raise power lines because the trucks can't get under, so we pay for that with firefighting fund. I mean, basically, we're trying to shift the duty of responsibility off the parish and onto the firefighting, which when the people voted for it, again, how they spend the money, that's a different question. I agree that if we're buying all these trucks and stuff like that, that's a totally different question, which we can get into the firefighting fund and look at that in more detail. But I don't think the people voted to repair the water treatment plant when they voted for it. And with that, I yield. Mr. Edwards.
Yeah, my problem again is when you ask the question, Jeff's answer was very vague. I have a problem when you got a director can't give us clear answer. And I'm not saying just Jeff, but the administration, everybody in that team should know what's really happening. And so why every time we come to these meetings, we can't get a clear answer? I just really have a problem with the vagueness and not clarity on the stuff, because it seems like there should be some intentionality. This stuff should be started playing, and we should have a graph saying the money's going here, going here. The other thing that we're doing, voters not going to be voting on millage because they're going to say we can't trust what we voting on. And so we got to be, the numbers going down. People like to deal with millage anyway. So they're saying that we voting on stuff and then use something different, it's going to cause some serious problems. So I think the administration, not only this administration, but future administration, got to come clear and straight and honest with the information. Right now, I don't think we're getting that. I yield.
Mr. Kognovich.
Well, I know 20 years ago, if they'd have spent the FEMA money where they were supposed to, Bootville and Port Sulphur would have got upgraded, but they moved it all to Belchase Water Plant. And, right now, if you have a big enough fire from Port Sulphur down, you're going to hook the fire truck to a fire hydrant that can't produce the water. How is it going to put it out? Because I'm calling Robert Morgan every morning because they got low water pressure. Good.
And then I just want to add one last thing to what Mr. Edwards said. We have a millage renewal coming up in December. In the past, they added 5, I think, Doc, 5 at one time, trying to put millages on the ballot, 5 or 6. And that was the number one complaint, Mr. Edwards, was how do we know it's going to be spent on what it's intended for? And again, these Attorney General opinions clearly says the intended purpose and infrastructure. I get it, it's vague, but infrastructure basically what I'm reading in these Attorney General's opinions means for that purpose, firehouses, fire trucks, different things like that, not something totally in a different department. And that's what this is. It's a totally different department, actually totally different fund. So that's where I'm coming from. If we want to wait till the parish president gets back, we can. What meeting is he at? I mean, it really restricts our ability to do budget hearings with him and Rennie not here. I mean, because if we got legal questions, we have no legal counsel. If we got,
They couldn't have set that meeting up another day.
well, that's why, we've been knowing about this for over a month, these budget hearings. We set this back in early October. So them being gone to 2:30 really limits our, to vote on multiple of these amendments. But what, does everybody want to wait till parish president comes back and legal for this, or?
I could cut them just as good now as I can when they come back.
That's right. I'm saying I'm the same opinion.
All right. Let's put the amendment up on the screen.
Okay, this amendment's going to look different than the packet y'all received because it should have been on a capital improvement amendment, not an operating amendment. But it is the same purpose where we're decreasing the transfer from firefighting, increasing the transfer from waterworks.
Okay.
And this is for the Port Sulphur Water Plant.
So it's still, the project is still funded, it's just coming out of the general fund.
Right, where it's currently being transferred from.
Okay. So scroll up a little bit.
Two separate.
Wait, so they're not even transferring the whole amount?
Well,
it
it's
looks
two
like,
different projects. One project was,
I'm not concerned about that
Okay.
one. I'm more concerned about that one. Because the master plan, I can see, okay, we need increased pressure. So we need a master plan. Like that 125,000, I can see how firefighting is involved with that. So, but the new total, it says, was at 2 point,
Well, because that's the total project amount.
okay,
Only 1.395 was,
okay.
the funding source was switched.
Ms. Edwards, did you have any other discussion on this?
I'm sorry, man.
Mr. Newsom? Okay. I offer this amendment. Ask for a second. Second by Mr. Edwards. Any comments from the audience on this amendment? We're taking out of fire fund and putting it back into the general fund. Project will still be budgeted. It's just a yes vote. We'll put it back into the general fund, take it out of fire fund, which was what was proposed in the budget. Okay. So yes vote will do that. A no vote will keep it coming from fire fund. Any comments from the council members? Dr. Gui.
Yeah, can anyone, I know Mr. Burris isn't here, and we're relying on his opinion as to, can we legally do this? Is anyone else in administration able to comment on that? Because in my mind, I would like to hear the justification for doing it. Now, look, when the tax was passed, it was for, and again, Mr. Burris may correct me, but it was for salaries, it was for fire trucks, it was for firehouses. It was supposed to reduce this insurance, and it never did, but it did upgrade.
Equipment.
It upgraded. I mean, they gave us better fire numbers, but it didn't reduce the insurance. So if we're going to vote on this, we're doing it without hearing why the administration made this move and how they justified it.
I'll defer if y'all want to
Well, I'm
wait.
just saying, if we're comfortable voting on it, let's vote on it. We can always take it back later, but I would be more comfortable having Mr. Burris here to say, this is why we did this. And he could address Mr. Schultz's research with the AG opinions and give us a better understanding. So that's all. If we want to vote, we'll vote.
Chairman Schultz.
Yes.
Yes, Rennie did research this, and we would feel more comfortable if we could defer it, since we already have one item deferred
Okay, we'll
to
defer.
discuss when they get back, if we can defer it.
We'll defer. I'm fine with that. I mean, that's fine.
They should have thought it was important enough to stay.
That's my view too. We knew, I mean, these budget hearings are. All right, I'll defer into later.
And Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Just on, look, I won't speak for the parish president or Rennie, but the meeting they're in is very important, hence the fact that it's two important people there. It could not be rescheduled. Both of these things were scheduled well ahead of time, just couldn't be changed.
But we could have got a heads up where we could rearrange today's schedule of order or schedule.
The flip side to that is Ms. Rochelle did a good job of scheduling meetings with council. Some of you guys participated in those, some did not. All of these questions could have come up at those meetings and we'd have had some of those answers too. Things may have changed, we understand that. There's no right way or wrong way. I just want to make sure that they don't get beat up because they're not here. They're not off just playing pickleball somewhere. It was an important meeting they couldn't miss. Sorry for the inconvenience. Just, if you
All
bear
right.
with us, we'll get through it.
We'll defer at this time. Let's have, since we have people in the audience from these organizations.
I
let's-
have a few more capital improvement amendments I would just like to go over. And then y'all can come back to vote on them.
Okay, look, go ahead, Ms. Morrell.
There's the other one that would be switching the funding source, and that would be the water wastewater master plan update. A proposed amendment by a council member was to decrease the funding for the EOC building renovation by 1.6 million. And then repairs communication towers, 125,000.
Let's go ahead and go on that one.
Okay.
So, because the EOC one has to do with.
You want to go
it's
to
tied.
EOC?
Well, no, I don't want to do EOC because it has to tie, it's ties to the fire because we need money. And I'd rather get a final number that we need before we do that one. I know about this communication tower. Let's go there. I'll give a little bit of background on this. I was approached by PPSO and the port Down in around the Venture Global area, there's a lot of gaps in the radio signals for EMS, fire, sheriff, all that. And Venture Global building there kind of exposed the issues. So the port got a grant, and the match is being split by the port and PPSO, I think around $300,000 each for their share to fix 2 of the towers, and they are asking for one of the repairs to the third one to come from us. I did talk to, this is coming from firefighting fund. I did talk to Mr. Butcher. This is firefighting related, since they need the radios, infrastructure, all that stuff. So that I am okay with. That's why it is coming from firefighting fund. I did talk to Mr. Butcher about it. He agrees there is some gaps there, and he pretty much agreed that it's okay, since it's going to be in 25's budget to do this. So at this point, I'll open up to comments or questions. Mr. Newsom, are you in? Or not on this?
Yeah, I do have a question. So are these communication towers?
Yes.
Or is it a new tower? Or?
No, it is this particular one. I think the ones that PPSO and Port are doing are going to be new. I don't remember exactly because I was more talking about this one. It's to repair some equipment on one of the towers.
So this $125,000 is to repair a current tower, correct? Is it
correct? I did not bring it. I have the quote actually on my desk.
No, I don't.
I have all the equipment. It's actually $116,900. I just rounded up.
So with that being said, with the well, okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions or comments on this item from anybody? All right. Any comments so with that, I ask for a second. Second by Mr. Champagne. Any comments from the audience on this? Administration? Table? Machines are open. Passes 9-0. All right. I don't want to do anything on the EOC. Any other amendments for capital?
No, that's it.
Okay. Ms. McCarty had a question about some capital projects.
I did make the meetings, but I didn't catch this earlier. Line item 27 and 28 on page 1.
Yes.
Okay.
On the 5-year.
Yes.
On the 5-year capital improvements plan for years, there were projects added that were added for future years. So what we have been having to do probably for like the last 5 years is just keep rolling them forward, because we don't have the funding source, the money to do these projects. Finally just had enough this year of doing that and just deleted all of them. That, we just kept rolling forward. I don't even know if they need it. That's how long they've been on this report. That's, and like, from what I understand, there was one of them on here, the lighting of the bridge, that's coming from the state now. So, like I said, these projects have just been on here for years, and I'm just cleaning up the report.
Okay. Well, I'm wondering if we can just, I know it makes the books look prettier when we remove things that are not there on the ledger. However, LA 406 does have drainage issues. And, and so does Covert, Epsilon, and Fort St. Leon North. So I'm trying to work with Rennie to do something for Fort St. Leon North. I wish I could get a commitment from him right now, but I did mention to him last night over the phone about Fort St. Leon North, and I would like to, instead of making the book look pretty, I would like to leave this on here to remind people that we need to work on this, because there are issues on both areas, on the drainage on 406 and drainage improvements to Covert and Epsilon and,
Like a funding year of 2026? If you leave it in 25, you're going to have to,
Find the funding.
yeah.
well, then we definitely need to seek grants. I need to leave this on here. And if it has to go to 26, yes, but right now, things are getting worse. Flooding is getting worse in that whole area. It's even affecting areas of District 3 besides District 5. And District 2 for LA 406. And right now, I've got, because of our antiquated laws for developments, a new development's going to come in on 406, and I can't postpone it. So that means that on 406, the drainage is going to be more strained. And definitely in 26, by the time they finish it, it'll be finished in 26. So we should be looking at this by June of 25 to see if we can't procure some of this.
Okay, I can do amendments and we can come back and vote on them when we vote on together, capital improvement ones?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
The million they had on Highway 11, did we spend that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that it?
Oh, no, that's a different one. You did a separate project from Empire to,
Yes.
this is a separate project. This is just a really old one. We created a new project when you appropriated your money.
So that money wasn't sitting in the project?
This money was never appropriated. It was just on the report.
All right.
All right.
I got one, Mr. Schultz.
Go ahead.
So these stuff that's all deleted, or some of them is complete, well, the deleted ones, no money was ever appropriated for?
No.
Okay. Yeah. I didn't say that, Ms. McCarty. I said no money was appropriated for it, and I like, well, I'll speak on it when the amendment comes, but we already know where we got this in 2025 with our budget. If we put it in there, we have to appropriate money for it, correct?
Not if she puts it in 26. In 26, you would have to find the funds, or it's just going to roll forward again to 27.
Okay, so if it goes in 26, we don't have to appropriate the funds
Right.
today for it. Okay, thank you.
But we know there's not going to be. So, I know. I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying. All right, is that it on capital improvements for now, Ms. Morrell?
Mm-hmm.
All right. At this time, I guess let's take the people in the audience where they can get on with their day. CARES, YMCA, Council on Aging, LSU Ag, and that's it, correct? All right. Let's start with LSU Ag. You want to come?
You want to go to their page?
Yeah, go to that page. Let her
There
give
is
it.
nothing budgeted.
Nothing's budgeted for LSU Ag, and at this point, go ahead. I'll let you.
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. If I'm not mistaken, Rochelle, you can remind me of this, but our budget for the parish is $29,500. That includes, we have a fisheries agent, we have a horticulture agent, and we have 1.5 4-H agents, plus we have our admin. So, and all of them, 3 of them have master's degrees, and we have one with a Bachelor of Science degrees. The way we're funded federal, state, and local. So for every dollar, just kind of bear with me because it's not completely accurate, but it's pretty close. Just say for every dollar that the state puts in, the federal puts in 10. For every dollar the parish puts in, the state puts in 10. For every dollar the state puts in, the federal puts in $10. For every dollar the parish puts in, the state puts in 10. So that's why you can have 3 master's degrees, 1 BS degree, and an admin for $29,500. And we basically cover the parish. We cover the seafood industry, we cover horticulture, and we cover youth.
Any question, Ms. Skonovich?
Like to offer, go up 500 to 30,000.
All right, so you're going to offer $30,000 amendment to fund LSU Ag?
Yes.
I have an offer by Mr. Skonovich. Should I have a second? Second by Mr. Jursich. All right. 29. Okay, so at this time, any comments from the audience on anything? Administration. Ms. Skonovich, you have any other additional comments? All right, Mr. Newsom.
Thank you. And I agree with you, Mr. Konovich, on that. Just some quick questions, knowledge for me. So the 29.5 that the parish gives you.
Yes, sir.
So you're telling me the state's going to give you $290,000?
I don't know how they got the state's got
Rough.
all these
I mean,
super
rough
saver
numbers.
things. But yes, sir, to answer your question, the 29.5 just takes care of our salaries, and that's salaries for the people that work in our office.
But the state gives you, for every dollar we give you, they give you 10.
More or less.
More or less.
Yes.
Rough.
And the same thing with the state and the federal.
So at that, my math, so that would be almost 290,000 you're going to get from the state roughly. Let's
Yes, sir.
So, and that and those dollars are used for your staff, I guess what you'd say.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so then does that dollar amount, the 290,000, roll up to the federal government?
Yes, sir, as far as I know.
So that's an additional $2 million, $2.9 million you get from federal government, roughly?
I mean, we don't personally get it.
No, it goes into your
I don't know how the
department.
agencies do it, to be honest with you.
So where does do you know where that funding goes?
Well, we're part of the USDA. That's the federal component that gives us funding.
Okay. I'm
For the
just
programs they give to the kids, for the programs they do for the orange growers and all different programs they have.
Okay. I'm just.
And the fishery agent. But I couldn't tell you how the dollar bills trail up and down. I really don't know. I'm just giving you an approximation of how we're funded, because I don't think you can find 3 master's degrees and an admin and a bachelor of science for $29,000.
Yeah, I do understand. You're getting your bang for your buck. You're rolling it up into
Yes,
state
sir.
dollars. You're rolling
Yes,
it
sir.
up into federal dollars. That's, I guess, as a government, we should be doing some of that work too, probably, and doing better job of that. I'm good, thank you, and
Okay.
I do support Mr. Konovich.
Okay.
So y'all getting extra the amendment get extra $500. So thank you.
Appreciate that.
Any other comments from Mr. Champagne?
I do have one. You know, we're a little while ago, we were talking about being short of funds, and I know $500 isn't a lot, but, you know, we start giving $500 here, $1,000 there, and we're out of money. You know, oil and gas just went down. We're out of money. Oil and gas just went down $10 a barrel. You know, we're not doing this for the money. I mean, obviously, you guys aren't doing it for the money, and I agree, you guys are doing great work, but I'm looking at your budget. You've been at 29.5 since 2023. You know, again, and to go back to what Councilman Newsom said, wants, needs, and necessities, I think it was. And I would love to give you guys way more money than that, but can we afford it? I don't think so.
Look, I'm happy with just the salary money that you normally give us.
You.
How you?
Any other comments from the council? All right, so the amendment that we're voting on is to fund the LSU Ag Center for $30,000. Everybody understands what we're voting on?
Yeah.
What? Yes, Mr. Jursich. Councilmember Kogovich, Mr. Jursich, second.
Can you put it on the screen?
I got 29,500.
Well, no, Mr. Kogovich adjusted
Okay, I
for
was gonna
30.
show it to him first.
I know that's nothing.
She's going to put it on the screen in 1 second, where everybody
Y'all
understands.
want to see the amendment, or y'all good with it, or?
What? Yeah, just where everybody, for,
Okay. I have it on mine, if you flip it.
there we go, it's coming.
There it is.
So 30,000 increase in LSU Ag. Everybody understands that? This is Amendment 4. Machines are open.
It's a pain how she has to keep flipping back and forth.
Passes 9-0. All right, let's call up YMCA.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Council members.
Haven't they been done yet? I got busy. Yes, sir. State your name and address, please.
My name is Louis Ogle. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for the YMCA of Greater New Orleans. I live in Madisonville, Louisiana, 102nd Street. I've got with me Ashley Lincoln, who oversees our operations in Port Sulphur and Buras, and Dana Watney, who oversees our Belle Chase operation. I'm going to let them do most of the talking, but the agreement, the partnership that we've had with Plaquemines Parish over the past 14 years has allowed us to serve thousands of people in this parish, much needed services. We currently have, between those three locations, over 5,500 active members at the YMCA. And we depend upon the partnership, the money that we receive from the parish, to be able to operate the two locations in the southern end of the parish in Port Sulphur and Buras. It doesn't pay for the whole operation, pays for about 40% of it. We get the other money through a variety of sources. We're a nonprofit, so we're able to raise money, grants, donations, and then member fees as well. So I wanted Ashley to tell you a little bit more about what she does in Port Sulphur and Buras.
Hi. Yes, so basically the money that you guys give us allows us to operate both pools in Port Sulphur and Buras. So we operate, we staff, and basically oversee the maintenance of that during the summer. We, this year, was able to provide free swim lessons to over 40 children. We provide very cheap rates on memberships and youth programs. I know one of the big things is everyone in the lower end of the parish is low income, so the money that you guys provide does help to support that. I kind of use the idea of at the school, all children receive free lunch. So in Belle Chase, they do offer that, but not everyone receives that. So at the Belle Chase Y, they do offer scholarships for families that need the assistance, whereas basically everyone that attends our Y needs that assistance. So that's kind of where your money comes from. And yes, and you guys, I think I mailed the annual impact report to you guys. So, but if you haven't received it, there you go. You can look at it. And I'm open to any questions you guys may have for me.
Oh, I accidentally hit the I didn't realize.
Sorry, my mic's off. Mr.
Yes.
Persich.
Ashley, you did well.
Thank you.
I know yesterday I told her she didn't want to come to the mic. I was going to call her.
Yeah, he said he was calling me regardless, so.
That's right, but you did well, and I hope everyone supports this like we did last year and continue on. They do a great job. They give a lot of their time and effort to this, and it's very important to the residents, throughout our parish to have this. I want to thank y'all.
Yes, and thank you, Mitch. We did have a fundraiser over the weekend, and we raised over $20,000, so net profit. So we had a tailgate cook-off, and it was a huge success. So, and Mitch was part of that, so thank you.
Yes, and the food was amazing. I went home, I still smelled, I wanted to eat, I didn't want to cook, but I still smell smoke. I can tell you, it was a great event.
Yeah.
Weather was perfect.
Mr. Kognovich.
I'd like to thank y'all for all y'all do for our community, because it's not like up here. That's just about the only thing people have to do in the afternoons, go to the Y. Like I said, y'all do a great job, and I'll back y'all every step of the way.
Thank you.
Yep. Oh, and parish employees do get to go for free.
Yes, parish employees have access to our Ys both in South Plaquemines and in Belle Chase. And so we have over 100 parish employees that are active members with us. So, yeah.
Mr. Champagne.
No, I'm a big supporter, and I think the council is as well. You can see we really pushed hard to get those pools redone because there isn't a lot to do down there. But I know that costs are going to continue to increase. They're not going down. And I know we're looking at giving you guys $200,000. I'll support the Y. But and I know you've done fundraisers, which is great, but you said that everyone down there is low income, and there are quite a few, and there's some who really can't even afford to pay the minimum amount of fees. So I'm hoping you guys have a program in place where they don't have to pay. Likewise, there's some people who make a significant amount of money. Not a lot, but there's some people down who do, who can afford to pay fees. Is that managed so we can compensate for that? I'm just saying if I live down there and I have a good salary, I wouldn't mind paying more to keep the Y up and going and to take care of the members of my community who may not be as fortunate as I am. Are you guys looking at that in your fee schedule and managing that somewhat so we can? Because again, my point is your costs aren't going down, and unfortunately, our revenue stream is. And I want to be able to support you guys, but I think we need a little help from your end as well. Are you doing something like that, or is there something we can help you do?
So that would just be through donations, and no, we do not have a sliding scale or anything. We used to do that, and it was not successful. So it definitely lowered our membership and the amount of people we were able to serve.
You done? Mr. Newsom?
Yes, again, myself and a couple other council members were able to meet with you guys early on before this day, and appreciate your time. Really helped me out better understand your packet and read it. So again, thank you for what you guys do. It's I know you do a lot for the community. Just a quick, I guess, back up on Mr. Champagne. So your fee schedule or your dues or membership fees, how do y'all structure this? Someone comes with a family that's
Yes, so we have a flat rate. So it would be $23 for an individual. All youth pay $10, and a family would pay $37. So it's a flat rate across the board. And and that has been the most successful. I mean, I've been with the Y for 14 years. So that's kind of been what we found most successful.
Someone comes and says, how does that, if they can't afford that, and because how do y'all, what's the next,
So we've had people that have sponsored families before. We have people that have sponsored children coming to our summer camp. So, but it's not anything that we have in place in our budget to offer anything. Although we will try to do what we can to make everyone feel, be able to come to the Y.
So I know, I guess this is the Bell Chase Y question. So you said you have a scholarship program. What is the process? Do they come fill out an application at your office, or just for the public so they know? Because I'm probably a lot of folks. I'm a member of the Y. I know you can't tell, but I know you can't tell.
But I don't go to Y for me. I go for my kids. My kids go to Y more than I do.
Yeah, I know where it's at. Let's go. I know where it's at, and I drive by it, but I can't seem to take the right. But so, what's the process of coming there to get that process started for the public?
We do have a financial assistance program that families can come in and qualify for. This will take a portion of their membership off, depending on what type of need they have.
Is that Monday through Friday they come in and
Any day.
Any day.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
That's
that's all.
Contact any of us. Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Mr. Edwards?
Yes, I'm definitely 100% supportive, and we have been meeting with Louis and tried to get the YMCA back in the event, because it used to be in the event at Post Alpha. I managed the YMCA in Post Alpha in the event at the same time till I resigned, and there's a need for it there. I'm really excited about the where you get membership for families, because when I was there, Louis, that was a serious problem for East Bank people. So to see you made that effort, I think is great. So I'm looking forward, and I know Ashley is taking the leadership, and we met how we can get the YMCA, back in the event, at least starting at least with the pool. That's a conversation we've had. So I'm looking forward to that, and 100% in support of us funding the YMCA, because it's really needed.
Ms. McCarty?
I appreciate the work that you do. It's definitely needed. It is most definitely needed among or for the less affluent in the parish. And I understand you said that you don't have a sliding scale anymore, so you did mention scholarships, but have you done a poll or anything to know economic background of the people that are attending?
We
going?
do ask for the income of the families whenever they join, but most of them do not give that information. So to say that I have data to show, I do not. It's kind of like the state, has, like, if you look at the charts, the median salaries are very low in that area. So we just, across the board, subsidize everyone.
I see.
Yes.
And how much does it cost without subsidization?
In Belle Chase, what are your memberships?
So for comparison, a family membership in Belle Chase up here is $89 per month. So
And an individual?
as a individual is 55.
55 versus 89.
And a student and a young adult, anybody under 26 is 25.
And the family is just more than one person?
Yes. Well, we have a lot of different membership packages, honestly, but a family could be, someone with one child, it could be someone with 4 kids. We don't scale it that way either.
And a senior?
A senior is 55 as well.
55 as well, okay.
Just to mention, we also partner with Medicare Advantage programs, so probably 90% of the seniors that we serve don't pay anything, and that's subsidized by the Medicare Advantage program.
Okay.
And then we have other programs like your summer camp. You charge $25 a week. There's a lot of things that are built in to try and help the community to get things that they wouldn't otherwise get after school, summer camp, swim lessons.
And our after-school program is free for anyone that's a member.
Okay, I'm inquiring because maybe about 5 years ago, I knew of people that wanted to try and go, but they just didn't qualify for any type of discount. It was about $50 a month, and that's pretty costly for someone who's on a low income, or fixed low income. So are there any programs planned to try, like a gala or anything of that, to raise additional funds for those people?
So currently, we do have, like I said, our tailgate cook-off that we did is our largest fundraiser. And then throughout the year, we do have 2 buncos that raise probably about $2,500 each. And then we're going to also start doing a bingo at the Port Sulphur location, and we're going to do that twice. So but it goes into our general operating fund. It's not delegated to anything specific at this point.
And I missed the first one, but the last 2 are more of a lower
Yes.
type of income that you would bring in for assistance. Have you thought of doing anything that would be on a larger scale like the Audubon Society does to try and actually get some of the companies that are in the parish or in the region to try and put some money in for people below a certain threshold?
Yes. I guess we do not have anything in plan and to that specifically, to target that specifically, no. Like I said, all of the money we do raise is included in our budget as a general operating fund.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, my whole just behind asking this is the people, because of all the construction, all the things that are going on right now, there's increased stress, and it would be great for more people to be able to release some of that stress and have access to your services. And if we can't do anything about the traffic, maybe we can do something about more recreation opportunities. And so that's why I'm asking you to see if you can't reach out a little bit further to see if you can't try and supplement those people who are just stuck in a spot where they don't have access to those services and can't afford the $55 a month. And I hope the council would be willing to help in the sense of trying to identify companies, but I did go to a conference recently where I heard that after some port-related industries were actually running and rolling, that some of the counties had free services for citizens. I'm hoping we get there someday. That we have people that are leaving the parish because they're tired and can't handle the stress, but maybe we can help with what you're offering to see if we can't lower that threshold, that cost for people with a lower income to be able to attend. I thank you for your listening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Edwards.
Yeah, and to Patty, to what you're saying, when I was at the White House, exactly what we did. We had companies making donation, and the conversation that Ashley and I had, the very thing that you talked about, we saying stretch it in terms of Easy Bank, in order to happen, that have to happen. So I can tell you that's on the radar to make it happen.
Mr. Jursich.
Yes, and they do the fundraisers and everything, but, you got to look at these Ys and what it costs to operate them. They don't have a guarantee at the end of the year, there's not much money left in that budget, and they get grants and all. And you keep asking same people and companies over and over, gets old, like the donations for the tailgate cook-off. You don't want to go ask the same company for another donation so I think we got to lay off sometimes of our companies in our parish because, they get tired of it. I know we all get tired of it.
Everything that any group puts on, they go to the same people
Exactly. And
'cause I've told people in the past that
anyway,
I took this
but
position.
I'm ready to vote
and I
on this
give out
issue.
more donations
about
than I
15
make.
minutes ago.
You got to offer.
I'm going to offer.
Offer by Mr. Jursich, second by Mr. Kognovich. For 200,000 going to the Y. Any questions or any comments from the audience? Administration, any questions on what we're voting on? Machines are open. Passes 9-0.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Go home now.
Thank you.
Going to Alabama.
You did good, Ash.
Y'all take care.
All right, 9-0. Miss Olson on the Care Center.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to share a couple of accomplishments of the Care Center that we had over the past year. Over the past year, the Care Center progressed from being an associate accredited to a full accredited Children's Advocacy Center, and that's for the portion of the Care Center that conducts the forensic interviews in a safe and welcoming environment to the children who have been sexually or physically abused. And we have that recording to be used by the authorities in that case against the perpetrator, so the child survivor does not have to continually be re-traumatized by having to retell their story, including on the witness stand. And additionally, Care Center provides counseling services and linkages to other needed resources for that child and their non-offending family members. So that was a big success story for the Care Center to finally get full accreditation for our Children's Advocacy Center. Those services that we provide through the Children's Advocacy Center portion of the Care Center are in addition to our counseling services provided to the children and adults of our parish seeking help in dealing with stress that you were just mentioning, anxiety, depression, suicidal ideation, substance abuse, and domestic violence, along with our advocacy services provided for those children removed from their homes because of abuse or neglect. In 2023, the Care Center's Board of Directors made a difficult decision to allocate $503,000 out of our emergency funds into an investment in the community to help meet the demand for services. At the beginning of 2023, and when I came speak with y'all last year, we had a wait list of 167 of our parish residents waiting for services. Through this investment our board made from our emergency funds into our community, CARE took on a construction project of dividing 4 of our larger offices into 8 smaller offices. And this allowed us to increase our intern program and to hire an additional clinician to help meet the demand for services and whittle away at our wait list, along with the increased cost to provide those services. And through those efforts and the hard work of our entire team, we have been able to decrease our wait list to 31 people as of today. In addition to the funding received from the parish, the Care Center has continued to work to increase and diversify our funding sources to allow us to continue to meet the demand for our services at all 14 locations throughout the parish. As the demand for our services continues to steadily increase, there is the need for continued and increased funding. To this end, I respectfully request that Care Center is designated funding of at least the $175,000 we were funded by you in 2023. As we enter into our 20th anniversary year of 2025, we look forward to continuing to grow the partnership between the Care Center and the parish to provide the essential mental health services and social services to Plaquemines Parish as the sole provider of all of those services, those essential services in Plaquemines Parish. And thank you, and we look forward to celebrating our 20th anniversary with you on November 15th, 2025, which is our 20th anniversary date.
Thank you. Mr. Jurcic.
Yes, thank you very much for that, and thanks for all y'all do. Question I have, y'all do, cater a lot of children, a lot of school kids and all of this. Has the school board stepped up and, made a donation or something to y'all this year?
Yes, so that has been progress that has been made since last budget hearing. Now that we had the new superintendent, I've met with her, and they have provided a contract, so they do fund us $30,000. It's a beginning, it's a start, and we hope to build upon that. So $30,000 is a big up from zero.
Right, because I remember last year we
Yes.
discussed that because a lot of your clients' patients are, children that
Right,
need help in the school system.
In 2023, it was like 62% of our clients were children.
So I'm glad they stepped up to the plate.
They are, and we're working to continue building on that.
Mr. Newsom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, thank you, Ms. Olson. I do owe a visit to you. I do apologize. Will do that. I do owe.
You're welcome anytime.
No, a visit.
I'm afraid they might keep me.
We don't have residential services.
Mr. Jurich stole my thunder, but that's okay. Okay. It would be, I don't know if it's beneficial to you to go to a board meeting with the school board and look them in the eye and just tell us what you just told us, because it is listening to children and listening to problems that they have, and if it's a big deal, and you guys do a lot. So again, support you in this effort, and I will be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Champagne.
Again, my question was the same as Mr. Jurcic, because I see the work that you do will help with children and stop them from, inhibiting others from learning in school because of their behavioral issues in school, and you'll help mitigate that. I want to thank you for the visit I went on about a year ago. It was awesome, and you guys are doing great work, and I thank you for what you do for the citizens of our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm next in line. I would also like to thank you. I have seen firsthand the work that you've done, and it's been very beneficial to many people. I also see firsthand some of the people that I know that are going to your receive your services, and I know that there is a wait. I know that there are many children receiving your services, or family services, family therapy, and there's a greater need for it, for more services. And the other council members hit on this. If a student is not functioning properly at home, the student is not functioning properly in school, or a child, rather. And that hurts the child through their developmental years for the rest of their life. I would like to know, how can we support you in trying to get more money from the school board? Because I think that they need to step up like we step up. So
I am willing to take our suggestions from you and have you accompany me to all my meetings with school personnel and school board members.
and maybe we might agree, we'd have to talk about it offline, to write a letter of support for you to receive more money from the school board. But we need to, I know that you also, just like you provide, the YMCA provides a special service, you take care of more of a mental health and also stress. But the generation of children is always the future of the country. And the future of the country has to be strong, both mentally, education-wise, and physically. And that's a priority for every parish and county in our country. So I thank you again for all the work you do.
Thank you.
Mr. Edwards.
Yeah, you work with the school. What type of work you do with the school, and the student that you got, is it coming directly from the school, because the court or the judicial system recommended to you? What is your relationship with the school? Because I know years ago you all used to active in the school. Are you all that active in the school now?
Yes, we go to every school in the parish, including the Learning Center, and provide our services. We go to the 3 community centers to provide our service. We have an office at the medical center, and we also offer teletherapy. To the referral source, we do get some referrals from the courts, but it's less than 12% now. Most of our referrals for children come directly from the school system or from the families, because people can self-refer. We accept anybody. You just give us a call, we'll do an initial assessment, devise a treatment plan, and get you into services.
So why are you not getting funds from the school?
We are now.
Oh, you're now? Okay.
We are now. That was the question asked over here. Okay. So now we're receiving $30,000 from the school system since Dr. Ritz has been in.
And my last question, if it's private, you don't have to reveal it. I was at a council meeting, and you all had an event, and they had some beautiful Bambies came there, but they had the Flintstone characters. I'll leave that alone.
Please do.
All right.
Was at our fundraiser, and I do thank y'all for supporting us, including those Flintstone characters, so thank you very much.
Characters are right.
Yeah. Yes.
Is that you, Ronnie?
Earlier this year, we had an employee that lost his life on a job. Did anybody reach out to you on counseling our employees? And are y'all available to counsel employees when things like this happens?
We do provide post-crisis debriefing services, so that would have been a post-crisis debriefing service. But no one reached out for us at that particular instance. The parish has reached out to us for other instances in the past, but we do provide post-debriefing counseling services where we would come out and meet with the people in that group or that department to provide services. If they need additional services, then they could come and see us individually at the care center after, but that is a service we provide. And outreach has been made in the past by parish for us to do that service, but not in that one. But anytime we hear of that, we're on high alert and we're ready and we're waiting for the call so that we could put our team into action.
And who would usually make that request?
It depends on the department. Typically, it would be the department head or one of the directors.
Thank you.
But it could come from you, too. So if you hear about it, just call me. Everybody's got my number.
All right, with that, I'm going to offer the amendment to fund the Plaquemines Care Center for $200,000. I ask for a second. Second by Mr. Kognovich. And the reason why Mr. Kognovich said he was okay with upping it to match the Y, so, and we know that services are needed, so we're going to have that. Any comments from the audience? Administration? Table? Machines are open. Passes 9-0.
I want a free table with celebrity waiters.
Thank you so very much.
Next year, I don't
It's going
want
to be a gala.
You got that change? Ms. Morrell, you got that change? I threw a curveball at you. Sorry.
All right, I'm sorry, but thank you very much. And Mitch, it's going to be a gala probably, not celebrity waiter, because we're going to celebrate our 20th anniversary.
Not fun sense. Anybody from the Council on Aging? Or do we know if they're coming later? Jeff, do you know anything? Or Ms. Crystal? Sorry, not Jeff.
The Council on Aging, no one is here, but they were fine if they were to receive the same amount they did last year.
At this time, any comments from anybody on the Council on Aging?
Offer.
Okay, you offer? Offer by Mr. Jursich, second by Mr. Reverend Edwards. Any comments from the audience? Administration? Table, and this is for $230,000, which is the same they got last year. Machines are open. Doc stepped away. Passes 8-0.
He had to because he was old.
He's old. He can't vote on something he's in.
You might be getting it.
All right, passes 8-0 with Doc stepping away. All right, Ms. Morrell,
All right,
where do you want to go now?
you want to go to the manpower?
Sure.
That is the green tab behind the 5-year capital improvements.
Manpower table. You have the floor.
All right. Go to the second page, the purple one. This is a list of the deleted positions out of the current manpower table. Parish president, administrative assistant, sales tax, senior clerk 1, in buildings, a master carpenter and master electrician. Swimming pools, Dave Ant, 4 lifeguards. Planning and zoning, chief building official. Engineering and public works, a public works inspector, a sign installer and engineering intern. Mosquito control workflow coordinator. Libraries, an acquisition technical assistant. And the whole waterworks billing department, since that is now contracted out.
All right.
Any questions?
Any questions on the deleted positions?
Wait, is sign installer deleted?
Yes.
I need a sign installer.
He's asking for that to be put back.
It was an
in.
additional sign installer.
Okay, thank you. I've been waiting on
Wait,
signs
no,
for 2
no,
years.
no. We only have one, and he's asking to put it back in.
We have a workflow coordinator that is acting as our sign installer at this point.
We're asking to put it back in.
Right.
That's a amendment that we'll get to later.
Correct.
The blue page, unbudgeted, these are currently funded positions in 2024 that are being unbudgeted in the 25 budget. In the ambulance general, the EMS manager, 5 EMT basics, 3 EMT paramedics, solid waste district 1, 2 truck driver 2s and a helper, solid waste district 2, a foreman, and diesel maintenance mechanic. There are amendments to put all these back in.
All right.
The white page are transfers of positions between departments. In coastal zone, to transfer the assistant coastal restoration director from coastal resources and protection to coastal levees. They are proposing to transfer 2 tractor driver 2s from prom to coastal zone levies.
Mr.
That's two unfilled positions, by the way. We're not taking 2 employees and moving them over. That's unfilled positions that have been unfilled forever. Doesn't affect the manpower in prom today.
So
Can we ask questions now? You want to wait?
Yeah.
let's wait. Let's go through all the changes that's going on, and then we'll go with questions.
All right, salary changes that are included in this book. Parish President Department, Executive Assistant, increased the salary by 84. Public Awareness, Communications Manager, to increase the salary by 7,400. New positions is the pink page. In Engineering and Public Works, which we discussed, it would be Director of Projects. In health grants, this is a grant we received from LDH. It would be superintendent. And then on the gray page, these are amendments that administration requested but are not included in the book. Courthouse security officer, which I think they decided to just go with professional services and not that. In recreation, a recreation coordinator. In swimming pools, a part-time clerk 2. In coastal zone levy, a levy surveyor. And they're requesting that a title and a transfer be done for the current communications manager to be transferred to the parish president's department and be named chief of staff.
All right, let's
Repeat the last one.
title change from communication manager to chief of staff.
Okay.
Say that again?
A title change from communication manager to chief of staff. We'll queue in, we'll get to questions. Let's queue in if you have questions on right now, the first, I guess you'll say 7 pages. Mr. Newsom.
Yes, when we talk about, and I know, I guess I know, but we are creating a new department with the coastal zone levy, correct? A brand new department. I know, I see that's.
Yes.
And that's under, that'll be on the.
Coastal zone.
Coastal zone, okay. So I guess this is, by putting 2 tractor drivers there, that's a start, or what, I guess my question is, what are we going to accomplish by doing this? And I know.
Just what you just said, it's a start. It gets them it gets a position that hopefully they can hire somebody. Doesn't even mean that, look, we struggle to hire people. We struggle to have candidates apply for jobs. It's just to fund a position and put it there to open the door for opportunity to start a department and grow it.
Currently, how many tractor drivers do you have open in Prom? Do you know? I think I read the manpower table last Thursday. It's 3?
I think it was 4 tractor driver positions.
Oh.
They may have had some other positions.
How
in
long
Prom.
have you had that position?
Oh, since I've had the job.
So realistically.
I mean, it fluctuates, give or take a few. We have less open positions today than we had January of last year.
Applies for a tractor driver 2. Where we're going to put them in Prime? We're going to put them in coastal zone, or do they apply for that position?
Technically, they apply for the specific position, specific department. Right.
Can they apply for both? Okay, I see Ms. Lambert.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that answered one of my. That answered. And there'll be. All right, that's.
All right, you done, Mr. Newsom?
Yeah, that's it for that.
Mr.
right
George.
Yes, these ones for coastal zone, they would be primarily levies, right?
Is
Tractor
Ms. Buck
drivers?
gonna be
It's
here?
technically Ms. Buck's. She should be answering that, but I would, yes, the primary role for them will be levies.
And I think Ms. Buck had to catch a flight out right around.
I'm not
noon
sure.
or something, from what I heard. She was hoping to be here early and move forward, but she's probably in that same meeting with the president and
So
running.
will she be here this afternoon? Or
No, she's flying out today, what she told me. But, yeah, the question I have, if she gets tractor drivers, that's going to be primarily, I think, to take care of the back levies and stuff that she's in charge of. if I'm
That's
not
my
mistaken.
understanding, yes.
And to get to jobs, I'm getting sick and tired of poor, young, willing to work young men come to my office and fill out applications, and a lot of them they want to drive the tractors and stuff, and they're getting turned down. We gotta do something to get these people to work, because it's happening almost daily right now, and I got a lot of candidates out there, but it seems like they just can't get hired on. So anyway, that's all I have.
Reverend Edwards.
Yeah, well, I just want to add what Mitch said about a lot of young people, and I run that problem too, but I just think I think Prom itself have to come up with a better way of changing the job description, or maybe providing some apprentice program, because I have a situation dealing right now, a person turned down because they just lack the way our qualification lack it, so if Prom could set up some kind of pre-training program, or even when people on the job, we in position, trying to get in one position, showing where they receive some kind of training, I think it would help. And I hadn't having a chance to talk to the director about that, but I had that situation, I'm finding that because of the way the qualification is. My only issue with this is the tractor too, because they're supposed to be dealing with the levy anyway. So I don't understand why we're doing this, but I'll leave it alone because Kimberly just got in, and maybe she have some specific thing that's saying that she want to say these tractors are just for
So
that.
my understanding, talking to Ms. Buck and Mr. Witchers, is they have 2 tractors that are technically coastal zone tractors. And what she's trying to do is move start getting that coastal zone. Right now, Prom cuts the levies anyway, and they're going to continue to cut the levies until these positions gets filled and build up that department. So what she's trying to do, because my understanding is with GOSEP and FEMA and all this other stuff, they want to know how much we spend on levies. And that's why we're trying to create a levy department where we can better track this stuff. And if the positions are in there, then eventually we can better track it. That's my understanding, Mr. Jers. I know you've had conversations, but this is basically transferring 2 positions from Prom that are vacant to levies to help build up that department. And overall goal eventually is where Prom would not be cutting levies. It will be the levy department cutting levies. But that's years away, probably.
So basically you're saying they're under coastal restoration, they're under coastal rather than levy, because we don't have this thing that you talked about called levies.
Well, no, there will, coastal zone will have coastal zone general, and then underneath it, a coastal zone levy department. So,
Is it there now? Do we?
no, that's what the goal is, to create it where we can separate levies out from all other coastal zone work.
But because we don't have it right now, we just assigning this under.
Correct.
Okay, that's okay.
I'm up. So I was going to get to the amendments when I queued in, but I mean, EMS do not have a budgeted, basically unbudget all of EMS besides the currently filled position, I think is a major issue, because we were finally making some progress to changing the work schedule, to filling positions, and now we're unbudgeting all the vacant positions, and we don't have enough workforce really to cover schedules as it is, and also have no operating costs. So I was going to get to amendments and start there, but I see there's other people queued in, so I'll come back to that at that time. Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Chairman, I recommend we take these things one bite at a time because we're all over the place.
Yeah, I know.
Tractor drivers, EMS.
Yeah, we're getting the general out the way, and then that's why I was going to start. I was going to start with EMS first, which was the blue pages.
So are we still talking about coastal zone? Or?
Not right now, unless if Mr. Conrich needs to add in. If not, then I was going to start.
My recommendation is you take them one at a time. Let's get through them and finish.
You want to add anything, General?
You can take them one at a time, but just to get 2 drivers, because Coastal paid for 2 tractors, that was the way the administration did it a couple of years ago. They had money. We bought 6 tractors through the BP funds. They wanted 2 more, so they used Coastal money. They also used $250,000 for a marsh buggy that can't float, that we can't use.
I don't even want to talk about that.
All right. You done?
I'm not for adding any new positions to Coastal.
Okay, we'll get there one at a time. Let's start with the blue page, since that's the first. We'll come back. The other stuff is requested amendments later.
You had asked me to separate out.
Yes,
the EMS manager.
Yeah, so.
Want to do that one first?
Yeah, we're going to do EMS manager. This one, let's start there. This position has been vacant, and there was an individual working through certifications and everything, and just got the certifications, was going through the civil service process when the budget came out and got put on hold because of it. Administration, myself, civil service talked, and since it was budgeted for 24, they continued the process where this person, which was already doing the job, could get paid appropriately for the rest of the year. But so I broke it out at least to budget that position, because this is the person that basically runs EMS for the parish from our side. So that is to fund a EMS position, EMS manager for 2025. With that, I ask for a second. Second by Ms. McCarty. Any comments from the audience on this position? Administration. Table.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Edwards.
Do the person in the position, do they meet the qualification, the job description qualification?
Yes.
Okay.
So actually, since this started about a month ago when we got the proposed budget, the person has finished the civil service project and started last week, I think, Ms. Lambert, officially as EMS,
Officially
two weeks
last
ago,
Monday.
officially started the EMS position, manager position. So she is actually in the role now through 2024, but if we don't budget for 2025, then she'll have to go back to a paramedic position.
Because I know that was one of the problems when I had a meeting with people that had in a position, but it still lacked the civil service qualifications. I just wanted to make sure.
Yes, she meets all the qualifications and she is in the position now. So this is to fund it for 2025. Mr. Koknovich.
If she has to, she can still fill in on the ambulance, right?
Yes, yes, and she does.
Yeah.
Because of the short staff.
I didn't get.
Hold on, Ms.
understand the
Lambert,
question.
come to the mic, please.
I didn't understand the question.
If somebody calls out sick, can she fill in on the ambulance, is the question.
Yes, she's still a certified paramedic.
Ms. Lambert?
Rochelle Lambert, Civil Service Director. She does still, that is part of her requirement as an EMS manager to also be able to train as well as operate as the paramedic. She went through all her certifications required for that position, and she's completed all of that and became qualified for that position. So she's well overqualified for that position to fill it.
Ms. Edwards, did you have any additional
Yeah,
questions?
no, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Newsom.
Is there a certain amount of hours she has to do, or I shouldn't say, is there a certain amount of hours the manager would have to put in on the ambulance to keep certifications? And is somebody going to track that to where we don't run into an issue to where, I guess she would be the one to track it on her own, huh?
Correct.
Okay.
Because she's going to have to manage those paramedics on the ambulance already. That is going to be part of her requirements to be able to keep up with licensing for the department.
Oh, also, I wanted to, I know civil service gets beat up a lot for a lot of things, but in this instance, this situation, thank you for moving along, because the person really was they're kind of distraught when this came out, and we still moved. Some of the council members moved it upon. So again, thank you for your support. And
She worked really hard to
Yes,
get this
yes, she
in a
did.
timely manner, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, that's the second. This one's just EMS manager. All right. Any other comments from the table? This is for the EMS manager position only right now. All right, machines are open. Reverend Edwards. Passes 9-0. At this time, I'm going to move for the rest of the unbudgeted positions in EMS along with an operating budget, because right now there's no operating budget, no fuel, no electricity, no supplies, no anything in EMS. So I ask for a second.
When they did the budget, they didn't know this?
That's a question for administration. I was not thrilled when I saw that.
No budget for EMS?
Wait, hold on. I got a second by Ms. McCarty. All right. Any comments from the audience? Administration? Ms. Cognish, you were.
We didn't put in a budget for EMS at all?
That's ongoing, that conversation's been ongoing with some of the council. It was agreed to pull the entire EMS budget.
Who agreed? The first.
There were talks about pulling some funds from fire. There were the way I understood it, that we as a collective pulled to find funding from other sources, as pulling it from general.
Got 19 million in sales tax, couldn't get it from there?
Wait, what do you say?
They had 19 million in sales tax this year, they couldn't have got their budget from there?
That's for this year, though. We didn't increase the sales tax budget for next year.
Well, this
No,
year, we don't know what we had in the sales tax? We had left over from last year.
Right.
Oh,
I mean, that's going to be, that'll be part of the
Ambulance.
rollover for next year, though. That's not money we can use to balance the budget.
All right.
Y'all can do that, but.
The EMTs are going to push the ambulances down the street and go wee, wee, wee.
Pretty much right now.
Wee, wee, wee.
All right, Mr. Champagne.
Yeah, I just wanted for the record to think that this was a travesty that an essential service was not budgeted by administration, yet we budgeted other things that were not essential. And we talked about wants, needs, and necessities. If EMS is not a necessity, what is? So for the record, I was totally opposed to this, and the first that I saw this is when the budget book came out, and I am fully in support of funding EMS and all its needs. I yield.
Mr. Edwards.
Yeah, and one of the problems that I found out.
He's speaking to Mike.
One of the problems, they didn't have a manager, so they was left loose. Nobody was there speaking in a decision-making position. I was shocked by that when I first came in office. So that's why I asked the question I did about the manager. So I'm glad to see now they're going to have some leadership there to be able to do that. So that's what's lacking. But again, I don't know how this administration or past administration let something important like this be so loosey-goosey. So I'm glad to see we're putting some structure and people in place so you can really have a serious EMS in position in this parish.
Thank you. Mr. Newsom.
Yes, and I guess I'll wait for the powwow to finish, because I have a question I guess this goes to Ms. DeMarco's comment. I know we spoke a lot about I'll be honest, this budget was prepared by the administration. We received it on the October meeting, a little bit before the last October meeting. That's when I realized, when I read the president's budget message, because I did go through it. As you can see, all my notes here I put down and asked a lot of questions. As again, I'll reiterate what my fellow colleague said about we funded. That's why I spoke earlier about needs and necessities. EMS for the parish of Plaquemine is a necessity. And it comes at a cost. And it comes at a cost. And we understand that. Why was it pulled out the budget? Mr. DeMarco said we talked about that. I don't know who you did not talk to me about it beforehand, Mr. Jeff. I'll be honest. I don't know what councilman you talked to or anybody you talked to, because I'll let you. I'm sorry. I'll let you.
The way I understood it, the parish president and legal, we did not submit a budget, and we asked that you guys find it from the general fund because there is a shortfall every year. That was my understanding.
You done or?
Yeah, but earlier you said we had conversation about that, and were you referring to the council or we as an administration? You were referring to
that meeting we had a couple of weeks ago. It was discussed of the council.
In the president's office.
That's correct.
Yeah,
that's correct.
That was after we received
That was
this.
already, yeah.
This was already done. This was already done. So the question, again, Mr. Konovich had earlier is, why was EMS defunded from the administration? The administration defunded it.
We didn't submit a budget in hopes that, in asking the council
So you didn't submit.
to find
So what you didn't submit.
find it from the general fund.
You didn't submit.
Or
an
other sources.
We were basically $3 million short.
So we decided,
Where we
and
got
I
to
understand
balance
that. I understand we were 3 million.
One person at a time, please.
And I understand we were short the money.
Right.
So in our infinite wisdom, we've decided to defund emergency EMS. We defunded positions and operate. They can't even, if this budget passes, well, we done made the amendment, so they couldn't even turn the lights on. But anyway.
We haven't voted on the amendment.
So it's just, again, we need to do a better job of creating a realistic budget. We just had to, before we even got started, we had to make all changes to the whole price. We need to, and that's where we run into a lot of problems during the year when we got to come back to the table and stuff. So, again, I just wish we'd have, again, really thought about this better than to let's defund something else. I don't have the answer to that. So again, but EMS and we're going to straighten this out. And who knows? We probably have to pull it all out. Our emergency fund is probably where it's going to take the biggest hit. So anyway, with that, I yield. And
So yeah, there was the first I heard about it was actually the next day when I got some phone calls, and then I read the budget message, and I'm like, out of all departments, we're going to cut something that saves people's lives, that treats people, that goes out and basically, and then when I got dig into details, we're going to fund the current positions, but then give them nothing to do. They're going to sit in the dark in the building. I mean, they have no fuel to go on calls. I'm like, this, as Mr. Champagne says, is a travesty that we submitted the budget as is proposed to us. I mean, we have to, there's other departments we can cut, but life-saving departments, what does that do to the public's trust in the government? That's why, I mean, I had this amendment prepared because we have to budget back. We'll find the money somehow, whether it comes out of emergency or not. But I mean, and then, I mean, we've been working on it for so long since we taken office, improving EMS image in the public, getting positions filled where we can improve service. And then to have this proposed to us basically not throws everything out the door, but that's the appearance it gives is, well, what we worked on for the past year and a half, oh, well, we're just going to budget it. I mean, yes, we're going to budget it back because we have to, but I just don't understand why we cut this department out, all other departments. I mean, you're telling me there was no, I mean, I wasn't involved in the proposed until it got to us on October 28th or something like that, I think. No, 24th. So I just don't understand why we shouldn't even be having this conversation at this table right now. It should have been budgeted. I yield. Ms. Skogovich.
Yeah, nowhere in the budget message just said it, oh, here's a budget, but we took a bunch of things out, y'all find money for it. It's supposed to be a balanced budget with everything we have in here. Not that we took, y'all got to find out how to budget these things. I could find out quick. Y'all ain't going to like it, but I could get the money to put up because I need ambulances. I don't need all these people working in administration. Y'all want to hire more people to do more jobs. Y'all might have to shoulder a couple more jobs, you know, and the most important budget we got in the whole thing, ambulances, we're not going to budget. And I'd like to know who you talked to that decided to take it out. Did administration and the attorney say take it out and let them find the money? Or which council member?
It was a joint discussion between the administration and finance to not fund it in hopes of finding some other sources, such as maybe reallocating some of the fire budget
Well, we was
or from emergency.
we was in fire a couple of years ago and they had to take it out because the attorney general said you can't use the money for that.
Can I say something, please? Ashanta Carter. So the administration, a lot of our guidance when we're dealing with the budget comes from the finance department. It was never our intent to not fund the EMS department. And in our budget message, it said that we did have a shortfall on the second page within the actual budget book. So when we spoke with Ms. Rochelle, she gave us a breakdown of how it actually the budget would be balanced. It was never the intent or to get rid of the ambulance service. Hence, we had a meeting several weeks ago with a couple of the council meetings members to discuss the importance of that. We spoke with the EMS department as well to let them know that it was never to put them in the dark, for them not to be able to do their job and to operate. But when we get the budget in front of us, we take the guidance from the experts, which will be our finance department, and they assist us. And then we bring it to you all the best that we can. We ask for you to give us your feedback and your questions so that we can make sure that the residents get the things that they need. So it's not about filling positions that could be, I guess, in the administration or what have you. We just don't want it to leave this budget hearing that our goal was to not fund the EMS department, because that was not the case at all. And I know on paper, and I know as council members, we want to make sure that we push the administration could have did this and could have did that. Of course, we're learning along the way. As you said several times, it's 2 years in. But our goal was never to not have enough funds for the EMS department. So if they don't hear anything else that our administration says, is that our goal is to look for a dedicated funding source for the EMS department so we don't have to come back and have this conversation every year. Thank you.
Ms. Skymish, you still have the floor. You want to add anything, or are you done?
Well, y'all do the budget. They advise y'all if you have enough money and all. So y'all do the budget.
Mr. Jers.
Yes, this figure I'm looking at is the 1.369690. That's the operating cost and everything from what I see, right?
This amendment is 1.377190. That's operating, refund positions, everything.
It changed.
Oh, it changed.
Some of them have changed. That's why I said at the beginning, since y'all got them.
Okay. Never mind. I was
All
wrong.
right, I'm looking at 1.369690 right now.
Oh, it's on the screen. Sorry. It's 1369.
So the one thing I will say, I've never seen the ambulance running like it's running right now. EMS
Amen.
down the road twice a day at least, and we've never seen that much activity. I know it's due to the increase of citizens and all down in the lower end, so it's very important, and this should never be left out of a budget. Not at all. This is, I agree with the rest of the council members, this is definitely a need, it's not a want.
Mr. Edwards.
Yeah, and again, I'm unapologetic because how can administration be active for increases in salary and people and still not do it? Something should be here. It shouldn't be left like this. And I'm not dealing with finance, I'm dealing with administration. If you can justify giving people salary increase and all that, and you can't do that, I'm sorry, my position still haven't changed.
Yes, sir.
I think it's a shame.
And I mean, I just glanced at two departments that aren't dedicated sales tax. I'm not saying cut these departments, but we could cut health department and safety. I'm just saying that would give us our budget. So to cut out of all departments, well, no, I'm not making that admit. I'm just saying that we need to come up with money, and those two departments right there would have been close to it, the amount. So I'm like, we could have cut money somewhere else. And to have in the budget adding positions that are questionable and then cutting EMS is just that I get that y'all have to present a balanced budget, and I get that the goal was never to cut EMS completely, but to present this budget and say, basically, y'all figure out, and we had meetings since then, and we let y'all know then that this was an unrealistic budget. It's just a shame. Mr. Champagne.
Yeah, not to keep piling on, but I'm reading, I went back and I read this thing and I have it highlighted in the message. And it says, my hope is that the council will fund vacancies, operating and capital outlay expenses for the existing fund balances. EMS services are essential for our citizens' health and well-being. But the word hope is not a course of action. Hope is not a course of action. You didn't offer a solution. That's terrible. You should have offered a course of action or a proposed budget. Then it's up to us to say, no, this doesn't fit. We recommend you make these changes. But to just drop it in our lap and say, figure it out, unacceptable. And I would hope that, not to keep beating this dead horse, but this is too important, and I hope in the future we don't do this again. I yield.
Mr. Newsom.
Looks like I'm gonna close it. And like I said, we beat it up enough. So in the future, I know you hear our frustration up here. All 9 of us probably have spoken a little bit about it. So we can't go. Let's look at the windshield, not the rearview mirror. So in the future, because as y'all, even in the president's message, as Mr. Champagne just read it, it was a huge issue. So in the future, because this, I don't believe y'all did this. Got together on Monday and then finished it on Tuesday. Some work went into this. A lot of work went into this that you guys had to do. And so when things like this are going to happen, reach out. Please reach out. We'd be willing to, instead of, because once we received it and got presented with it, now it's nothing to do. This is the time to fix it now. But before it got presented, maybe we could have done something. Hey, let's look at this. We have, you're right. It's 2 years in for us, except for Dr. Gouy, Councilman LaFrance, and Councilman Albo. They're set through this a long time ago. They could have had maybe some suggestions on what happened in the previous administration, that they were here, and come up with some ideas that they had. And I know you take a lot of guidance from the finance department, and let me tell you something, they're probably tired of hearing me call, because I've called a lot and asked a lot of questions, and because I wanted to know. And so that's my only request is, in the future, and I'm not beating us up anymore, beating anybody up, just in the future, let's reach out and let's get some input from some other departments, from some other folks maybe. With that, I yield. Thank you.
And the last thing I'm going to say is, something came to my mind, is we were in the process for the EMS manager, filling that position. She was working on getting some people part-time paramedics and stuff. And because we present this budget with $0 in it, basically, we just delayed filling. I mean, we filled the EMS, we worked that out, but we just delayed filling these positions by at least a month, if not 2, that are vital services, because we didn't present a budget that, as Mr. Champagne said, from the budget mesh, hope that we fill it. I'm like, now we're already delayed 2 months on filling some of these positions, because until we fill it, we can't hire people, or until we budget, we can't hire people. So if we would have had at least a somewhat realistic budget in there, we could have still been going through the process, civil service process, and filling these positions. Now we're delayed 2 months. I mean, these are vital services to our residents. With that, I yield. We're going to open machines to refund these positions and operating budget for EMS. Mr. LaFrance.
You gonna vote?
You gonna vote?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Passes 9-0. All right, what's next? All right, does anybody, let's go one thing at a time now that we had general comments. In the budget already, we have money, moving people from coastal zone levy into the coastal zone levy department. Does anybody have an issue with that or wants to propose an amendment for that?
Where we're at now?
Coastal zone, we're moving the assistant coastal restoration director, page 4, into coastal zone levy, and we're moving 2 tractor drivers into coastal zone levy. Does anybody have an issue or want to make an amendment on anything or an additional comment on that?
Doesn't change the budget.
It doesn't change the budget unless it doesn't really change it. It's just creating a new department. I think we're good.
Administrative.
All right. Yellow page, page 5. Salary changes. This is an additional raise for parish president, executive assistant, and public awareness communication manager. Does anybody have any comments or questions on this particular item? Mr. Kognovich.
We're going to give the communication manager a raise, then we're going to change his title to chief executive?
Chief of staff. That's in the proposal. Ms. Carter, you want?
Yeah, those
Can you speak more? Sorry.
phrases have been amended, so they'll be taken out. So there's no reason for us to kind of go down a rabbit hole with that. So that we have amendments.
Oh, there's amendments for that?
2 of them.
Okay. Let's show the amendments for now, what we need to see them.
So we're not going to have a chief of staff?
But, no, that's a different thing. So
So if I could bring you up to speed. So there was a raise for the parish president, executive assistant, and the communications. There was a position that was an administrative assistant position that was still under the president's office. When I went into the communications role, I guess it was advised that that position would go back, right? Someone wouldn't go into the position. Well, that never happened. The position didn't get filled. Someone filled it for like 2 months. They no longer work for the parish. That has now been given back. I think it was like $56,000. So as we know that when you lose people, responsibilities are transferred and they go to the other people within the office, right? So myself and Day, who will be the executive assistant, Day, and me, the communications manager, President Hinckley suggested if 10,000 could stay back for us and our salary because that position was going back. That was a no because it was seen as a raise, but raises is when you get an increase within your position. Going into different positions and taking on different responsibilities require you to do other things. So with that being said, President Hinckley and us, we sat and we talked, and it's in the amendment to have those raises, well, not raises, but those increases removed. But the chief of staff position, just a title change, but no pay change to go with it. Does that make sense?
On later, which we'll get to.
Yeah.
So right now,
So just so you know, the increases are amended.
so this one on the screen right now is removing the increase
From a vacancy.
for, I'm trying to figure out which one that.
Executive assistant.
Executive assistant. Do I have somebody to offer? Offer by Mr. Newsom,
Second.
second by Reverend Edwards. Any comments from the audience? Administration. Table, are you queued in, Mr. Newsom?
I'll speak.
Mr. Newsom, you have the floor.
Yes, I want to thank the administration for really looking into this. You know, we just got a big discussion on where we had to cut. These positions did get a current raise, a 3% raise, as well as all the parish employees, classified and unclassified. So everybody did get a raise. And I do understand what Ms. Carter was saying about taking on, look, we got a lot of folks in the parish working hard. I'm sure, and I'm gonna just use the prom, those grass cutters out there. Summertime, they working hard. They out there. I see them. As well as our flood department with the pumps and all when times. Everybody's probably, right, it is hard. We have a lot of vacancies. Everybody's trying to pitch in extra and do extra. So I do think we got it, and I do want to, again, thank the administration for really looking into this. Thank you, and I yield.
Any other comments from the table? Ms. McCarty?
Ms. Carter, am I to understand that you took on the extra responsibilities? Do you, yeah? Okay. Okay, well, I just want to say thank you, because I know that you've been working hard at keeping things balanced in the office. So I want to say thank you, and for the sacrifice as well. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments? Machines are open. This is to remove, as y'all can see on the screen. Passes 9-0. The next one is for the communications manager. And on the screen, just 1 second. All right, do I have somebody offer for this one?
That's a walk.
Offer by Mr. Newsom. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Kongovich. Any comments from the audience? From the administration? From the table? Machines are open. Passes 9-0. All right. All right. Next item. We're going to come back to Director of Projects later like we agreed to. This is already in the budget, the Public Health or Health Grants Superintendent. This is for the Code Enforcement Department that we're trying to get somebody in-house. It's paid for by a grant for at least 3 years, I think. 2 years, 3 years to get it started, but this is something we've been talking about for a while. Any comments or questions on this position? We're going to come back to the Director of Projects later. This is just talking about the Superintendent for Health. It's already budgeted. There's nothing we need to vote on. Ms. Skognovich. Why are you off? There you go. Repeat the question for the record.
What's his job, the description?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Gouy, but this is what Rennie's been working on for code enforcement throughout the parish. Is that correct?
Yeah, this would be the enforcement officer or the enforcement arm of the proposed ordinance or amended ordinance change that'll come up at our next council meeting. And that person will be directing the enforcement arm, including abatement, including the public hearing officer, and all of the things that would have to be done to organize and make it work. Make it work. That's all it is.
All right.
All right, and Ms. McCarty.
A while back, we had discussed perhaps some of the work that this person would be doing might also slightly supplement the pay. Is that correct or not?
And administration will have to talk on that. We had some funding that was going to help with the position in a way of a grant, and Rennie explained that.
Right. We have funding through a CDC grant, which is a pass-through grant through LDH. It's a health grant that we funded. We funded as an assistant to Patrick. And also we have some opportunity. It's already paying for some training for fire and EMS. It's a broad grant that pays for a lot of public health issues. And there's some monies available in this grant to pay for this code enforcement, which falls under the requirements of the grant of public health.
All right, so everybody's okay with that one? That's already in the budget, no vote required. All right, next page, we're on page 7. What? Oh, gray. All right, courthouse security, we had talk with the judges. They really, or Judge Connor said he really didn't need it. He was okay with paying a detail as needed. And there's already money in the budget, correct, Rochelle, that we actually don't need to vote on anything related to that. And this was not in the budget. These are not in the budget on the gray pages. So we don't have to vote on that. There's money, $25,000 already in there for the detail. 50 already in there for the detail. So we're not even going to vote on that one. Next item, recreation facilities and services, recreation coordinator. Ms. Morrison, you want to talk about that? And while you're at it, go ahead and talk about the swimming pools, clerk.
Sure. So good morning, everyone. Almost afternoon. So I met with Councilmember Schultz maybe last week about the positions that I was requesting funding for, the new positions for recreation. The recreation coordinator position, I've heard the word all day in these hearings is future, planning for the future. Recreation, since my joining the team in the past 6 months, has grown tremendously. We have increased numbers in participation with each sport. Currently, the recreation department has 12 full-time employees. Out of those 12, 8 are groundskeepers or workflow coordinators, so they are primarily responsible for our grounds and for our facilities. In our office, we have 4 full-time positions, including myself, a superintendent, a foreman, and 1 recreation coordinator. Recently, we hired a secretary as well. Within those positions, we only have 1 position that is designated towards recreation, skill sets, duties, maintaining our projects and our programs. If we're committed to growing the department, from national standards, we should have at least 20 full-time employees. I know across the board in the parish, we're short employees all around. So, saying we need 20 to 21 full-time employees is one thing. Actually getting them to apply and be able to bring them on board is something else. I initially put the recreation coordinator position in the budget so that we can have assistance as we continue to grow programming. Again, spoke with Councilmember Schultz. Our team is doing phenomenal with the crew that we have. I am okay if the recreation coordinator position is not funded this this year, I think that my team would be able to sustain. But I wanted to have this on the budget so that you all know, as we continue to improve recreation, as we continue to grow, we're going to need to have more employees that have the skill sets, the background to move recreation forward. We're going to need to hire on a recreation coordinator. The coordinator that I have currently has been with the department for over 30 years. She's looking at 3 years retirement. So currently we don't have anyone who can train under her. We don't have anyone who can learn from her or who she can pass those skills over to. If she leaves that position, and we have to fill it, there's 30 years worth of knowledge that she has that no one else in the department has. Like I said, I'm looking at sustainability for the department and growth for the department. When you look at cities that people want to live in and places that people want to work in, Parks and Recreation is on the top of the list. So I want to make sure that we don't forget about this department, that we continue to invest in Parks and Recreation, in our youth. It's not just for youth, teens, it's for adults and seniors as well. So I do know that we're crunching the budget and we're really looking at what is needed, but recreation is going to need to grow as far as the positions that are in that department over time. So as long as it's a priority, I just would like you all to keep that on your radar, that the department really needs more individuals working. It needs more positions, more skilled positions, so people who are in the office and people who are really working on programming and growing the department, and not just our groundskeepers and our facilities and maintenance team. So that's what I wanted to talk about for the recreation coordinator. As far as the clerk too, for the pools, we are looking at defunding or removing 4 positions. These are summer part-time positions that we were not able to fund during the summer. For the pools at Davant, we were only able to hire 6 lifeguards. From my standpoint, moving forward and continuing with 10 part-time positions is not effective if we have this funding. During the summer, I was having to send my staff over to work the pool, to collect the funds and to do check-in, as well as to clean the pools and maintain the grounds while our lifeguards are in the chair. Because we only have a certain amount or a small amount that we're able to hire as far as our lifeguards, they are in chairs or they're on pool decks. They're not able to constantly clean the restrooms, clean the decks while they're working. They're having to literally be on the pool deck and managing those people who are in the pools. So having a clerk would alleviate me sending employees to work overtime at the pool during the summer. Also, it's a little bit about, it's like $6,500 we're saving if we take away 4 positions from the part-time lifeguards. We normally budget for 10. In 2025, I'm proposing budgeting for 6. So to remove 4, because we're able to operate the pool with 6. If we remove 4 positions and hire for 6 and have 1 clerk, that would remove me having to send employees over to work overtime and to assist at the pool to collect monies and to do check-ins, because everyone has to be checked in when they come to the pool and sign in so that they know the rules, etc. So that's what I'm proposing, those 2 positions. Any questions?
Any comments from the audience on this really quick, since audience is all staff? Administration just talked. Mr. Jersey.
Yes, Ashley, I really appreciate that, and I appreciate the job you're doing. The main thing is recreation is number one, a good solid recreation department to get these kids out the house and on the fields and doing something with their time other than staying on phones and doing this. So if you think we can increase the amount of participation in recreation and create a quality recreation department, I'm all for it.
Mr. Newsom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Ashley. I know we spoke a lot. Again, I'm as huge up here, one of the advocates for recreation as well as my colleagues. This recreation coordinator, what I've kind of gathered, and I might have gathered wrong from you, we basically, like you said, planning for the future for when the 30-year employee, when he or she, I shouldn't say he or she, I don't know, when that person is ready to move on to bigger and better things, this person will just continue to roll in. And I do understand you're right. Recreation is a huge drawing point to Plaquemines Parish, and like I said, I think I spoke to you. I'd like to see it back in the heyday where it was. Will it ever get there? You know, things have changed now in the parish, so we'll see. You talked about recreation, national standards about the amount of employees. Where did you get that information from? Was it?
So there's an organization, it's called the National Parks and Recreation Association. They are based out in Washington, D.C., and they work with the federal government, state and local governments on best practices for parks and recreation. They also do lobbying. They do a lot of grant work for on the federal level as well. But this organization maintains accreditation and park standards for the entire country.
Is it based on the number you can? Is it based on population?
Yes, it's based on population. So per 10,000 residents, NRP recommends 2.35 employees. So the residents, so for every 10,000 residents, you would need 8.9 employees. So we have 23,000, roughly 23,515 residents. If you divide that by the 10,000 residents, it would give us a number of 2.35. So that's our baseline of what we would multiply by the national department's number of 8.9. That would give us 20.9 full-time employees is what we should have based on our population to manage the needs of our community. Also, because we do have, the YMCAs, things like that, we're kind of stretched. So we don't support recreation for all of our parish, but we should. That is the goal, is that we offer something for everyone. So that's what we're looking at as I continue to plan for the future for the department. And this will be included in a strategic plan for recreation, is that we get to this number at some point in our planning, for the future. Yes.
And I do agree with you on your lifeguards. Lifeguards are extremely important. When on duty, they need to be at the pool side because things happen like that. And I agree with you. They shouldn't be, that should be their focus. Shouldn't change their focus. Okay, I'm good. Thank you.
And then to answer for the recreation coordinator, I do know that we kind of spoke about adding on more duties. So the position is not just for when the current recreation coordinator retires and moves out. It's to plan for when recreation takes on summer camps, takes on art programs, takes on dance, takes on theater. Currently, our program partner application is live, and we're looking at bringing on more partners. It's also going to be helping those partners, managing those partners, and making sure that their programs and services are running smoothly and according to our expectations. So this person is not just for when someone retires. This person will be added to the team so that when we grow and as we improve and impact the community, we have the employees that are necessary to sustain what we're doing. You're welcome.
Ms. Morrison, thank you so much for being here, and you're obviously well prepared, and I appreciate that. And you've been a real breath of fresh air to our recreation department. We're all committed to growing our arts, parks, and recreation department. It went to the vote of people, and they voted, with a huge majority, and told us we need to support this and make it grow. And I appreciate you coming and talking about the cost savings of $6,500 per year by not funding some of the lifeguards. You talked about the recreation coordinator. She'll be moving on in a couple of years, but you could potentially do without her now. And we talked also the clerk too, how important that would be. There was a significant investment made on the pool on the East Bank side of the river to get it back up to standard, and it's a beautiful facility, and we need to keep it up. And I think by You mentioned the fact that there can increase participation, which means more revenue being brought into the program. This thing may actually almost pay for itself in terms of the increased revenue brought in, the cost savings. I think that we need to support at least the clerk too, and show that we are committed to supporting the growth of arts, parks, and recreation, and keeping in line with the votes of our constituency. So I'm in support of that, at least, without a yield.
Reverend Edwards.
Yeah, my concern is looking at the job description of the clerk, collecting money, but then saying cleaning the restroom. I'm just wondering about how you tie up that person's job description to stepping and doing janitorial. Because it seems like you having this person as a clerk, but when you start talking about cleaning restroom, it seems like there's janitorial. It seems like you got this person not just a clerk, like multitask. And so I'm just really wondering about that, because if I get hired, and it's only for the summertime, this fee is only for, so I'm just wondering about, because I know with civil service, this parish, we're good at having people doing multitask, and it causes problem with hiring people. So I'm just wondering whether that bringing a lot into a clerk position where you talk about responsible for cleaning restrooms. I have some serious problem with that.
So when we say cleaning the restrooms, it's more or less kind of a sweep of making sure that there's not leftover swimsuits, towels. It's not cleaning urinals or mopping floors or things like that. It's just picking up any items around the pool that could be hazardous to people tripping or falling. The same thing is asked of our lifeguards. I know that is not their duty as well to clean the restrooms, the urinals, take out the trash, etc. But it is something, that they do to make sure that the area is safe. So I'm not sure if you visited the pool, but during the summer there's flip-flops, towels, things everywhere. And in order for us to kind of keep the areas clean, someone has to be kind of walking around picking up those items. So that would be what is requested or asked of the clerk. And I'll be honest, I know with civil service that it's not something that's in the job description, but I think at the point where we know something isn't safe, all of our employees should be able to pick up or do a hand if it's something that's hazardous or in the way or harmful of our parishioners of our community. So that's all that they would be asked to do.
I would suggest maybe you're saying that part of that person's job is also help ensure safety, and then you can provide safety. But I just think the way it was described to me right now, and I guess civil service had to make the decision. But I just think if you're saying that part of the job, everybody provides safety, and you define safety as checking to making sure stuff is in place rather than cleaning up. And I just think, I just know there has been a problem with a lot of people. If you create a job description for a clerk and you got this stuff in there, I just know civil service will look at all those kind of things. And it's caused people problems just because we got all this stuff and we really not defined it. So I just think, I hope you can go back and maybe get together with civil service and revisit it and make sure it's straight. So when this position come up, it won't prevent a lot of people from filling it. Because we had this problem when it's written up the way you described it.
Yeah, and I was trying to get one of the more entry level as possible as I could get for the position, especially with it being part-time, just to attract someone that would be interested. And that was the title that was recommended to me.
Ms. McCarty.
Hi, Ms. Morrison. Throughout the conversation today, we've talked about enhancing the education and skills of the youth and also fiscal responsibility. So I was wondering if we can combine that a little bit with the high schools that are in the parish. I think high schools still have service hours and they get credit for that. So I know some high schools, it's required to graduate that you have so many service hours each year. Perhaps we can ask in a way that we can both give formation of knowledge to them and get service from them. Just saying inquire. Thank you.
All right. So I guess my question really at this point is, do you want to move on the recreation coordinator? I don't know how the vote will go, or do you want to wait since we're tight on money? Let's start with that position. I mean, obviously you would like to fill it, but you said something earlier that you can wait, but you want it on our radar.
Yes, absolutely. Just after sitting here, this was in my proposal I sent over to you, that the Arts, Parks, and Recreation Department fully supports the needs of the parish. And so I'm willing to move that position and have you all not vote on it, but I am I'm glad that you all heard about it and know that if I am still in this seat at next budget, it'll be back up. So I just want to let you all know.
Well, you mean still in that seat?
I'm saying, when next budget, I'm not playing. I'm not going. No, I have no intentions of going anywhere. We're getting started and doing a great job here.
I've been praising you everywhere.
Yes, no, I'm just saying that I will be bringing it back up, but I would like to just keep it on you all's radar that we do need that position.
The clerk, though, you do.
You do. I would like to move on the clerk.
Anybody that wants to offer for the clerk, 2 position for the swimming pool?
I offer.
Offered by Mr. Champagne, second by Reverend Edwards. Any comments from the audience? Hold on one second. I'm just trying to keep up with amendments. Reverend or Champagne 2. What? Yeah. So this is number 12, correct? All right. Any comments from the audience? Administration, table. Machines are open. Passes 9-0. All right. Next item will be Coastal Zone Levy Surveyor. Anybody wants to talk on that?
Is that from Kim?
Yeah, I mean. Wait, hold on. Administration wants
Again,
to
it's
talk.
not me, but it's my understanding that this is in line with that levy department. Creating the department, it has to have a few positions, and this is one of those positions. And also in line with creating this department, Ms. Patty's one that pushes all the time, grant resourcing and all of that. It's hard to go out and ask for grant or federal or state funding even when you don't technically have a department. So in creating this department, it will help in securing some funds from outside the parish. That's a good thing. The levy surveyor and the tractor drivers is all part of that, building that levy department within coastal. That's my understanding of what they're trying to do.
All right. Mr. Champagne. Ooh, a lot of people want to talk.
Yeah, I'm in favor of the administrative move to create a department, but in terms of funding a land surveyor, we have a survey department, an engineering department. We could utilize them until we show a bona fide need for an additional survey supervisor. Levy surveyor. And again, that's just a one guy. I mean, there's no such thing as a one-man surveying team. There's no such thing. There's the party chief and there's another assistant. So I don't even know what this guy would accomplish. I think that we should utilize them as a placeholder, administratively unfunded, and utilize the parish survey team until we find that they can no longer have a capacity to do both roles. Then we could re-explore this. I yield.
Mr. Konovich.
Are they going to do their levy inspections or surveying or what?
Again, I'm not positive on that, but it's my understanding that that will be part of. There was discussion on being a certified levy inspector included in one of these positions, and I would assume it's this position over a tractor driver.
Because who does that now, levy inspections?
I think in-house, Scott Roussel might be the only in-house certified levy inspector. There may be another, but I'm not aware of them. And then they subcontract to one of the engineering firms.
Because I've contacted them numerous times and about sinkholes on the side of the levee and all, and nothing's ever done, so.
Hold on one sec. Ms. Morrell, you want to add
You
something?
did request another position,
The Coastal Zone
the
Manager?
Coastal Program Manager.
Yeah.
I don't know the difference between the duties of the two positions, but I don't.
I mean, I have that on my list, but I did not have a chance to talk to her, and but.
I'm not sure either, but I know she had requested two, so.
So, all right,
One of
let's stick with the levy
Yeah.
surveyor first. That's where we are now.
But they don't do it.
Mr. Juris,
Yes, I speak with Ms. Buck quite often, and she is in charge of levies now. And that's why, she's out there herself inspecting levies, doing that job and everything. I think that's what she's looking at, to have someone, because from what I understand, not having a levy department or whatever, we're missing out on a lot of funds. We're not keeping up with compliance. I think and that's another thing I think this person be able to do is assist. I know some of them sinkholes you're talking about. So that's what I think this position is. And, we asked her to do a lot, and she got, she's got to answer. She just did some core inspections, if I'm not mistaken, and found quite a few deficiencies in our levy system, and we need to keep up with it if we're going to get federal funds and, to be able to fix our levy system. And I'm pretty sure that's what this position is all about.
Ms. McCarty.
I'm going to concur with the stuff that Mr. Jurisic just said. I do know that Ms. Buck has been out personally inspecting levees. So after the hurricane that we had, we were able to get Esri developers to develop a system for our directors, and Ms. Buck has been using it most actively and teaching Scott and I think someone else how to use it. And basically, it allows them to go put a geographical pinpoint on a map, take a picture of it, describe the condition of the levee, and put it into a database. And in order for us to get refunded by FEMA, we need to know the before, the current, and after condition, after a storm or some situation happens. And what she has been doing with this app, which I think has expired on us because we had it for 60 days and then they wrote the software for us, but we only got it for free for 60 days. But she was documenting the current state of the levee. And in order for us to get funded by FEMA, we have to assure FEMA that the situation that occurs because of a storm was not occurring before the storm, or they won't pay us. So that's why this position is also important in order for us to get documentation and to get reimbursed for any incidents that happen. I yield.
Mr. Newsom.
Thank you. Yeah, Levy.
Do you want to make a comment really quick, Ms.
Yes, I'll just make a comment. This is on behalf of Ms. Buck. So the specifics of that position, it would be inspections, hurricane emergency preparedness for FEMA in regards to what Councilwoman McCarty was saying here. And then also they'll be in charge of our formal certified quarterly inspections for that survey.
Do you have information on the
The levy survey?
coastal program manager? Because there's another position that she sent. Do you have anything on that?
Hold on, let me
Because it sounds like
jog my memory.
some of these should be.
So to fund the local program, that was adopted on the 2014 on the.
No, I deferred it because I didn't want to vote on it until we knew what happened on 2025. Because, until we get in the budget for 2025, I wasn't
The
going.
local program manager position.
The coastal program manager.
Oh, like cost responsibility.
Because we need to know the difference in what we're actually voting on. All right. Y'all talk. We're going to continue conversation. Mr. Newsom.
Yes, as Mr. Champagne stated earlier, and I do agree with Mr. Champagne, we have a surveying department within our own government here. Levies, and look, levies are important, extreme, I'm not saying that. But at this time, I know we appropriate money to do levy inspections from a private company. Who it is, I don't know. I'd have to ask Mr. Rowe. So, yes, you do need a levy department. We have a lot of levies, but at this time, I would like to, I don't know, but what's, again, I don't have a very good job description of the levies, other than she talked about emergency prep. Well, we have an EMS, not EMS, we have a 911 that we do emergency prep, EOC, excuse me, thank you. An EOC department that does our emergency prep and does a pretty awesome job at that. So other stuff, and I just don't see the need for that much at this time. Thank you.
Reverend Edwards.
Yeah, my concern, and I understand that Ms. Kim went on the levy when I talked to her, because to be in that position, she needed to do assessment of the levy, understand the damage. But I think if we have a department where we're already supposed to have a survey, why are we creating this position now? I wouldn't have a problem if we saying we take the position we got and put under her, because we got all these other people who do contractual work, as Mr. Newton said. So I'm just confused. And I understand we want to build, as Billy say, build up this department for FEMA purpose, but it seemed like to me we should have this position already before she came in to do the levy. So why can't we just transfer that responsibility, and why can't we put whoever doing this contract work that we have around survey be under there? I just have a problem. We having a lot of positions.
You yield?
A yield.
Yeah, so to me, surveyor means one thing. It sounds like this is more of an inspection type deal, not a surveyor. So I think we need clarification on maybe read a different title or something. But at the same time, what is the coastal zone? What is the coastal program manager going to do versus the levy surveyor? I think there's a lot. I'm not saying that we might need one position, not two, in coastal zone, but levy surveyor to me means one thing. You want to add something, Billy? It looks like you want to respond to that.
I think Jeff does too, but the levy inspector position is a totally separate ask than that coastal manager. One's going to be more administrative and other things. This is, I hate to say this, because I know I'll get beat up, boots on the ground on a levy. And we do have one surveyor in the engineering department that handles every project parish-wide for every single thing going on, which is identifying properties and where capital improvement projects are going to take place. This is surveying elevations of the levee, where the levee has sank, where it's, stuff like that. It's totally separate than what the one guy in the engineering department does.
But to go to Mr. Champagne's point is, no, you need more than one person. So how is this?
And I'm assuming they have more than one person that goes out with them. I don't know what their title is, but
levy.
Yeah.
Where's this person's crew going to come from? I'm like, I
Maybe-
feel like we're setting this person up for failure. I'm not saying that it's not needed or possibly needed, but if we're not giving this person a proper crew, or is he going to get people from engineering to go help him to do levies? Or why, if that's the case, then why can't we use the current levy?
Right. I can only assume
or
that would be
the
the
current
case, but I
survey
can't
department.
There is no survey department per se. It's one guy that works under engineering that basically does what Billy just explained. Every project, he goes and inspects elevation, potential property lines, and that sort of thing. So we don't have a survey department. It's one guy that's stretched pretty thin in the engineering department.
So how much of this current person's role is already tied to levy?
Almost all of his time. So
would
there's
it
a
not
lot of
make
other.
sense to do what Mr. Edwards said and just transfer that person from engineering to levy?
So all of the duties within the engineering department, as far as property, goes undone.
How much? That's why I was asking. How much of this person's work currently is tied to levies? And you said
Quite a bit. But there's other projects that's gone, pushed to the side that he could be doing, or this could, or what he's doing now could be taken care of by
my question is, okay,
a true coastal zone.
if quite a bit of the person's responsibility is already tied to levies, and now we create this levy surveyor, then what is that person? I'm not saying he's going to sit around. He or she might not sit around, but where you see where my question is, the gap in
There won't be any gap as far as putting this guy having things to do.
Not making sense to me.
All right, Mr. Champagne.
Yeah, I think y'all covered it. I didn't know. It sounds like we're describing the duties of an inspector versus a surveyor, yet we're asking for a surveyor. Now you're saying the engineering department is short of a surveyor. So maybe we should have them collaborate because one guy can't do the job. You have no bench. So if he gets sick or he breaks a leg, we're out of luck. So we have no depth there. You have to have more than one person on the team. So maybe we need to somehow link these two together and have them work together. There is a bona fide need. I get it, but we're limited in resources. So what is smart sound like? Do we need an inspector? I would say yes. Do we need a proper survey team? Sounds like we do. So it sounds like we need to meet somewhere in the middle.
I can't speak for what Ms. Buck, what her needs are as far as this position she's asking for, but we always work department to department. My guys work with Billy's guys, and Billy's guys work with my guys, and my guys works with Ashley. We're always crossing departments and helping each other out. So it's not uncommon, or it can be done for the land surveyor in engineering to work hand in hand with this new position. It happens already.
Mr. Jurcic.
Yes, I'm going to tell y'all, we live in a parish that has the most levies of any other parish in this state, in the world probably. We have a lot of coast, probably more coastline than any other parish in this state. And when I listen to you guys talk about we don't need this, those levees protect us in every aspect. The coast protects us. When we don't have nobody advocating for coastal projects, that hurts us because that's our hurricane protection as well. And what people don't understand is how hard you have to work to get these projects to come to fruition. Projects we see today were worked on in 2012, over 12 years ago. That's where we finally see some of these projects come to light. When you have to fund, when you're a coastal parish, heavy coastal parish, and you're full of levees, you're surrounded by levees, 2 on the East Bank, 2 on the West Bank. And we're going to sit here and talk about, well, let engineering do it with the 3 guys they got over there. Meanwhile, they can't do their other jobs. I mean, I'm just looking at, I know we got to be wise with our money, but I think those levees that Mr. Konovich talks about, I know some of the sinkholes, they got some leakage happening in some of these levees. Ms. Buck can't be down there, she can't be over there, she can't be in Baton Rouge, she can't be in Washington. Because that's where you get these projects done. You don't get her type of projects done sitting in the office or on a levee. You got to be in Baton Rouge. You got to be in Washington lobbying for funds and lobbying for these projects. And I just see it as, y'all go ahead and sometimes there's money you got to look at. I think that would be well spent. That's all I got.
Mr. Edwards.
Well, I can tell you, Mitch, I understand the need for levy more than anybody because I have more levy than any district. I'm questioning this administration in terms of how they using position. And I'm saying before Ms. Buck, I'm glad she's trying to bring some order because it's, with DeMarco just said, the way we have everybody doing everybody's job. So, see, again, it's going back to that word Dr. Greer was quite familiar with, a lot of loosey-goosey stuff taking place because there's no order. So we just help as needed. And I understand what Ms. Buck is saying. I want some specific things to make sure coast are moving. And I'm saying that we need to have some continuity on it. And if we got surveys over here, how do we say put everything under one system and saying this would need to be? But I know we do a lot of duplicate. We just bring on a position that's needed and then the person get in another one in. Because to me, survey is done at a certain time, inspection is done at a certain time, and I'm just wondering if we're using people the way we should use it. But I'm 100% in terms of levy because where I live at, levy is key to us. So it's not about me questioning need a levy. I'm questioning the order, management, and how we using stuff, especially the way this administration demonstrate how they just piecemeal stuff. I just have a problem with that. That's my issue, not questioning whether the need is there.
You done?
Okay.
Wait, hold on. Wait, no. Cue it. So no, I don't think anybody's questioning the need to do the inspections and the need, but I actually think Ms. Buck for coming in, because before, obviously, stuff wasn't done. She's trying to get things done. I think the people are questioning, okay, how is it currently done? What's the difference between this and what is the coastal program manager, which we'll get to in a minute, what's the difference? And is it needed in engineering, or do we transfer it? Nobody's questioning, I don't think, up here that our levies protect us. And like I said, Ms. Buck is she's taken on a big responsibility with what she inherited. So I don't think anybody's questioning it. It's just, we just want answers. And Mr. Newsom was having a meeting with us on the pre-budget stuff, and we asked that question then, and do we ever really get a clarification from this? So that's where kind of what we're asking is, what is the goal? Is it more of an inspector or a surveyor? To me, that means two different things.
I have a description right here. You got it? You want to read it? My eyes are.
You have it? Okay.
Oh, wait, is that what I just got sent?
It's on yes. It says a levy surveyor, certified position that participates, reports, and ensures compliance in quarterly, semi-annual inspections, maintain and report on levy remedial actions identified in reports, and daily monitoring. Assist with maintaining equipment, supplies associated with maintenance, and readily on hand for a hurricane flood fight response. They will coordinate and perform routine testing of closures and exercises, as well as monitoring maintenance of gates and pump stations. They'll work with the Corps, other Plaquemines Parish departments, provide oversight, punch lists, compliance, and other things that are recommended to keep our coast protected.
Do we have one, though, for the coastal program manager?
So the coastal program.
I just want to know what the two roles are and
So
the differences.
Billy he adhered to it. One is Phil, one is administration. So the coastal program manager, they're responsible for creating the coastal CEAs that we have to have. They do the coastal zone meetings, all regulations, as Councilman Jurcic was saying, as far as lobbying. That position, we receive funding of $35,260 from the Department of Natural Resources to supplement that salary, and it's a required position. So it's not really something
How
that's
have we
offered.
not had this position filled for
That
however
part?
many years? That's you get where I'm coming from.
Oh, yeah.
If it wasn't for Ms. Buck coming in to actually take this thing by
Right.
This is
the reins.
exactly.
So that's why it would be more than
Exactly.
for us to have these.
Cleaning up loose ends.
Correct.
And Ms. Buck,
Correct.
don't get me wrong, Ms. Buck is, she doesn't play around. So,
Right.
and that's my issue is,
I-
hold on, is we're asking for stuff and we're just trying to get clarification on why it hasn't been done, or is it required, or anything like that. Mr. Kognovich.
I don't have a problem adding people to the coastal program. I got a problem, we've been knowing for over a month, this budget hearing was being today. If a meeting came up that they needed to be at today, we could have changed and had the port meeting today and the council meeting tomorrow. But we wait till the last minute, and here we have a bunch of questions, and ain't nobody sitting there could answer them. That's the problem I got.
I agree. All right. Mr. Champagne.
Again, it sounds like we're not describing what's written here on paper. In my mind, you say a survey is a specific job. All levy's important, yeah, and to allude that we don't think they're important is crazy. That's what we have in this conversation. They're very important. Is one person going to, solve this, or do we need to maybe this is where we need to have professional service agreements and hire the right people to do this? Does it require a team? Does it require one person? I don't know. And Commissioner Kognovich, you touched on it. That's exactly right. I don't know what I'm dealing with right now, and the person who needs the answer, it's not here. So for me to spend the taxpayers' money on something I don't know where it's going, I'm just not prepared to do it. Because if it's a surveyor, and I had to go back and dust off, my knowledge is you need a survey party chief, an instrument operator, a rod person, a recorder, and a helper for a proper four-man survey team. It says surveyor, that's what I'm thinking. But it sounds like she needs an inspector. Inspector might be one guy, but obviously maybe more than one. I don't know. So I'm asked to make a decision from a position of, or with a lack of information. I want to move forward. I want to do the right thing, but I don't want to waste money and hire a position we don't need. I yield.
What do you call it when they come in and they look at a boat before you buy it?
Hold on. Let's go in order.
Call it a survey. But it's actually an inspect.
It's called an inspection.
No, it's called a survey. I hire a surveyor when I get my boat surveyed.
All right, hold on.
It's a generic word.
Ms. McCarty.
I think one of the problems that we're having right here is the semantic, the title. But
Hold on. Do you have a job description for this since this will be a civil service position? No, not this one. It's a grade 23, step 00, so I'm assuming that's a civil service. If you could get that for us. Okay, Ms. McCarty.
Okay, I think the word levy surveyor and inspector is a matter of semantics, and it may be that we've been talking about inspectors here in the parish in the past, but that on a federal level, it may be that they use the word surveyor to fill the position. I can't answer that for Mrs. Buck. However, I can say from personal experience of knowing personally some of the employees that have done what this position is being asked to do over the years, that we pay overtime for some of the people in prom to go out and do things that have multifaceted skills. And maybe Mr. Witchers can speak to that. And we're pulling the people from prom to go and do things like closing gates, etc. But I personally am aware of that our levees are in dire need of maintaining. And if a levee breaks, we're going to have a catastrophe to the extent of a Katrina here in the Plaquemines Parish area, and we don't want that to happen. And the only way that we can get reimbursed for any of the work that we do is to have a record of before, during, and after. And this person would create that record.
Yeah. It's kind of.
Yeah, I heard it brought up that we got a contract with somebody to do this work right now, inspections.
I think they do subcontract some of that out, or all of it out, probably, because we
I
don't
know
have
I've
anybody
been
do it
asking
in-house.
for 2 years for professional service contracts, and I was never given that one, was never given any to start with. But if we got a contract with somebody to do levee inspections, it wasn't given to me because we even voted on me getting these contracts, and I didn't get it.
But you did get the DOT contract from me.
So
thank you. You're welcome.
My next question is, if we're already paying for this, is there a corresponding decrease in the budget for professional services?
I can't answer that for me.
I mean, you get where our questions are coming from. I mean,
I do.
If we're already paying for it, shouldn't there be a decrease in professional services to offset? Okay, but do we have an amendment ready? I mean, are we?
Who are we paying for this professional service contract?
I think it's.
I don't know.
coastal engineering,
Let's
but I'm
let's
not
do
positive.
this, because it sounds like administration is talking to Ms. Buck. We're trying to figure this out. Do we want to wait until after lunch to bring this back up, and then that way we can maybe get some answers? So I want to break at 1 o'clock for lunch. That way, it gives administration, President Hinckley, time to get back and maybe answer some of these questions. So let's go to, for now, still on page 7, transfer and title change for moving the communications manager position to under the president as chief of staff is the new title.
Y'all going to vote on those now?
What?
Is that where you're moving to?
Yeah, because I don't,
Okay.
you want to make an offer?
This is on the title change, right?
Y'all going to do them both together? One to take it out of the communications PIO department and put it in the president's?
Yeah, is that not how it is?
Well, I had to do 2 separate amendments to do that.
Hold on, let me find the
You
actual.
don't have those.
Oh, we don't have those.
It's on the screen.
Okay. Oh, okay.
This is the moving to the creating the chief of staff and putting in a president's department, and this is deleting the communications manager in the PIO department.
Does that go back to the old salary since we didn't vote
Yes.
for the raise?
Okay, Ms. McCarty offers,
A motion for the change.
do I have a second? This is second by Mr. Cognovich. This is to remove from public awareness, correct? This one, or is this creating the position of chief of staff? Okay. That one's first. Okay, this is to create the position of chief of staff. Any comments from the audience? Administration? This is a title change only.
You're going to change the funds on it?
Yes, there's another.
One to delete the funding.
To delete.
So this one is to create, because we got to create it first to then delete it. So any questions on this? Mr. Edwards?
Do we have a job description? Because when you're saying chief of staff and community, it just,
It's unclassified, so I don't think there is any job description. I haven't seen one. Do you have one, Ms. Carter? Or,
the reason I'm asking, because when you say chief of staff, it was a communicate to chief of staff, and I know we have director of administration, all that, who handles staff. So I'm just trying to see what's the really role of this person, you know? I mean, yeah, because
I think it's basically her current role, which is to be the spokesperson for the administration, and she does more than just basically communication manager and everything. She goes to all these events and stuff like that. If you want to add, Ms. Carter, I'll let you go ahead.
It's just more for role alignment. It's not to take on Ms. Crystal's role. She does more than enough. It's not to take on any of the director's role. It's to be more aligned with what I currently do. Hence what I'm doing today, hence what I do when I go into Baton Rouge, hence when I go to other parishes to talk to other people, just to make it more of an alignment. That's exactly what it is.
And thank you for coming to the Fort cleanup that day. You wasn't here last week.
That is awesome. I was in Ironton the other weekend, and I'll be town halls all week. So, and then not only be there, but to be able to give a backstory on all the things that's happening in the parish. So,
And I do think chief of staff, when you go into
of course, it's more alignment with the actual role.
It definitely gives you that title that
Correct.
people respect more. So.
Correct.
I'm clear.
All right, this is, to be clear, to add the position of chief of staff. It's no, per se, once we vote on the other one, no monetary change or anything. It's just moving from one department to another and change of title, to be clear. Machines are open. All right, passes 9-0. Next item is to now defund the communication.
Motion.
Anybody offer? Offered by Reverend Edwards. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Newsom. Any comments from the audience? Administration. Table. This is, again, to be clear, defund the communication manager, and basically the money just got transferred. All right, machines are open. Passes 9-0. Any other quick manpower amendments that,
You have the one where you wanted to delete the public information officer that was already, it was unbudgeted in the book.
yeah, I
You
want to
wanted
delete
the
it, to
position.
get it off the table. All right, I'll offer that, ask for a second, second by Ms. McCarty. Just a little background, we changed the title to, or added position of communication manager last year, but we never deleted the PIO. This officially deletes it from the department, and it's no monetary, but it cleans up our manpower table. Any comments from the audience? Administration. Table. Machines are open. Passes 9-0.
There's one that could be quick in the libraries department. We had an employee resign within the last 2 weeks, so we're going to unfund that position for next year.
What position is that?
A library,
Branch assistant librarian.
Okay.
Motion.
motion by Ms. McCarty. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Jurcic. Any comments from the audience? Administration? Table? Machines are open. Do Do we have that one? Passes 9-0.
You might not, because.
I don't see it on my
mine were
list.
signed after I sent them out.
Okay, any,
Then there's safety, IT, telecommunications, and engineering.
yeah, we're going to adjourn at 1 for lunch.
So engineering is the one where he would like the sign installer position to be funded in the 25 budget.
Let's talk, we're just going, any objection to adjourn now for lunch? No. Because I don't want to get on the subject and then break it mid. All right, we're going to adjourn for lunch and meet back here at 2:30. Hopefully Parish President, Mr. Burris is back, and that way we can have more in-depth discussions with hopeful answers. We'll recess for now. 12:51, we're going to recess. We'll return from recess at 2:33 p.m. At this point, we'll pick up, I guess, where we left off, which I think was mainly the levy surveyor and then the coastal program manager. Administration, did y'all want to talk about that, or? I mean, that's kind of where we were at.
Because the manager is a position that we really do need, because that's where that position is funded with a portion of it from the state. And also because it's I mean, this is just, it's a requirement that we have that position for grants and just other situations.
Yeah, and right, it is so we adopted the local coastal plan, and part of the requirement of the local coastal plan, in order for us to get grants for coastal restoration, part of that plan is that you have a local coastal program manager. And so I feel like we would be jeopardizing our program or changing our program, which could potentially jeopardize federal monies down the pipeline. So that's a definite must.
What is that?
Mr. Newsom?
Yeah, just, I know I got Kim's email back earlier. So it says, it doesn't have, it's got I see the 35,260 from DNR. What are we talking about to pay for this thing, this position?
What are you saying?
What is
the pay?
It doesn't have a pay. It's got a minimum, a max, mid, max. So what are we going to put in the budget for pay?
The pay is established by civil service rules. So if you look into civil service rules, it is a classified position. So the pay is, it would be whatever's in the civil service rules.
How much?
Just for the salary.
The government, yeah, the administration didn't make that number up. That's civil service.
Yeah, because it wasn't 57.5? Okay.
What is the total?
So then you got to add your benefit and all of that. So you're going to do, you're going to make an amendment to do it. So out of that 57, 35,260 is paid by DNR. Okay. Thank you. I'm finished.
All right, let's start with the coastal program manager, since that one sounds like it's required and grant related. Anybody wants to offer for this? Offered by Mr. Juristich. Do I have a second? Second by Ms. McCarty. Wait, hold on.
I just wanted to ask, do we have somebody in mind for this position already, or we're just going
Let's
to
go through the civil service.
Well, they have to go through civil service, but Krista Clark is working and serving in that position at the moment. So I think she will probably apply for it, but if, as applications come in, it's all on who's qualified for it.
So they'll have I can't think of what that degree is called, but it's for project management?
I'm sure the qualifications, right?
Qualifications on civil service.
Right. And we know civil service rules as well.
All right. Any comments from the audience? Yeah, can you put the amendment?
I'm sorry.
This is for the coastal program manager. All right. So, any comments from the audience? Administration. Mr. Edwards.
Yeah, so you're saying that the way the position is and the qualification, that Crystal meet those qualifications, so then she'll take that position and we'll phrase her position out?
No, sir, it's not a given. She has to qualify for it, and I don't know her qualifications. I've just been told that she may be interested in that position.
But her position will no longer be needed.
I don't think Ms. Buck will, Crystal would do basically both of those positions. I mean, so that's my understanding. She could continue to doing her same duties along with the manager's position as well, so.
But we can't take it out the budget because it's not clear that she would actually get the position.
Right, but once you get to it,
But that would be the intent.
we can come back and on budget her current position. If she does get it, correct?
If
She gets the position.
If she does, then we could come back and talk about that admin assistant. And I can assure you, it's my understanding, she wants more help on the levies than someone in the office. So I think that would probably be something we would be comfortable with, but I don't want to speak for her, but.
All right, so this is on the coastal program manager. Machines are open. Passes 9-0. All right, back to the levy surveyor. Since seems to be the more questionable, more questioned about position. Does anybody have any questions for the administration on this position? I know we had left off waiting. Mr. Jurist.
Yes, don't go nowhere, Rennie. I got a question for you. In this,
That's my question too.
If we could, I'd like to wait for Ms. Buck, so if we can just pull this out and we can come back at a later date when Kimberly's available to explain this and explain her position on this. I think that would be the best, and that way we're not holding up anything here today.
Right, so that amendment has been withdrawn. All right.
Not the admin, the amendment.
The amendment has been
okay.
withdrawn. All right, do we want to continue on manpower or go back to the fire? Hold on, speak into the mic, please. I know you.
We have only a few more
Okay,
left in manpower, so we might as well finish that.
okay. Pick one.
Information technology and network support technician, they're asking to be funded.
Anybody wants to speak on that? Mike.
That is the IT department. It's currently a two-person department. That department handles everything from when you guys come to work and your printer doesn't come on, and they have to leave and come over and find your printer and just turn the switch on, to cybersecurity incidents and everything in between. It's a two-person department, and one of those department heads, Mr. Bob, who we all deal with, Bob Gelty, is slated to retire whenever he wants. He's trying to hang on as long as he can. We're just asking for one more person as the entry level to get trained up with the other guy who's already in that department. And when Mr. Bob does decide to retire, we will talk about filling his position at that time. And that could be tomorrow, it could be 4 years from now. That's where we are with that.
Since you brought it up, the wall, the hackers and stuff like that, are we up to date? We got the newest, because I heard we fall behind on that.
We are protected, but I'm sure, just like anything else, money talks, right? So we could probably have better protection, but we have good protection. We're not at risk because we're lacking on a particular software defense mechanism.
Because I know a few years back, we got hacked and I was
Yeah, that was a severe one. So if you remember just a couple months ago, we had there was a worldwide hack, and we was disrupted for a couple of days, but everything that we use to protect ourselves from it, everything works as should. We didn't have any issues with anything like that.
The other thing is, oh, I'm sorry.
No, but I was just like, again, at that point, we had one guy, Mr. Bob was handling all of that. He worked 24 hours plus on that one day when that first hit. The two positions in that department right now is Mr. Bob, and then it's the same position, the network support tech, which is the entry-level side of it. That's why we're going with an entry-level position, again, just to assist. And it's as simple as when Mr. Bob has to go do something serious, and again, someone's computer's not coming on, someone forgot their password, those things, and this is an everyday occurrence, all day, every day, something to do with IT. When it's only two of them, sometimes we have people, and we're talking about from the court system all the way down to mosquito control, right? Everything in between, the two people that's in this department now run the whole show. And we all know how it is when we have little hiccups here at council meetings and whatnot. It's a big deal. Simplest thing, slow everything down.
Cybersecurity, that's the thing I couldn't get my.
Yeah.
No, I'm old. I can't remember things.
Yeah, and I was just going to say on the hacking issue, we actually have a contract with the state, and we use their information technology folks to make sure that our stuff is good, and they're like tied in with us. And so that's, I think, been a big help as well.
Ms. Edwards.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand this position. I hear Billy saying that it's about Bob leaving, then at the same time I'm hearing training somebody to get Bob position.
No, that's not what I said.
What are you saying?
Mr. Bob could leave tomorrow, or he could stay 4 years. We need to increase at least the entry-level position side of that to put 3 people in that department versus the 2. It just prepares us a little bit better for when he does decide to retire, and we'll have to backfill that position with someone of his qualifications, education, and training. This is an entry-level position we're talking about here.
So even with this entry-level position, if he leaves, we still don't have nobody with his qualifications,
Correct,
right?
correct.
So that's what I'm saying.
But it still gives you 2 people to come turn your printer on when you don't know
I'm not
how.
talking about the people turning their printer on, and I probably use them more than anybody, so I'm clear on that part. I'm still talking about that person, even though they turn on my computer, doesn't have the qualification that Bob had.
Correct.
So why are we bringing somebody, filling a position, somebody who don't have his qualification, instead of putting it open for somebody who have his qualification?
Because we're tying up Mr. Bob's time to go do petty things that an entry-level tech could go do.
And this person could also be trained, it gives, say, 2 to 4 years for him or her to be trained to be able to maybe possibly step up into Mr. Bob's position.
You done?
I'm good, thank you.
Ms. McCarty.
Would this person also learn some telecommunications to help Christian?
So we have a separate department that's telecommunications with another position coming up in that as well.
He's in IT.
Well, he's doing the camera work for us.
Yeah. Telecom is more radio comm than
Well, I mean,
internet IT.
And telecommunications, I meant television production in theory.
Yeah, that, even the entry-level stuff. Mr. Bob's doing it today because Christian had a medical thing he's dealing with in his family. That's the only reason Bob's here doing it today. But that's a prime example. When you only have 2 people in a department, when one's out, it causes weird things to happen.
So if this person will end up doing some of the work that Christian's doing, do we have qualifications set for this?
Yes, it's all civil service related, so it comes with a job description.
Okay. And for everyone's benefit, I want to make it clear that we are not talking about somebody that can handle IT security.
Correct.
Because that's on another level. The people that we have don't do that and shouldn't do that. We should contract that out because they stay on top of it every day. Thank you.
All right. So, I mean, I have a hard time because, again, we're doing budget cuts elsewhere and adding another position. And I know you're saying it's not the same thing, but I almost rather, if we're going to put towards the money to get another position and get somebody that's trained that could take over for Bob, if he chooses to retire, and instead of having two people that doesn't have per se a director over them when Bob does retire. Because, I mean, I'd rather have somebody that, and then at that time, we can fund a entry-level position. But if Bob retires next week and we have two people that aren't trained up, then who's going to be monitoring them?
I get it. So I'm just asking for the consideration. I wouldn't say it's a necessity like an EMT would be, but it's a need. If you want to make the department a little more efficient, it's a need. Whatever
but
you guys want to do, I'm good.
Would it be better to fund somebody that could, because I'm sure there's different certifications that are required for Bob.
Yeah, they're two different positions, two different requirements.
Yeah, so wouldn't it be better to hire somebody, if Bob retires next week, then we're going to be scrambling with two people that don't have any supervision. I'm not saying that they can't handle their job, but
It's a whole lot of ifs, whats, and buts, but whatever you guys want to do, I'm good with.
I yield.
I understand what you're saying, but I can't answer your questions to
Mr. Jursich.
Yes, I think what I'm understanding, Billy, even like today, Mr. Bob's the only one around, but we got offices, down the road and everything too. If something came up, then we'd have nobody to get us up and running down there either. At this point, only having two people, so you're looking at possibly having that third person to be able to.
Entry level, lowest paid position, correct. Because you're right, if something happens, as long as this meeting's going on, no one's getting any help.
Yeah, I get that, and all I was saying, I think it would be good to, if we're going to fill the third position, to get somebody that can train under Bob, and then when Bob does retire, whether it's 2 years, whatever, they're already ready to step up to the game and go. But that's just my opinion. And so, all right, I yield. Does anybody want to make offer this amendment? I need an offer. Offer by Mr. Jursich. Do I have a second? Ms. McCarty seconds. Any comments from the audience? Administration? Table? Machines are open. Passes 6 yeses, 3 noes from Mr. Edwards, myself, and Mr. Newsom. Next item, or next position.
Engineering is asking to basically fund a sign installer position that was deleted in the book. Ma'am?
Well, it's not on the page. She's going to put it up. 31,192.
What page we on?
There's no page, it's amendments. It's on your screen.
Oh, okay.
All right. Sign installer. Anybody wants to talk about that? Oh, yeah, that's Jeff.
Yeah, this is basically the same situation that we just discussed. Understaffed. Our current workflow coordinator in engineering is basically our sign installer. That would free him up, if we had a sign installer, that would free him up to do workflow, and our sign installer focus just on signs, which we have, you all know, missing signs, crooked signs, all over the parish. So it's the same situation. Understaffed. I understand we're also under budget, so it's at y'all discretion whether you fund this or not. It's a needed position, but this is why we're here with the budget meetings.
Mr. LaFrance.
Yes. Would the sign installer, will he make signs?
Yes. Well, the ones that he can make in-house. We do make some of the signs in-house. The ones that we can't make, we use vendors to do so.
What determines if we can make signs or not? What determines that?
Just this is the complexity of the sign, the material. They can do some metal signs and print the vinyl stickers to put on them. If it's a more complex sign, then they'll contract it out. Some of the engraved plastic indoor signs, that sort of thing, they contract some of that out. The seal behind you, things like that. But your road signs, your no parking signs, and that sort of things, a lot of those they can make in-house just by printing the vinyl letters and numbers and sticking it on the aluminum sheeting.
And the signs that goes out in the bayou, we be able to make that also.
Again, it depends on what it is. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So this position was budgeted in 2024. Did we ever fill it, or has this been vacant?
No, we haven't.
So why do we think we're going to
We don't.
fill it all of a sudden?
We don't, but on the strange chance somebody walks in and wants to be a sign installer, it's available.
I get it, but that's a EMT position. I mean, that's where we're at. I mean, I know we refunded it, but I'd rather use that money for something, especially since it's been on the books and hasn't been filled. Mr. Edwards?
No, I'm good with that. I think we need a sign installer, and Mr. LaFrance really answered my question. Would it be responsible making sign? Because I know I had several signs, and it was a problem getting it up. It took extremely long time. When I talked to the person, he said he was the only one doing it. It seemed like he was more of a contract person. So I'm glad that they're doing it, because Mr. Marcos say we got a lot of signs down, and I definitely have about 7, 8 he can put up soon as we hire this.
Oh, I got signs too. Mr. Kognovich?
The salary's less than the insurance.
That's why I'm
All right.
Mr. Newsom?
Yeah, just like Mr. Schultz said, this job has been open for, what, a year now since, like I said, we budgeted in '24. We got nobody to fill it, so, and this, we just brought up $31,190. I just don't see anybody walking through the door for that job, I'll be honest with you.
Anybody wants to offer it?
And that's being
Ms.
paid more than a tractor driver.
Ms. McCarty?
Yeah, the salary does seem high for that, just installing signs. However, is there any possibility that someone can be, or a few people can be cross-trained,
They are.
like from prom or?
That's how we get signs put up right now.
Our workflow coordinator is currently installing signs, so
Well,
they are.
another person or two cross-trained to do it as well, when they don't have something else.
Department
I don't know.
shortages.
I'm just asking.
I believe that would be an individual that you would have to increase the pay so that they can do work here, but this person can't do work there. You follow? I mean,
Okay.
Anybody wants to offer it? Anybody wants to offer it? So anybody wants to offer? Mr. Jurisic offers. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Edwards seconds. Any comments from the audience? Administration? You clear, or you want to talk again? Okay. From the table, machines are open. Passes 7-2 with no votes from myself and Mr. Newsom.
All right, then.
Getting no signs.
I've been getting signs when I request them.
Getting no signs.
No, they just be last on the list, man. Don't do that.
I'm just saying, I mean, it's not, well, no, because we won't fill it because we haven't filled it in a year, so it just takes away from our bottom line. All right, next item.
The next position is in safety, a workflow coordinator position. The annual salary for this one is $40,590.
Administration, y'all want to talk about it?
Similar to the other department we talked about, this is a one-person department who handles everything from drug testing to workers' comp claims, every little single incident that's reported by the public, that's reported by your offices. That one guy handles all of safety and compliance, training, safety stuff for the departments, everything. In my opinion, that one guy is overwhelmed and has been overwhelmed for a long time. Again, is it as important as an EMT? No, it's not, but it's an important role and we need support. Mr. LaFrance knows as well as anyone that safety needs to be of a higher priority maybe in the parish. We need more than just one guy pushing that stuff. He basically sends everything out to departments and departments kind of self-rule themselves. Sometimes it works, sometimes it don't.
Mr. Jersey.
Yes, I can agree with Mr. DeMarco. The one guy we have is Mr. Witchers. Oh, Mr. Witchers, yeah. That's all right. Yeah. Oh, you look like my twin with the shirts.
Just look at the shirt, right?
Anyway, no, it's, I watched this guy run all over, all in and out the office. He's got paperwork stacked up. And doesn't he also take care of the pools at the Y's, if I'm not mistaken?
That's not parish related. That's a secondary thing for him
Okay.
personally.
I didn't know if he.
No, that's not through the parish.
Okay, I didn't know if that was through the parish, since it's a parish pool, so. Yeah, that's it. No, but I do see him running all over. I mean, he's holes in the road, safety, like you said, he's got to go out and he's got to do his, meet with people all the time and try to help them through
Incident
situations.
reports, accident reports, all the drug, everything to do with everything that we deal with. He's the one guy.
So, hold on, I wanted to get to my page. Anybody else? Mr. Edwards, I'll let you go first.
So we're adding another person with this person?
Correct.
Okay.
To make it a two-person department.
Well, I thought it was under solid waste department where it was under. So how would there be a two-person if they're under solid waste?
Safety is a branch of solid waste through funding, basically, but solid waste doesn't do anything to do with the safety issue of it. Safety is just the safety side of things. Safety and compliance and training is the three things they focus on,
But it comes under solid waste.
technically.
That's what I'm saying. So it's a department under solid waste. Okay. I'm sure.
Are you done? Okay. My question is, I can't find it right now, but it seems like how much, since you mentioned drug testing, how often do we do the random drug testing? Because a dollar amount for drug testing is way high. And I'm just kind of curious, how often does he do a random test on people?
Selections that come from the third-party company come quarterly. Sometimes it's 5, sometimes it's 25. So that's a very flexible thing. It's random. So
Okay.
And per quarter, it could be any number of people in the first week, second week, third week. We try to spread that out, just again, for efficiency of the department. If you got several tractor operators, we don't want all those tractor operators going at the same time. So we get the notification, who the names are, the department heads do, and we can select and say, okay, look, we're going to send 2 on Wednesday, 2 on Friday, 2 the following Tuesday. We schedule that part of it with the names and numbers. They just come out as a number at the beginning of the quarter.
Mr. Skognovich?
That's out of solid waste south or north?
It's its own separate department. You have safety, solid waste, north and south. It's all part of that fund. It's 3 departments.
All right.
And that came to be years ago when they were doing layoffs and whatever, and they had to kind of reconsolidate how departments were going to look. That's the only
So
reason.
is this coming from the general fund or solid waste tax?
Solid waste.
Okay, it just said, oh, okay. 005, okay. It's hard to see on our screen, or at least on mine. Mine's tiny because I got extra stuff. Okay. Anybody wants to offer it? Offered by Mr. Jursich. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. LaFrance. Any comments from the audience? Administration? Table? Machines are open. Passes 9-0. Next item. Do we have the telecom still, or?
Yeah, telecom. In telecom, they are requesting a electronic technician 2 position, and its annual salary is $51,870.
Administration, you want to talk about?
This is the same similar situation as IT. This is a 3-person department. They have an administrative person in the office that handles all the billing and stuff, that runs through all cellular and all the other weird things that they have to pay for on a monthly basis. They control all of the radio communications, local parish stuff, sheriff's office, EMS, state police, Fed, any radio system that runs through in our parish, They control that. The towers, all the radio towers in the parish, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. When there's a glitch in any of those systems, it sends an alert to us. Somebody has to go investigate that alert. Sometimes it's just temperature in the room, and they may have to leave and run down to Beerus to go open the door and see what happened, what breaker tripped, anything to do with that. It's just adding one person at an entry-level position to help support the two people because of the demand on that job.
Mr. George?
Yes, once again, Billy, I know what you're talking about there, because sometimes they have to run down, and that tower in Port Sulphur, sometimes it's.
That's parish-wide again, just
Yep,
like I.
parish-wide. In that department too, I know we got some people have been there a long time, possibly looking to maybe retire pretty soon as well. So, it's, that's what we need to look into. We don't want to be down to one person if that time comes.
Manpower has gotten smaller in every department parish-wide, where population has grown. Every task we do in the parish has grown. Manpower is the only thing has shrunk. And sometimes our budgets.
What else?
Again, Miss, I can't think, I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank on your name. But again, what are the qualifications for this position as written?
That's another
Rochelle.
classified position, but I mean, I don't,
Say again?
electronic tech. We can send it to you. Well, if you'd
Okay.
asked me ahead of time, I'd have
Well,
brought
I'm
it
just
for you.
looking at the salary, I'm just wanting to make sure that for the 89,610, that this person actually has some training and qualifications. Oh, well, 51. Okay, but I'm looking at, it includes,
That's probably including benefits.
yeah, including benefits,
Like, it's the same as the other position, so requirements are going to be the same. Could someone else in-house apply for it? Sure, if they meet the requirements, but most likely this will be someone off the street coming in for this one.
Okay, so since this is technology related and technology changes over, it used to be every 15 months. I don't know what it is now. Probably around 9 months. Morel or Moray's Law, something like that. Let's look at upgrading the qualifications for the person as well. I would appreciate that.
Sure.
Just taking a look at that.
Remember, we're kind of handcuffed by what the civil service regulations and qualifications are. If the civil service qualifications are written for that position now, we can go back and visit with civil service and seek or request to change it, but we can't change things on a whim, because then it affects current employees as well as the future employees. So we got to be careful. Correct me if I'm wrong. So,
Okay, I just want to be mindful that the technology is changing.
sure, and we get it, and they do refresher training and upgrade training and all that. That's-
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Mr. Edwards.
Yeah, if the parish administration thought about combining those two departments and making them one, there would be a problem combining telecom and what's the other one?
IT. I think at one time in the past, it was one department. Now, why or how it got divided, I don't know. Probably for the same reason as we talk about manpower shortages and just in the past when they did layoffs, but
Seems like because they do some of the similar things, what they're doing is similar. And if we would combine the department, then because I know in any given day, everybody in the department not working 8 hours nonstop around these communication issues. So if you had this one department, then you would have more bodies to be able to do things. I know there'd be some job description things that need to be changed, but I think that they probably could fit in, and we wouldn't have to worry about if some person resigned. So I hope that's something that we'll go back
look
to.
at that
If it was
going
like that before, how did we go back and make it one department? Because I thought so it was one department too at one point. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right. Anybody wants to offer? Anybody wants to offer? Offer by Mr. Jurisic. Do I have a second? Do I have a second? Do I?
I'll second with wanting that person to.
You can't change.
I know, but I'm just,
So do you second or not?
yes. It's very hesitant, but yeah.
You don't have to. You're seconding?
Yeah.
Okay, I have an offer by Mr. Jurisic.
You can't talk her out of it.
Second by Ms. McCarty. Any comments from the audience?
I should have mentioned.
Administration, Mr. Newsom.
Yeah, just, budgeting in this position, and I know with the high cost of insurance, this is budgeted at a family rate of insurance, right? Okay, so it might come down a little bit because I'm looking at the current, so just for everyone's FYI, it is budgeted at the highest rate of insurance, so for a family.
Any other comments? Looks like Kim's ready to get moving. Machines are open. What? Oh, Miss Lambert, come up to the mic, please.
Can you clear me out?
It won't close until
Just for Ms. McCarty, Rochelle Lambert, Civil Service Director, the requirements are a technical college diploma in computer technology, computer networking, or related field, supplemented by 4 to 5 years of responsible experience in communication technology.
And does it have any upgraded certifications required?
No certifications requirement.
Okay.
That would be something probably in their department. Once they are on board, they can offer those trainings.
Okay.
And that's what they do now, Ms. Paddock, because you don't know what's going to be upgraded, what system changes, so you don't know to prepare for it until you know it's coming up.
Right, and everything's changing so fast. Every time I go to a convention, it has changed,
Yeah, so your job descriptions are just your basics to get someone in the door. Once they're on board, that's in the department where the trainings began.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Everybody good with machines back open? Machines are open. Mr. Jurisic? Passes 7 yeas, 2 nays from Mr. Edwards and Mr. LaFrance.
All right, the last manpower amendment I have is the Director of Projects.
Yep.
The first one we are voting on is to move it out of the engineering department.
Wait, move it, what do you mean, out of the engineer?
Well, they wanted it in the Director of Public Service Department, so
Well, I think the first question is, do we,
do you want it? Do you
Do we
want to vote
want
on
it or
the other
not?
one first?
yeah, let's do that one first because then
Okay.
we can, the second one is just a clerical issue. All right, so we're back to where we were this morning.
Where we start with, are we starting over?
Yeah. Any questions or comments from administration from moving on from this morning? Well, Director of Projects. All right, do we want, this amendment is to Mr. Jurisic. You have the floor.
Rennie, you give an
Hold on, something happened. You got the floor.
Okay, I'm back on now.
Yeah.
Did you give an explanation about why this project, why you, this morning, I did hear you talk a little bit about why you thought this was important? If you want to reiterate it since it's been.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I think number one, engineering department's been slashed a lot, so they don't have the personnel they used to have to go out in the field and do what needs to be done. We've already known with Wood Park and with the Empire Boat Harbor, we had some issues about inspections and kind of being on top of that. So we know we already have some issues with keeping up with all these capital projects. Second thing, I believe half of it, I can't promise you the exact percentage, but half of it will be funded by FEMA. And I just remember what it was like, and I don't know, maybe finance can chime in too, when we had Mr. Surpass here, where we had somebody on top of all this stuff. It really makes a difference, where Jonah hopefully can be in the field, stay on top of these contractors, and, we could have more sources there. And then, as Ms. Patty said, you guys want a quick spreadsheet on everything going on or to your district, then we could produce that hopefully fairly quickly for y'all. So I think for all those reasons, it's something we desperately needed. And I just want to make sure everyone, we're not piggybacking off The port. I had been saying I think we need this position, and I think we're proposing 25,000 less than what the port has for their director. So anyway, for all those reasons, that's why the administration requested it.
Mr. Edwards.
Yeah, again, we're saying this about engineers. Seem like, to me, we should be doing a lot more with staff and engineer, or whether the engineer doing a lot of contractor people. I get confused with how we're using contract people as opposed than staff. And the ports still have their own budget. You know, as I told people all the time, some of them work for a law firm, can pay a little money. The port is a law firm that can pay big money, so we can't compare the two. But I'm really wondering, because I heard Peter Road came up early, and I know the port is doing some stuff on it. I just get confused, but every time we come down the engineer, it looks like it don't have this, it don't have this, it don't have this, and why it's lacking. So I'm really against this position.
Mr. Jurcic.
Yes, well, to get back what Rennie talked about, Mr. Bill Surpass, I remember when he did work for the parish, he was very efficient at what he did. I mean, he was really good. I heard nothing but great things about him being in that position, and it's been since then we haven't had one.
No, sir. We haven't had one for quite a while. Of course, we had tons of layoffs and stuff during the Cormier administration, and even the first year of Kirk's term. So, but it's an asset that we miss at the administration level.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I remember when he was at that level, he was very highly rated at that level.
Ms. McCarty.
95,000 plus benefits, 138, 110. Have we compared the cost of getting a contractor, an outside contractor, to do this, or is it so busy that we need this inside?
Yeah, it was over 150 an hour. So we used one temporarily for saltwater intrusion. So if I did $150 an hour times 280 hours, that's $312,000. So if I contracted this service out full time, it would be $312,000.
They would be working full time. I mean, we keep this person that busy.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the intention would be that. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So the amendment on the table is to remove from the budget the director of projects. Does anybody offer that?
Not to remove.
No, this is the.
No, it's in the budget. We're removing it.
No, this is to create and fund one in, you said you wanted to do public service.
do that first, in public service.
No, I meant do we want the position, period?
That's where I was at.
The motion is to put it in the Director of Public Service, and then the second one, you would just withdraw, right? You would put it in to withdraw it. Yeah.
To remove it
For legal purposes, if you are going to fund it, it needs to go under the Director of Public Service.
If we're not going to fund, if we're going to remove it from the budget, let's vote on that one, because if it gets removed, then we don't need to vote on
But
the
I thought
second
you.
one.
You could do that either way.
Yeah, you got to do it either way.
Okay, so this is to move it to Director of Public Service. Correct? That's what we're doing right now? And it's already in the budget, we're just moving it to Director of Public Service. All right, do anybody motion for that, or offer for that? Offer by Ms. McCarty, do I have a second? Second by Mr. Jurcic. Any comments from the audience? Administration? Table? Machines are open. Yes. Passes 6-3 with no votes from Edwards, LaFrance, and Cognovich. That's just to move it. Now, the motion to defund the position, correct? What?
But this is,
That was to make it and fund it.
No, it's already in the budget.
it's in the budget, you're moving it. But if you didn't want it to be funded or existed.
That's why I've been asking. That's why
You should have voted no.
you said we had to move it one way or another.
No, you need to eliminate.
All right,
from-
I
do a
asked for a reconsideration since I'm on the proceeding side. So I asked for a reconsideration. Do I have a second? second by Mr. Champagne. Let's be clear on what we're doing. If we want to remove it altogether, do we vote?
You vote no.
Okay, because I thought we had to do the first thing first. Okay. So this is to move it, which keeps the funding in there. This amendment funds the position, but under Director of, so yes vote funds the position, but under Director of Public Service. A no vote unfunds the position?
Well, essentially, yes.
And the money's already in the budget?
If
I'm confused because it's in the budget, all right. How do we
But
take it
it's
out
in
of the budget?
It's in a different department, and so it's in our budget. So you have to you have to do an amendment removing it out of engineering. So that would be a vote yes, because you're moving it out of engineering.
That's the one I thought we were.
And then the one she's proposing is to put it under the Director of Public Service. So if you want the
We have to do
position,
2 votes no matter what.
if you want the position, you're going to vote yes on both. If you don't want the position, you're going to vote no on both.
No.
Right?
No, the second one will vote yes because we're unfunding it.
We're unfunding it.
If you didn't want it altogether.
Right.
Okay. So let's.
Don't we need to vote on reconsideration?
Oh, yeah, good point. We have an offer by myself, second by Mr. Champagne. Any comment from the audience? Administration, table, this is for reconsideration. Passes 7-2. All right. I want to vote
To take it out.
to take it out of engineering.
You're going to vote no.
If it's already engineering and we vote to take it out, then that's a yes vote.
No, you want to take it out the budget completely. So we're on public service. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
So you're going to
Okay.
vote no.
Okay, so this is to vote to keep it in the budget, but under public service. A yes vote keeps it in public service, keeps it in the budget. A no vote keeps it in engineering,
Right. And then
but
you're
keeps the
gonna vote-
funding technically still. So,
You'll vote on.
does everybody understand?
What were we trying to do initially?
It's
Right now, it's
it's easy.
voted to take it out.
It's easier to do the engineering one first
That's why I
because.
wanted to do that. That's why
Okay,
I
let's
thought we
do
were
engineering first. Let's.
On that one.
I said I wanted to vote to take it out because if that one passes, then we don't need the second one.
Yeah, because no matter what, it needs to come out of engineering.
You gotta realize I can't read on my screen because I have the different things on my screen, so it's small print.
No matter what, it's got to come out of engineering.
Okay.
So
I want to offer the one that takes it out of the budget completely, takes it out of engineering.
Right.
I offer that. Ask for a second. Second by Ms. McCarty. I'm going to get there. Any comments from public, from administration? All right. A yes vote takes it completely out of the budget, takes it out of engineering, takes it completely out, unfunds the position. A no vote keeps it budgeted, but keeps it in engineering, and then we'll have to move to the second vote at that point. Does everybody understand what we're voting on? Yes vote to unfund, no vote, keep it funded. Machines are open.
You seconded and all that.
Did we want to wait for it?
Who offered? This is going to be 22 now.
I didn't even realize he stepped away.
Who is it?
Well, I don't have them. Go. I mean. What? 4 and 4, so it
I'm sorry.
needs a revote.
Reconsideration.
I end up, my vote went to,
You need a verbal change?
yeah. I need a verbal change.
But you can't have it.
No, I made a mistake. I was a no vote.
Verbally change his vote.
Oh, my God.
It failed. So it failed.
He wants to change his vote.
You gotta get another reconsideration.
So you want to keep the position funded?
I'm a no vote.
I thought you didn't you didn't agree with this position.
I did, but that's what I'm saying, my no vote prevented from,
No, here, this is a yes vote. Well, unfunded.
oh, okay then.
Oh, my God.
Look, it didn't change your vote.
Kim, I mean.
Motion to
hold on one second.
reconsider.
Motion to reconsider by Ms. Edwards. I will, Mr.
Second.
Conover.
No, I'm good. I don't,
Second.
you don't have to
Well,
reconsider.
we need to break the tie.
We second.
I second.
Vote for reconsideration.
It failed. It fails. You gotta have 5.
Why were you saying it came in a tie?
It failed. The motion failed. It needed 5 votes. It failed.
So it has to stay in the engineering department?
I mean, reconsider, just working on trying to get a vote.
Why don't we,
Yeah.
why don't we move on the next one? And let's make it simple. If you want the position, and I'm saying for legal purposes, if you want the position, it needs to be under the Director of Public Service, vote yes. Okay? Now, it'll be in 2 points in the budget, and then we'll turn around, and we'll do an amendment, and we'll pull it out. So that's, to simplify this thing, let's do that. So let's vote to put it under the Director of Public Service. If you're for the position, you're going to vote yes. If you're against the position, you're going to vote no.
Let's put that in. The next one.
Y'all miss me, huh?
All right. To be clear, Rennie, say one more time what we're voting on.
If you want the position, which legally I'm telling you it needs to be under the Director of Public Service, you're voting yes. If you don't want the position, vote no.
Does anybody offer that? Offer by Mr. Jursich. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Champagne. Any comments from the audience? Administration. Table. Machines are open.
Changed my mind 3 times.
It fails 5-4 with no votes from Edwards, myself, Newsom, LaFrance, and Cognovich. All right, so now we have to go back to the other one that we just voted on to completely remove it from engineering, correct?
Is that a whole nother amendment?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to have to be.
Like another number and everything, yeah, okay.
So if we didn't move it,
Now we have to vote to remove it officially.
then if we don't remove it,
And then we're into another problem. All right. I ask for a second. Second by Ms. Edwards. To be clear now again, yes vote, no, wait. A yes vote will remove the position. A no vote keeps the position there. Does everybody understand that? Any comments from the audience? Administration. Table. Again, yes vote removes it. No votes keeps it there. Machines are open. Ms. LaFrance.
it's confusing.
Yep.
It's still under, right now, it's still under engineering. So if we want to remove it from the budget, because it's already budgeted per the proposed budget, a yes vote, this one removes the position. We do not want the position. A no vote keeps it under engineering. We want to keep the position. And if it has 5 no's, then we have to go back to the one that we just voted on again. So do you want the position or not?
What's your recommendation, Mr. President?
I mean, we're looking for the position.
All right. So yes vote? No,
No, if you want the position, it's a no vote.
Go ahead. That's the only time I'm gonna ask you that.
We're going to be right back to where we're at.
Hey.
Yeah, click in.
Don't say that.
Now we got to go, guys.
It stays in
We're
the
going
budget.
back and forth.
No, it keeps it.
Yes, but under engineering, he's saying legally.
Now we got to go to the other one.
Yes, because legally it has to be under Director of Public Service. Guys,
Why does it have to be under public?
I don't know. That's illegal because of unclassified versus classified rules, basically.
Yeah. It's an unclassified position. The civil service rules determine where unclassified positions can go, and each director is allowed a deputy. And so for legal purposes, we have to put an unclassified position under a director.
All right. So, do I have an offer to move it to public service? Offer by Mr. Jursich. Do I have a second? Second by Ms. McCarty. Again, to be clear, now it's reversed again. A yes vote keeps the position budgeted, but moves it to public service. A no vote says you do not want the position. Does that make sense to everybody? Any comments from the audience? Administration.
Say that one more time for me.
A yes vote keeps the position budgeted, but under Public Service Director, Mr. DeMarco. A no vote says basically you do not want the position. If there's enough no's, then we're back to where we were. Machines are open. Y'all are trying to give me a heart attack in my last month. Mr. Edwards. They have to move it legally.
I'll mess it up.
And it passes 5-4, no votes from Edwards, myself, Newsom, and Cognovich. The position is funded for 2025 under the Public Service Director. No more reconsiderations, please.
Oh, I think we should. No.
Consideration, please.
Are we done with manpower? All right, let's go back to, because that's going to set the tone for the rest of the meeting, where we go from here. Let's go back to this transfer.
Transfer money.
Okay, while they're doing that.
All right, we're losing half the people. We're going back to the transfer from fire to general for the water booster station. All right, we can't lose any more people. Oh, okay. What? No. Huh?
Right.
Yeah. What? No, they're not going home. They just went to the
Right, so that's why we had to vote on it again.
Walking out.
I'm going.
It passed.
So-
Then we went to this one, and then
Where we're at now, I don't want to repeat myself.
it's out the budget. Now, what the number is of it, I don't know. I'm thinking it's 22.
Take a 5-minute recess.
5-minute recess, 3:29 p.m. Returning from recess at 3:36 p.m. All right, so let's go back to the transfer.
All right, that would be number 2. It was deferred.
Okay, so this is moving the transfer of 1.4 million, 1.395 million from, it's currently being funded by firefighting fund, but this will move it back to the general fund. Everybody understands what we're talking about right now?
No. I'll wait for Rennie to come back now.
He was right here.
Did you put it up?
Okay. Right now, while we wait for any recap, Port Sulphur Water Booster Station was appropriated money in the past for $395 million from the general fund. In the proposed budget, they remove it from the general fund, and the funding source is now coming from the firefighting fund. I'm going to have an amendment to put it back to the general fund and not the firefighting fund.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I don't know if it makes sense, but I understand it.
Okay. I really need to wait for Rennie. All right. Well, we'll start with, I'll offer, ask for a second. Second by Ms. McCarty. Any comments from the audience on what we're voting on? You want to speak, Mr. Butcher, I'm assuming? Since you're here.
You came all the way over here, you might as well speak.
After you watch what we just did.
I hope it don't go against you.
All right, thank y'all and good afternoon. My concern is we're moving $1.4 million from the fire department fund to pay for this booster station or this water treatment, right? It's not been done in the past, so my question is why now? If it was already allocated from the general fund, why are we moving it from fire to pay for it now? What has changed? The primary responsibility of that is not for the fire department to use it for fire protection. It's provide clean water, safe drinking water for the community. So why is fire paying for it? And that's my question. My next thing is, Mr. Schultz has done some homework and has some legal opinions. And the way our tax states, it must be used for certain things, such as station salaries, equipment, things like that. I just want everybody to make sure that it is legal if we transfer this money. And I think that's what happened this morning, why we deferred it for Rennie to get here, because from my understanding, there's a couple legal opinions saying that other departments and other places have sat there and said, received opinions, hey, can we use this money from this department to fund this or borrow it? And the Attorney General said no. Is that correct what you have?
Yes. I mean, it's not, one's a police department, I think two are police departments, and one is, I mean, it's similar wording though of it. So actually all three are law enforcement, but yes, basically. Again, I'm not a lawyer, but I would have, I mean, I think it would raise at least questions.
And that's mainly why I'm here. I just want to make sure we're doing something legal so none of us get in trouble. And then that's just the main thing, you know? I mean, if we have Attorney General's opinions, I know I'm not an attorney, but
Did the money come from somewhere?
that's what it's all about.
Other than general fund, do we have?
All right, anybody has any comments or questions for Mr. Butcher? What? Mr. Jursich?
Yes, every time you've come to us, we've pretty much given you what you asked for. Now we want to take a little bit from you. You're worried about that. I'm good either way. I just, just general fund is.
My concern is we just make sure that it's legal. And when does it stop? Next time there's a pothole or a tree cut. I mean, when does it stop? Because there's been multiple times people try to put their hands in a pot. So when does it stop?
Right.
And
water,
we need to
like I
make
said,
sure it's legal.
You need water to get through that hose too. So you're a big user of our water as well. But we appreciate you
understand.
too, because when you're using it, you're trying to help somebody out. Thank you.
And we appreciate y'all, you know.
Ms. Cognovich?
I know a few years back, put ambulance in it and was told to take it out, but I've never seen a Attorney General opinion if we could have left ambulance in it or not. And just to say the Attorney General made a decision on a police station using some or other things, as everybody knows, if I got 9 lawyers sitting right here, I got 9 different opinions. And I might play an attorney on TV, but I'm not one. But, who's to say we can't until we get it in writing from the Attorney General?
I'm not, but if we need to go get it in writing, I'm not opposed to getting it in writing, but to do this based on.
Well, then we got to go by Mr. Burris because he's our attorney and we got to listen to what he's telling us.
But the difference
Then we could
is-
go for the Attorney General.
The difference is on EMS is we did the Attorney General's opinion first, and then moved it. Now we're trying to move it and then, we can go get it later, but I think we're saying, in just my opinion, setting bad precedent because, like I said earlier, what's to change from certain roads? We drive on the road, so.
There was never an Attorney General opinion on the ambulance. I never seen it in writing that you couldn't use it
Yeah, it's here.
for Plaquemines Parish.
Uh-huh. I got this one too, for EMS, but also, be clear, it says to desire to abolish the EMS department and transfer its emergency service operation and duties to the fire department. We never technically abolished EMS. We just kind of did a half merger type deal and never really.
That was because the administration at the
That
time
was, exactly, that was a different administration. I wasn't on the council
He's in
then.
charge, and that's it. They never did that. And that's why we had the problems. They not going to listen to him. He can't tell me what to do.
Correct. Ms. McCarty?
I don't have your budget in front of me, and this question is not going to, I don't have it open. This question is not going to say one way or another how your budget should be used, but I would like, from your opinion, your view on your expenses. Do you have anything to spare? I mean, tell us your predicament.
Fire's doing, over the last 2 years, really well. We've been working with almost a deficit for a long time. We have deplorable stations. We have equipment that's broke down. My gear, personally, I was fighting fires. That gear was expired by 4 years, along with a number of my personnel. Due to this administration, due to y'all, the council's support, we were able to start replacing some of these things. We do have some fire trucks coming. We are working on fire stations. We haven't been able to maintain them because we haven't had the money. When EMS was thrown underneath us in 2016, I believe it was, we went broke. Money we had in our undesignated, unreserved general fund, we pretty much lost it all to fund them. In 2021, what caused us to come back to the council to sit there and say, please take EMS away from us, the parish was defunding and laying off 18 firemen, a third of my department. But they were going to keep EMS. So that's when they came back and they said, hey, we got to take away EMS because it's not working. So what we're doing with our funds now, we're buying the equipment that the department needs and the public deserves. We're fixing everything that we possibly can do. We're going to make the station safe for our employees. We have a couple new trucks coming. I do have a ladder truck in the budget for next year. And we're just trying to catch up from everything that hasn't been done in the past.
So the funds that you have are allocated toward future or current projects?
Yeah, we do have some money set aside. We're working on the Woodlawn Station. Mr. Edwards, we've been working with that. We met about 2 weeks ago and went through that. The next one, moving on to Bell Chase, number 2 on Engineers Road. Yep. At the same time, we're working on multiple projects that we have going on throughout the parish. Port Sulphur needs some major AC work. It needs major renovations. Every time it rains, it leaks in the building. It floods the building. So we're working on all of these things. Buras needs some AC work. Venice needs waterproofing. Myrtle Grove needs waterproofing. So, I mean, there's a list of things that we're trying to get accomplished with this money.
Will you do that this year, this coming year?
We're working on it. A lot of it is that contractors, and it's just so much for myself to do. So we're trying to get a consultant in to help us with this project because.
And that slowed you down?
Yes. I mean, a lot of it is getting contractors. They'll come in and they say they'll show up and they don't for 3 weeks. When they do show up, we ask them for prices. They never return them. If they do give you the price, it's the one that I'm not going to pay. And
same problem with my house.
Right. So it's a long list of items that we're trying to get accomplished and fixed. And
So I just wanted to make sure that people weren't seeing that there's money there that you don't have allocated toward a project. And there are reasons why it has not been spent toward that project. That's what I'm.
Right. Yes. Okay. Yes, ma'am. We can use it all. I can spend it all in the next 6 months.
No, don't do that.
I won't. But I mean, seriously, we have that many projects to do.
Mr. Newsom.
Yes. Still, this is not for you, Mr. Butcher. You can. So I'm still, we allocate. It's almost $1.4 million, and I don't know if we can take it because, again, I don't. And somebody might have a scope of work what's going on there for that much money. I don't. Only thing I spoke about, same thing I spoke this morning. I'll bring it up again. I know of a clear well that needs to be replaced. Somewhere in the $500,000 range. Other than that, what is the other scope of work that we're going to spend another $800,000 on or $900,000 on? And that's my biggest hang up with the funds. With that, I yield. Thank you.
Mr. Champagne.
I think my question was answered by the question Councilman McCarty had regarding you being able to spend your funds. And I know you've been hurting for quite a while to get fire up to standard. And, since you have that money dedicated, I'd be remiss if I decided to try to take it from you. So keep up the good work. I yield.
Mr. Edwards.
Yes. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm good.
Mr. Cognich.
How much do you have in surplus?
Right now, I'd have to get a final account. I would say probably about 14 or 15 million if I had to ask, if I had to guess.
I know with the reserve, I think with your surplus, it's probably 25 million or a little over 20
Yeah,
million.
that's more than, but we do have some allocated for special projects. So if we add all that in there, yes.
And if your gear was so bad that they was expired for 4 years, why are we buying new pickup trucks instead of those new gears?
Everybody has new gear ordered already. And the pickup trucks, everybody has new PPE. It's either they have it or it's been ordered already, waiting for it to come in. The pickup trucks, what happened with those is that's used for our captains to respond to and from emergency calls. It's for them to go to stations. pick up materials, pick up parts, work on trucks, work on stations, bring materials there, go check on the employees, bring them anything that they have. It's not just to deliver, I think y'all said paper towels. That's,
And they take that home with them?
no, sir, they do not take that home with them.
And we didn't have trucks before?
Yes, sir, we did. We had some trucks. One of them was with 200,000 miles. We had some money. We were able to purchase it. We gave our older vehicles to the parish. EMS has one. Prom has a second one. The one that has 200-something thousand miles, they took it. So we had the money, and so we bought new ones and gave them the other ones.
I'll make it sound like a curse, 200,000 miles, but I got a truck with over 200,000 miles. If you take care of it, it runs.
Well, actually, the truck's in fairly decent shape, but the way that we drive it, it's we drive them a little bit faster, and
Drive mine a little fast too, but
but it does have some miles on it. It's a little beat up, and we keep them for a long time. So
that's because I've seen at a gas station a parish truck guy left it running, went inside, was talking. I filled up my truck, and I turned it off. He said, "Why you turn the truck off?" I said, "You're burning gas." Well, that's a parish vehicle. Because nobody worries about it as a parish vehicle. Let them pay for the gas.
Well, if it's one of my employees, we
Just
can talk.
just like the same thing with the mileage. If you take care of a vehicle, it'll last a while. I'm good.
All right. I'm going to offer the amendment.
Can I say one last thing?
Yes.
Okay. And just clarify, there was some things said that weren't exactly accurate earlier about the fire ratings. Prior to the tax being passed, paid firemen, we did improve ratings, okay? Class 10 is the worst that you can have. Prior to the paid firemen coming in, Point Lahash was a 10, now they're 5. Belle Chase was a 6, now they're 4. Port Sulphur was a 7, now they're 5. Buras was a 10, now they're 4. Bouville Venice, 7, now is 6. Lake Hermitage, 10, now they're 4. Woodlawn, a 7, now we're 5.
But my insurance never went down. That was what was the deal. Oh, you're going to get cheaper insurance.
Well, the fire side probably went down, but just with everything else, wind and hail went up so much, you probably didn't notice it.
My fire.
But I can tell you the fire ratings have improved.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm going to offer to move the money, or did y'all want to respond on the legality, or are you good? Okay. I'll offer, ask for a second by Mr. Edwards. What this does is move it back to the general fund. So a yes vote will have the general fund pay for the Port Sulphur. And again, the project's not going away. The general fund will pay for the Port Sulphur water treatment plant. A no vote will have the fire fund pay for it. Does everybody understand that? Yes vote will have the general fund. No vote, fire fund. Everybody understands that? Any comments from the audience? Administration, table, machines are open. Yes vote has the general fund. What?
I thought you were forward. He really does want you to say it again.
Passes 8-1 with a no vote from Ms. LaFrance. All right, how you want to handle the next round of amendments for operating?
There or a few more capital, do you want to?
Yes, let's go back to the capital. Oh, yeah, because we left off there. Yep.
And I just want to say, I would never advise a parish president to do something that I thought was illegal. So I would just want to make that point.
What was illegal?
I would say I had attorney. I wasn't accusing, but I think it was a stretch, and I think we should, if we were going to do it, we needed to get attorney general opinion first. That's what I was not trying to imply it was illegal. I thought it was.
And I didn't mean that for Chris. I just meant that in general. I want the council and everybody to know that I would never advise a parish president to do something that was convenient or expedient, but which I thought was illegal. I don't operate like that, and I just want everybody to know that. And you can disagree whether it's good for public policy or bad or whatever. On the legalities, though, I would have never authorized that or told him he could move forward.
All right, let's go back to capital improvements. Ms. Morrell.
This is the other project where the funding was switched from
The
general
125?
fund to fire.
I'm not doing that one.
Okay, we're not doing this one.
That one, I can see how fire can pay for that one because that's improving pressure and all that. It's a study. I'm not doing that one.
Let me move it out the way.
What?
Just doing my little thing down here.
Oh, yeah, so you're talking about the 125, right? Yeah, I'm not, that one I can see. Yeah, so there was another one for 125 for, same thing, it was in general, then it got moved to fire. This is the water, basically water master plan and what needs to be done throughout the water system, throughout the parish. And again, should it be fire? Maybe, maybe not, but that one I can see because again, low pressure in certain areas, that is a fire department issue. So it was one of those things that I think the 125, I wasn't going to push that one also. So that's why I'm withdrawing that amendment, but it was the same concept.
This one is to decrease the funding of the renovations EOC building by 1.6 million, leaving a balance of 500,000 in that project.
All right, I'll ask for a second, I'll go over what this is. Second by Mr. Newsom. So we put the sale of the Popich building into this EOC project. We obviously are in a budget shortfall right now. So we're taking some of the money out to cover for expenses. My intention is when we get either payment from FEMA for the DNR loan or rollover funds, whichever comes first, to put the money back into the EOC project at that time. So it's basically a temporary fix, but we need money. So that's what this is. Any comment from the audience? Administration? Table? Mr. Champagne?
Yeah, I want to make sure that's clearly understood because we all know we need an EOC. We know that we need to get the EOC out of the Porch building, and we need to upgrade what we have now. And I know the parish president's working hard on doing that. And I want to make sure that we don't lose sight of this, that it's not a convenient move now, and then we when a couple of months down the road we get the money, we have another reason not to move it back. I want to ensure that it goes back into the EOC fund. I just want to be on the record for that. I yield.
Ms. McCarty?
I also want to mention that I know that we need funds for EOC right now, and that doesn't dismiss, what I'm going to say doesn't dismiss the immediate need for EOC funds. But the grant that we worked on last year, FEMA is open to helping us build an EOC building. So that may be something that would come in a year or two. But I'm saying that we need the funds. I know we need funds now.
And also, to be clear, we are leaving some money in there for current work going on and possible matching funds. So it's not completely draining this dry, but it's just, we want both, we need to fund the budget, the government, but at the same time, keep that project moving forward. So I think we left, 500,000, I think, in there? So, so that is what we're doing. Any other comments from the audience or table? Machines are open. Yes vote moves it to the general fund. No vote keeps it allocated to EOC.
So I say that last part again?
Yes vote moves it to the general fund, and we'll move it back later with all, or the intention is move it back later. No vote keeps it in the EOC for the time being.
I'll keep it in the EOC so if they want to renovate the building.
Correct, but a yes vote gives us the money to use now to balance the budget. Does that make sense? Right now, we don't have enough money to balance the budget.
Okay.
And so a yes vote is to use this money for the time being until we get rollover funds, and then we'll move the money back into EOC.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
All right, machines are open. Passes 9-0. Any other capital?
The two that Ms. McCarty asked for.
And this just puts it in 2026, but no
Right,
funding
where it's in
source.
2026.
Yes.
Yes. Do you offer Ms. McCarty? Offer by Ms. McCarty. Do I have a second?
Do y'all gonna do them both at the same time?
Can we?
This is Highway 406, the money that's.
Kim, can we do both, add them both at the same time? Or do they have to be separate?
The
Yeah,
budget for
both at the same time.
Covert Street and Epsilon
Epsilon's
Street
first.
for drainage. It's all drainage projects.
Hold on. I need a second before we get on to the discussion.
Second.
Second by Mr. Cognich. Any comments from the audience? Administration? Table. Ms. McCarty. So basically, this just adds it back to the capital improvements plans to keep us aware of it. It does not have a dedicated funding source or anything, so it's just basically on paper for right now. And then we can work on funding for 2026 or sooner if we find money. Any questions from the table? Machines are open. Passes 9-0. Any other?
That's all capital
All
improvement.
right, let's go to operating.
I will let y'all know that the bond payment for this year will be $10,620,000. That's in the long-term debt section.
Okay.
That's what's due in '25.
Okay.
Where do y'all want to go in expenditures?
I guess, let's see, I'd say we have a whole bunch of amendments, which we can get to when we go time, but does anybody have any questions on operating that they want to go ask directly? I know we had pre-budget meetings with the administration. I asked most of mine and got answers. I know some could not do it, so this is your chance to ask questions on anything. Ms. McCarty.
I forgot to ask about a slight decrease in funding. This is what I perceived, a slight decrease in funding for the pump stations, number 1 and 2, which pump out all of districts 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and some of 8. I'm trying to find flood control, I guess.
The only thing is budgeted in the individual divisions, which is each pump station, is the fuel.
That's just electricity.
Flood control.
But it doesn't, you're not really looking at, it's the electricity. You gotta look at overall.
Can you point out a page for us?
I think you're looking at 136.
Yeah, okay, that's where I was.
Yeah, but what's the general flood control budget?
Oh, 00177.
No, like the page number.
I said 136.
136 of 225. So,
We're showing that as Bell Chase 1 and 2.
What tab we under?
Page 136.
Last tab.
Of the expenditures.
Expenditure, okay.
so for maintenance, I don't see that here.
You need to look at page 154. Bell Chase, just basically
Electricity.
Electricity and fuel. 154 is everything. I think Mr. Witchers has requests for budget amendments, which I guess we can get there in a minute, but let's continue the discussion for now.
Okay, I just want to make sure that, our operating funds are not going to decrease for managing these pump stations since they're so vital to all of the Bell Chase area.
Well, the main operating budget for all the pump stations is on page,
154?
right. The only thing that's budgeted individually are the utilities. The fuel is, and everything is budgeted in the general and then charged out to the individual divisions.
So there's a decrease 63% for, if I got this right, machinery maintenance and equipment.
What number are we looking at on page 154?
He has an amendment. He has an
Well,
amendment.
maybe Mr. Witcher should speak to it before.
Do y'all want to go to the flood control amendment right now?
I guess. Really quick while we go there, as she pulls it up, I've been asked by multiple people, Billy, I'm assuming we're prepared for tonight's heavy rain and we're going to have flood or pump stations operating and prepared.
Pumps are on.
What about, is
They've
good
been pumping
news?
all day, pumping the Barrier Canal down, all those subsidiary canals. They've been working on it parish-wide.
And do we have somebody turn on the good news pump?
Yes.
I know that's been a issue.
And the Hero Canal?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Doesn't mean streets won't flood. Pumps will be operating as designed. Let's be clear on that.
Pumps on, I have it. All right, amendment is on the screen for flood control.
So we're going from what to what?
We're
I mean, I
increasing
see
the budget for
increasing, okay.
another 3. And I got his papers right here somewhere, if you want the detail.
So you're basically saying you're moving money around, but you're increasing the budget, but you're not decreasing the pump.
Yeah, so I'm not sure what line item you were particularly looking at. The ones I had marked off that needed to be increased were, and I sent this to all you guys, and we discussed it when we met that day. 528-210, maintenance heavy equipment. 528-240, maintenance repairs drainage pumps. 528-210, maintenance property and equipment. 546-410, material, cement, asphalt. And then it should be 320, but I think the 50 is coming from that one CapEx item, the pumps, portable pumps. But there's actually some other CapEx stuff that wasn't included in this that Mr. LaFrance has been pushing for, so I was going to mention those things too. But if that's I don't know, was there an additional line item you were looking at in particular?
Well, it does say maintenance of heavy equipment. Does that mean?
That's the dozers, excavators, that's the material. Remember, heavy equipment and flood control is combined. So that's more so related to the heavy equipment side of the department.
Okay, I was reading that. I want to make sure that we still have the maintenance for the pumps themselves, at least where it was before, if not better.
Yeah, that's the 528-240, which, the budget was lined up to be 100,000. We're asking for 250. So you're really adding 150 to that is what we're trying to do.
It says decrease of 60% in my book, but, oh, you mean up here? Okay, okay, got it. Okay, got it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for clearing that up.
Mr. Kognovich.
Yeah, 532, that 001 professional service contracts, 35,000. Spent 27,024. On what?
Say that number again. What line item was that?
532.001.
Numbers are from 3 quarters of the year.
Yeah, right. That's 3 quarters of the year, almost basically year to date.
That's actuals from, when was this printed? Well, it would have been, most bills don't come in.
Right.
Is he asking what it's for?
Are you asking me what the professional services is going to be for? That's going to be when we have some, not even only the FEMA projects that go on with these pump stations, but it's this, most of these pump stations are older than all of us. And everything to go on with those, the design and stuff, we always got to bring in some professional to say, this equipment is not, you can't buy it anymore. You can't repair it. It has to be new replacement type stuff. It's all similar stuff to that. We don't have any engineering firms telling us how to turn the pumps on and none of that kind of stuff. It's specific to situations that come up because of the age of the pump stations. It's not like we have any companies. We don't have any companies we're hiring to come do anything with pump stations.
Oh, we've got almost that whole budget spent for this year. And I've asked for professional service contracts and don't get any. So we didn't spend no money on professional service contracts.
Well, so when you ask for a professional service contract, I think you mean the annual contracts that we have on the books all the time. This could be a one-time thing. We could have an issue at the pump station today and have to call a professional company out to come look at it. And I don't mean like a mechanic shop. I'm talking about a professional that can identify a specific thing that says why we can't replace what's there and we have to replace it with new. And sometimes they call that an upgrade or a replacement with an improvement. We always have to have a specific professional verify what we're saying.
Oh, I understand.
Mr. Newsom, you're up.
Yes, thank you. I missed one during the budget hearings. I did miss one, so, thank you. So, Mr. Konovich brought up a decent point. So, quick question, the one above it, legal support general, what for flood control?
Probably in lines with the same thing. Sometimes, most of that's related to FEMA type stuff. If we're trying to get it reimbursed, we have to have the professionals say why we have to do that. They don't take our word for it. And sometimes you got to bring a lawyer in. You know, lawyers are expensive. They don't give their advice away for free.
So, we do, but.
We didn't spend on
53100. 154.
It's not funded. Wait,
That's maintenance, buildings, and grounds.
I ain't got that on mine.
Okay.
The 33,000 was maintenance and buildings.
Right.
Need to be bigger print then.
Legal was 0.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah, that's
Ms.
zero.
Morel, what he's saying is he's old and.
All right,
So we try to be stewards of the public's money too. Don't forget that, Mr. Newsom.
Yeah, it's 0.
you're correct, I was reading it wrong. Wrong line. Thank
All
you.
right. Does anybody have any other questions on flood control? See, that's the fire department right there. Another accident. Does anybody want to offer the amendment from Mr. Witchers? Do I have an offer? Offer by Mr. Jersich. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Champagne. Any comments from the audience? Administration. Ms. LaFrance.
Yes, so I just walked back in. Equipment.
Yeah.
That I saw you,
So this one, while you were out, I mentioned that you had talked to us about providing some equipment list to go towards CapEx.
right,
The only thing that's on here in this number you're about to vote on now is portable pumps, the big diesel-powered pumps, the pump stuff. The other equipment, we kind of guesstimated on some equipment, but we didn't have time to get good estimates back. I would prefer to just come back to you with a list and say, here's a list of what we think we need. And since you've been assisting us with that, let you give us your opinion and say, hey, help us prioritize what we need to go forward with that.
okay. As long as the council know that.
Yeah, it's in the works,
About
right.
Coming in back and
Right,
getting.
'cause look, I'm sure other departments are going to have plenty of things on the list maybe, and that's something we'll have to look at and say, what's a priority? Do we want equipment to clean ditches and stuff like that, or whatever? We'll be able to compare it. It's a little better comparing apples to apples that way.
Okay, good.
Any other comments from the audience? Mic was off. Machines are open. Passes 9-0. That was flood control. No problems. Separate. All right.
Thank you.
Any other questions before we get into the amendments that anybody has? No? Shocking. Any comments from the audience on anything? For all one member of the audience. All right, you want to start with your amendments, Mr. Newsom, at the top?
Sure.
Or Ms. Morel, you want, however you want.
I'll let Ms. Morel.
You have the amendments.
The first ones I have are for districts 1 through 9, council members, to reduce all operating budgets to $3,000.
All right, do I have an offer? Offer by Mr. Newsom, do I have a second? Second by Mr. Champagne. Mr. Newsom, you want to expand upon what this amendment is? Oh, you have the floor.
Yes, so looking at our budget, you know, of course, we've been talking about funds and shortcomings and moving money. So going through this book, I was looking at our individuals' budgets, each council member, looking at monies that were spent, and I'm not going, you guys can look at your own individual budget, but nobody spent over $3,000 in their budget as of last year. So this is just, I don't know, this, if 9 times 3, we cut that almost pays for EMS guy. If everybody takes a cut, we're asking for folks to be cut, so that's kind of where I'm at with this, and that's why I asked Ms. Morrell to do it across the board for every district to take a cut, help out. That's it. I yield.
We have an offer, but, yeah, so any comments from the audience? Administration. Mr. Conovich.
You want to cut your budget, you're more than welcome, but District 9 was 6,000 last year? Yeah, I want it to stay 6,000 because I got to drive to Belchase, then to Point LaHash and back. I haven't done my mileage budget yet this year because my computer was broke most of the year. Hope to get it done this week or next week, and that's not charging no mileage driving around in my district or to the Port Sulphur. That's just to come up here and back. And like I said, if you want yours to go to 3, you're more than welcome. I want mine to stay at 6. If I don't use it, it gets rolled over.
You done?
Yep.
Mr. LaFrance.
Yes. I concur with Mr. Conover said. I would like to keep my budget the same for District 7.
Mr. Edwards.
Yeah, I haven't used any mileage when I should have been using mileage, so I definitely don't want mine to be decreased. I went to the Capitol in Baton Rouge, paid for my hotel and my mileage, and the distance I have to travel to all these meetings. And part of the reason why the process to doing it was sort of incumbent, and I was just saying I have to start putting in mileage. So I definitely hope you don't cut mine down because, as Mr. Conovic said, it can roll over.
You done? Ms. McCarty.
I'm going to concur that I asked that my budget not be cut. If somebody else wants to cut their budget, that's fine. When I was going through a TSA, a security clearance for the 6th time in one day at an airport, TSA took out my council phone, and I have been struggling with the Harbor Police Department to get a police report so I can replace my phone. So odd things happen, is what I'm trying to say, and that's why I think that I would like to keep my budget.
All right, Mr. Newsom, or Mr. Jurisich.
Yes, I'm going to look for it. I notice, you got operating services, stuff like this. I'm trying to find mine.
What page?
Yeah, it says professional services general on my District 8. Supplies in office, 1,500, you're taking out. I'll get the supplies in office. What's the professional services?
Maybe I know I got to pay for printer rental and if they come fix it. I don't know if that's the professional service or what.
I don't know. We just got one printer.
Overall,
Building.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Morrell, it's for the bottom line of operating, correct? So your total budget is 5,500. It doesn't matter as long as if you spend 5,000 in supplies, it's bottom line. So I get what you're saying.
I know I barely spent anything, but I know in that building down there, a lot of times, we got registrar voters and safety is in the building as well. And they, but I didn't use nowhere near the amount of money, but
Mr. Newsom is going to withdraw, he said.
Well, I'll withdraw all the amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Newsom.
All right.
I use my own phone.
I think, sometimes
Rochelle.
it's part of the, I'm keeping.
Rochelle, what the balance are we at right now?
That's what we're trying to get to.
Well, I'm trying to find out what we at now.
With everything that has passed so far today, our unreserved, undesignated is $2,690,240. Negative.
Yeah, okay, I was about to say.
Negative.
All right. What's the next amendment?
Sheriff, General Division, decreased code enforcement officer professional services by 33,910. This is being transferred to the sales tax department, this service.
Okay.
Well, didn't we just put money to hire somebody in this
Well,
action?
I asked the same question on code enforcement. They said it's really not code enforcement, it's occupational licenses and stuff like that.
Right, it's a sheriff's office
Sheriff
employee
office
that
does
we,
half of it, huh?
yes,
Correct.
it's a sheriff's office employee, and this amount just goes to supplement that person's salary. And what we're doing is we're not changing the amount, we're just taking it from being funded in the general fund, and as, wherever it was, sheriff general, and we want to fund it under the sales tax department. And the reason for that is we do get reimbursed, from the school board and fire for a percentage of our overhead expenses in sales tax. So it's just a way to kind of help us get a little reimbursement back on this.
All right. So this is just moving from one department to another
Correct.
to kind of cancel out. All right, I'll offer that. Ask for a second.
Second.
Second by Mr. Kognovich. Any comments from the audience? Administration. Table. Machines are open. All right, passes 9-0. I guess let's do we have to do the other one?
Yes.
The other side?
Yes, this is the sales tax side, increasing that line item for professional services code enforcement officer.
I offer, ask for a second. Second by Mr. Champagne. Any comments from the audience? Administration? Table? Machines are open. Hey, if you vote no, and we go back through that, passes 9-0. All right, next item.
Parish President Department, decreasing professional services, messenger and delivery services by 3,200.
Mr. Newsom, I think that won't.
Yeah, I'll offer.
Offer by Mr. Newsom. I'll second, because I think I remember what this is about. You want to explain what's going on, Mr. Newsom?
This was, again, as I went through the budget book and looking at my tabs diligently, came across this and asked the administration and finance, and what this was we funded last year the president of the vehicle, and this was a delivery that from his vehicle last year. It got overlooked and stayed in the budget, and we're just trying to take it out because he says he doesn't need it. So just trying to take it out.
Any comments from the audience? Administration? Table? Machines are open.
DA got a new one, so he needs a new one.
You ride the governor around in your vehicle also?
You know, we could ride people in Yugos.
Passes 9-0. Next item, please.
This is in the Public Awareness Department to decrease professional services by 36,000.
Do I have an offer?
What's it doing?
Mr. Newsom. I'll second. Mr. Newsom, you want to expand upon this? So basically, I'm looking at it right now. So professional services, page 41, had $0 in 23, $0 in 24, and we proposed a budget of 56,000. I thought are we leaving money in there? So we're basically questioning why we went up 36,000, but I still have my question of if we have spent nothing in the last 2 years, why not zero it all the way out? I thought we were removing it all. Does anybody want to expand upon that? Shanta stepped out. All right, for the time being, Ms. McCarty.
Are we looking at 535.405?
No, 532001.
001. If
Okay.
we're getting rid of it, take it all out.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I don't know, maybe Mr. Newsom had,
Because I'll speak to the other one, if you're saying take all the money out, we need.
Maybe he looked at 24 budget as 36 and put
Should say
that down.
532001.
532001.
Okay.
All right, I'll make an amendment to change that to 56,000. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Newsom. So we're removing all professional services general. Any comments from the audience?
Was that the website?
No,
Did you-
website is right below 15,000.
okay.
Or a couple lines down, 20,000 still in the website.
Still for website.
Do you want to wait till she comes back? All right, we'll defer for the time being. All right, next item.
Civil service, professional services, general decreased 13,000.
Do we have a page number?
I'm getting there.
What page is on?
Page 53.
Do you want to offer?
I'll offer.
You the slasher.
Offer by Mr. Newsom. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Jurisic. Mr. Newsom.
Again, this was something, saw in the budget in 23. It says $10, but that's probably a misprint. 24, actual so far this year, we spent zero. Again, we had 33,000 budgeted last year. So why are we budgeting 13,000? What is it for? I guess Miss Lambert, I guess that's yours.
Good afternoon again. This is, as you remember, this was for NeoGov, the applicant tracking system. So we started up the process and we're in the beginning stages of setting this up. Initially, the whole program, which was 3 years, was going to be a total of 33,000. So so far for this year, last year it was 8,900, and then this year they sent out a new bill for 11,000. So going forward, it's going to be 19,000 to be paid for last year, and then the second year is 11,000. So that's where we are right now. And then after this, after 24 for 25, it'll be a new bill coming out again for the 3 year.
So,
But
We didn't pay.
has this system been implemented? Why are we getting bills for something that I thought, my understanding is this system hasn't even been implemented yet?
Correct. We set up the contract last year. We never implemented it because we started dealing with the implementation of the pay plan. So that got set back in order to that, because this is a 3-month program to start, and then we put it into place. So it got sidetracked when we started dealing with the implementation of the pay plan.
So we got a bill, basically what you're saying is $19,000, and we are, or, I mean, 2 different bills, but it's a total of 19, correct?
Correct,
But
because
we have not implemented it yet, and we are spending money for, I mean, I might be mishearing you, but are we spending money for nothing? That's basically what we're doing?
we're paying, right, we started the contract last year and at the end of the year. So this year, so the way it was set up, it was 1 year you pay the beginning portion of it, and then you go into a 2-year plan where it's the next part of the implementation, which is up and running. So this year, we're into that part where we're getting ready to do that. So this, what's going now, being billed is, we're already in the process. So next year, there will not be the bill because that's what's being paid now.
You had a question?
Yeah, and what is this, what does it do? What are we doing? What is it? I know you said what it was for, but what does it actually do?
So NeoGov is a government system. It's an applicant tracking system that you see with the Louisiana state government, New Orleans, Jefferson Parish, where they do the applicant tracking. Instead of the manual, it's the electronic version of it.
Applicant,
Tracking system.
and explain give it to me on a little better, terms for me.
So what happens is whenever, and I'm sure you haven't applied, but any companies that you go to now, you're not doing a paper application, you're going online and you're applying for a position. And when you do that, it goes through a process where it's set up for the application to be applied, the positions are posted, the job salaries and different things are in there. And then it goes through the screening process in there, and it determines if you're eligible or ineligible. And then it notifies you via email, or it moves you through the next step, which is all what we're doing now manually. So what this system allows us to not do the manual processing anymore. This allows us to not, because everyone's not pleased with civil service, because they are claiming, people are telling them that, civil service won't hire us. And we're doing a process, but the system will do it electronic to where it can be set up to where all our job descriptions are set in there, our job postings are in there, and then the screening questions are set up to meet the minimum requirements. So when you go in there and you say, okay, I see a position for a tractor driver, and I want to apply for the tractor driver, I go in and I select tractor driver. It asks the questions. It allows you to set up a profile, put in your application and set in your resume or any kind of licensing or different things that also requires. It then goes through that process and it reviews the requirements for that position. And if you meet the requirements, the system then moves you to the next task, which would be to set up an interview with the hiring team. And it does all this, what we're doing manually, it's doing it electronically.
Sounds to me, knowing what it is now, it sounds like a pretty good system. If it's a process that, and I'm gonna say this wrong, expedites the hiring process, I'm for it. Now, I guess, would this system, in your opinion, do that? Speed up the hiring process?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So I understand that this software will streamline and also standardize the qualifications for applicants for positions. But did I also hear you say that we paid for a couple of months for which we did not receive service?
Correct, because we walked into a contract initially when we were granted permission to move forward with NeoGov. But we were set back because we started dealing with the implementation of the pay plan, and then we went into the performance appraisals, the merit increases, different things like that when we started this contract. But the contract was initiated, but then it got pushed back. So the contract didn't stop because we moved forward with something that happened with us on our end.
Okay, so because of internal distractions, we weren't able to implement the software as soon as we had signed the contract to use it.
Correct.
Would they be benevolent and allow us credit for what we did not use?
I already tried that.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Champagne.
And Ms. Lambert, thank you for the explanation. And my only request would be that for next year's budget, that maybe you change it to professional services, application services, something like that, so it clears it up. And because it falls under general, we find ourselves asking all these questions. And if we would have a clear line of accounting, we'd know what it is, and probably would have to go through this step. So thank you.
Okay.
We using it right now?
No, we still have to, there's a whole implementation that has to go through that. It's about 9 weeks.
Because I was going to ask if the gentleman would get an email. I'm good.
Right.
Champagne, you back in? Okay. Mr. Newsom? You want to move or?
Get an explanation from Ms.
Mike.
Once getting an explanation from Ms. Lambert, I'd like to withdraw this.
All right, it's been withdrawn. Next item. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
They never offered it. They offered it?
Yeah, he'd offered it and seconded it.
Yeah, offered and seconded.
You gotta withdraw your second and withdraw it.
I'll withdraw. Oh, yeah, I don't know.
So what do this mean, that the money stays? Okay, good.
Whoa. Okay.
All right. Next one would be buildings, and in the book that is page.
Mike.
Buildings, and that's on page 78 in the book.
Mr. DeMarco, you want to expand upon what this is?
So in an effort to, and Ms. Morrell, correct me if I'm wrong, in an effort to balance the budget, the maintenance buildings and grounds budget and capital air conditions and heaters were removed. And I'm just asking that it be reallocated, put back into the budget.
Are we,
Oh,
for some reason I have a note on here that we're it's not going to be the full 700. I have a note down 400. I don't know if you were removing something. You have the same note? I think that was from one of our meetings, but.
say that again, I'm sorry.
I have a note on my paper from when we met that we're either decreasing it by $400,000 or removing something.
The only thing that was decreased from his request was $400,000 in the air conditioners under property and equipment.
Okay, so
What number is that?
but he's still asking for a full 700? Okay, I have a
Buildings and grounds is for repair. That's the 300,000, which also includes a maintenance program, which we've never had. That I got a quote for about 120,000 just to do yearly maintenance on the ACs in the various buildings. And the $400 is capital for new units to replace what can't be repaired.
Do we need all that? Because, I know we've been replacing a whole bunch. How many, 400,000?
This is hard. This is hard to budget. When a unit goes out and we're out of money, it's a process to come back to the council.
All right. Anybody wants to offer?
I got one more question.
Okay, Mr. Newsom.
So in your maintenance, buildings and grounds, 528.610, you have $60,000 in the budget. So you're asking for a total of 300 or three?
A total.
So
a total of 300.
So that would only need to be 240 then instead of 300. So that would bring 240. So that'd be 640. 878. So instead of 700,000, it'd be 640. Because he has 60 in maintenance, buildings and grounds, 528,610.
They're changing the top one.
So you're changing the.
Well, if he only needs, he said he needs a total of 300, and he's got 60 already in there. So he need additional 240. Not. So we need to change it from 700 to 640.
All right, do you offer that, Mr. Newsom, then?
I do.
Offered by Mr. Newsom. Do I have a second? Second by Ms. McCarty. Any comments from the audience? Administration? Table? Machines are open. Passes 9-0.
Thank you, Mr. Newsom. You just saved the 60,000.
Huh?
All right, let's go back to Public Information Officer since Ms. Carter is here. Not yet. Working our way through. All right. So the question was professional services, general. We spent 0 the last 2 years. We had 20,000, I think, in there. Hold on, let me get back to it.
You were
20,000.
Taking out
increase 36,000, but then we're having an amendment to take out 36,000. But do we need the full 20,000? Do we need 20,000 when we haven't spent anything on it?
Well, okay, so the last 2 years we've been learning, right? So the videographer was looking at trying to get us, how should I say this, professional service for videographer, social media. If you notice that our social media, we're having a lot more engagement. So those type of technical assistances will be coming out of those funds. We don't need the full 36. If we could get 10, that would be great. The full 56. If we could keep 10 in there, that would be great. We can work with that.
So we are going to have an amendment to let's see, 56 minus what?
46.
46. 46, 40, amendment for 46, to remove 46,000 from professional services general for public awareness.
Correct.
I ask for a second.
Second.
Second by Ms. McCarty. Do I have any comments from the audience? Administration? Table?
Yeah,
Mr. Edwards?
I'm trying to understand the purpose.
So we have the website, we have the app, and we have the ADA. So we have the funds to cover that. But sometimes within those things, we need videographer, we need assistance with our social media process, and we need technical assistance or media training, or graphic design. That will be able to cover that. The funds that we have in the 20,000 that you see, it only covers us to be able to have those things. But if we need to enhance, change, that comes with a cost. So having the professional services gives us the flexibility to make sure that we're in line with all of those things.
So you price that to come to that price?
Yeah, so over the research that I have been doing, we can do it with, I mean, of course wishes, wants, and needs, right? So yes, our wishes would be we can do everything, right? We can put Plaquemines on the map. But our needs will be, if we have the 10,000, that'll give us the flexibility to be able to change and, upgrade as needed.
You good? Mr. Kognovich?
Who does our social media?
Well, that would be me and Day. We work together to do that. And now Braden was coming on to help us out a little bit, but that was just a trial run, and hence we won't have the funds to continue doing that. So
Thank you.
you're very welcome.
Any other comments? Meetings are open. This, again, removing 46,000, leaving 10,000 in.
Okay.
Passes 9-0. All right, next item.
Next was buildings, Dave Ant Percy Griffin Center, decrease professional services general by 2,000,
What page is that?
99.
What is that, 99? All right, Mr. Newsome, yeah, I guess you.
I'm gonna ask, I want to know what's, I didn't know what, nobody knew what it was for.
Well, let's just have a discussion on it first before we offer, because I don't even know.
Yeah, I'll offer, excellent, sir.
Okay, offered by Mr. Newsome, do I have a second? I'll Mr. Jursich.
So-
Is that you?
That was Mitch, yeah.
Okay.
So again, during the budget hearings, the pre-meeting, not through the hearings, when I saw professional services, again, we spent zero in '23, zero as of to date, but we budgeted $2,000. I just didn't know, and maybe, I don't know, what professional services do we have at the Percy Griffin Center?
This may be something that's rolled over from year to year. Most professional services that we use go through buildings general. So we don't have an issue with this.
All right. Any comments from the audience? Administration? Table? Machines are open. Passes. Mr. LaFrance.
Verbal yes.
Passes 9-0 with a verbal yes from Mr. LaFrance. All right, next item.
Next one is coastal resource and protection. It is page 157 in the book. And this
Ooh, we're
is
getting to the back, all right.
And this is to increase consultants, CZM consultant team by 125,000.
We're on
What
page
is-
157.
157.
What line item?
What's the number?
What is that for?
The explanation she sent me was for grant writing and mitigation services.
But don't we have 100,000 in grant writing for, that should be going through the president's office?
Yeah.
Is this additional, I mean, that's 225,000 that we're asking for grant writing at this point then. I mean, we got millions in the port with spending less than 100,000, like tons of millions. I mean, I don't remember how many millions, Mr. Champagne, a lot. So I don't see, if we have 100,000 in the grant writing general, why we need another 125. Does anybody have an answer?
3,
A,
2, what?
CZM. Charlie Zebra. Mike. Mr. Jurisich, you look like you were about to answer.
I'm thinking
Do we want to defer this and come back to it when Ms. Buck is here, or?
it'd be better if she explained it.
Yeah, because like I said, if we have grant writing already to add, so,
I don't think it's just that. I don't know if this
So
is
is
something we might need.
yeah, she sent me, go ahead, Mr. Newsom.
Is this, yeah, this is for her 532001, correct? Professional services general, correct? That's what we're doing?
534210, consultant CZM.
53.
Oh, okay, wait, hold on, I do have an email from her. 532001.
Oh, wait a minute. So,
I have an email from her requesting an additional 125,000 for a total of 250 for mitigation contracts, grant writing services, and service contracts, but,
that's what I have.
so I don't know
What it is.
what the
sometimes-
breakdown is of what's going to what. Do you administration want to wait until she gets back and we can vote on amendments later, or how do you want to handle it, Mr. President? Yeah, I don't know either.
Let's just wait till she gets back.
Okay, we'll defer that. Flood, next one.
All right, this will be on page 156. This is to move the floodgates, the locks and floodgates division that is currently under flood control to the levy department. It's going to be a division under the levies now. So it's basically just taking it out from under the floodgates and putting it under the levies.
What that is all those floodgates along Engineers Road, a couple down the road, that prom man handles and closes and exercises and all of that good stuff. It's really just putting it under coastal, because coastal is everything levies out.
My only question to that is, we don't have any manpower in levies, so
Same
it's still
people.
going to be prom, but to me, you're telling me, and eventually we're going to need to add multiple people to do this
I
in
would
the future.
assume the levy department will be, look, all of those positions kind of need to be jack of all trade, hybrid type positions, just like prom. Prom's no more qualified to go open and close floodgates than the man on the moon, but they're doing it. So whoever's in levy department will have prom assisting them, showing them how to do it. Prom had to learn to do it, someone else is going to learn how to do it.
All right,
It really just puts it under a different umbrella.
Mr. Newsom,
Well, I'm good.
Mr. Kognovich.
Pay $250 for a janitor to go out there and clean the locks and
Huh?
that's in the budget, janitorial supplies. I haven't seen a mop out there in my life.
Well, they must use a lot of toilet paper and paper towels that the fire department delivers.
Yep.
$250.
All right. Yeah, I think I know why she wants to put it under that, because it is flood control. It's, it's connected to the levees. So basically, it's acting like a levee when it's closed and open. And so that was the explanation, to go ahead and get it under her, since she's got levees now, so.
All right, any other questions? Do I have an offer? Offer by Mr. Jurisich. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Edwards. Any comments from the audience? Administration, table, and this is just to move it to levies, correct, or coastal?
Coastal.
All right, machines are open. Passes 9-0. Next item.
All right. This one is putting it in the levy department. I just kind of did one lump sum of the utilities. And she wanted an additional 100,000.
What page is that?
It's not in the book. Because this is a new division. But it was for closing exercises that we are going to be required to do in 2025.
Do we
At the
already,
gates.
do we, don't we do closing exercises in prom? I mean,
She's handling, she's running all of these exercises under her department.
but do we need to move money? I mean, prom,
It wasn't, flood control handled it in the past because coastal never had the money. It should be under coastal, and they should, we did not budget for it in flood this year.
Mr. Jursich, I think I got more questions now.
Yeah, okay, so what they do, they have to exercise the gates, they have to do a whole lot to maintain these gates, and right now, we're looking at them, and they're not in the best shape at all right now. They're starting to get worn down from opening and closing so much, but the one, I think it's NOV 14, has to be exercised nearly every day, and it's no secret that NOV 13's been probably closing every day, but that's just those two. That's not talking about the ones further up the road and everything. So I think this is what she's looking for. It's going under her department. So I think that's what she's looking for funding.
Annually, they all have to be opened and closed. And what happens is there's a couple of them that are very expensive to do. It's not a matter of just us going and doing it. The ones that are on the water, that have the big drop gate, like the Hero Canal, we have to hire a company to come out on the barge with a crane and do all of that. And if there's an issue, then they have to put a diver in the water to go move the logs. It gets expensive to do those, and we're mandated to do it. We have to exercise it.
I get it. But my question is, where has the money come from?
How do we?
I mean, how did we pay for it this year?
Flood control
This
pay
year
for
or
it.
last year?
It's done every year.
So does flood control have a budget line item for this?
No.
That we need?
Not this year they're doing it, no. It
I'm
probably
saying-
came out of professional services. It's not in there for floods controls professional services this year. It's not, because we knew they was coming with this.
Last year's,
Well, I'm talking about 2024.
not in 2023.
2024's, yeah, 2024 flood control paid for it.
So it's in the budget.
Because I got an email saying that current cost is, in 2024, is 57,265. I'm assuming that that's line 527, 3.10 in flood control. I'm just trying to figure out where the money came from. All right, I yield. Mr. Edwards.
No, I was trying to say, that was my question. Do we have money already there, or are we asking for additional money? Is this money was somewhere else before? Or this some new funding altogether?
She sent me.
This is new funding altogether for 2025.
Okay.
I got it.
Well, hold on. Let Q in if you got a question. Mr. You done, Mr. Edwards?
Yes.
Mr. Newsom.
Yeah, and again, it's, if it was in, did we do these closing exercises that are performed yearly? Did we do them in 2024?
Yes,
How did we pay for them?
out of the flood control budget, but I would
What-
have to go back and search and research to see what line item is paid for it and what that cost
What was
was.
the cost? Yeah, because this is a,
And remember,
kind of way
her budget is based on what could be, right? If you have,
So did you
let's say Cuvion come out to do that exercise on the Hero
Yeah.
Canal stop log game, and it could go from $20,000 to $100,000 in the snap of a
I want to
finger.
know, where did the funding come from? If it came out of flood control, well, we don't need that in flood control's budget. We can basically take that money out of flood control.
It's not going to be in flood control's budget because we're talking about 2025. It's not budgeted for 2025 in flood
But
control.
in 2024, it was budgeted.
I'm assuming it was, not studying it before, because you just asked this, it just came
Yeah,
up.
so,
If I'd have known this would come up, I'd have got that info for you, but
well,
And again,
I didn't.
their operating budget overall for flood control is 2.3 million for 2024, and they only spent 1.4. So it could have been anywhere in that.
Mr. Bottom
Is-
line number.
Yeah, they're the bottom line
Sometimes
number.
we worry more about that bottom line number than every little line
Well,
item on here.
All right.
Wrong or
Does
in
anybody
between.
want to offer this? Offered by Mr. Jursich. Do I have a second? Or do we want to, here's my question. Ms. Burris has said that we might make an intro in December and then vote all this in January. Do we want to wait for until Ms. Buck can talk to everybody one-on-one and go through that? Is that what you're basically, I mean, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. I mean, if y'all understand what's going, go ahead and vote on this one, but any additional things or anything that didn't pass or anything that you don't fully understand, we'll do an introduction in December, and then you guys can vote on it the first meeting in January.
So do we want to vote on this now, or do we want to get more answers? All right, I think we would need more answers. All right, so
You already voted to take it out.
well, that was just moving, take it out. I mean, we'll leave that one in there. I mean, it's only 15,000, but we'll vote on the rest in January. All right, next item, wait, what?
Everything currently gets paid for.
What, but how? Everything currently gets paid for, but how? And I don't want to be doing a meeting by text either. All right, let's, Mr. Newsom, you had the next one, Mr. Levies again? Travel? I think it was duplicate from her general. I don't want to be speaking on Ms. Buck or anything like that until let's
move on with all of them.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I've got to walk out the door. I'm on my way to Braithwaite. We have a town hall this evening regarding the millage election come December.
All right.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to put this out there, let everybody give me a nod. We're almost done, it looks like. We got about 5 more amendments. Do we want to finish it up tonight, have the special meeting tonight to vote on it, or do we want to push it to tomorrow and do it? It's everybody's call. I mean, I know we got to come in the morning, but then the first meeting that we have scheduled for tomorrow for the council is 3:00. Night. Anybody is opposed to that?
We'd recommend you maybe keep it open tomorrow because Ms. Buck may be here in the morning, and then we could resolve all of her stuff tomorrow if she is here in the morning. Yeah, what?
The port in the morning.
Well, what I'm saying is,
we can get.
Doesn't the agenda say ours can roll over if we only have?
The first special meeting to actually vote on the budget is at 3.
Okay.
So we can meet at 2, but I don't know what everybody's schedule is. Let's go through everything and then we'll make a decision at that point. What?
We have 8.
8? All right, let's just work through it. I'd rather be done. I understand you got to go. I don't think there's anything else.
Are there any other hot button ones for administration before y'all leave?
I mean, prom and mosquito control, but that's the directors can handle that. Anything else, Ms. Morrell, that you see? Anybody has any direct question for past president?
Also, I'd like to make an announcement that this coming Thursday morning up in Baton Rouge, Senate Transportation Committee meeting regarding the diversion and also plenary, the bridge. The diversion, the governor is going to come in and explain his take on the diversion and the direction that the state wants to go. So we're asking that if any of you can be up in Baton Rouge this Thursday, that would be great. We're also trying to rally up any other, the oystermen, the shrimpers, and any kind of fishermen or anyone in the parish that this should affect. So, all right.
You think while you're up there, you could have them come to the first meeting in January, both of them, and answer some questions or tell the public where we at with the diversion and the bridge? Well, to come down here to our first meeting in January here in Belchase, because I got questions about the bridge that,
They said they'd come to my town hall, too.
You're at town hall?
When they did that wall in front of the.
All right.
All right, the next one is road maintenance bridges, which is on page 180. This is to increase the maintenance of bridges by 15,000.
And who wants to cover that? Mr. Witchers?
Yeah, it's really on 181, right, Rochelle? 528-630. This is the Empire Swing Bridge, and look, and I'll be honest with you, 15 probably won't be enough because that thing is a money pit. It's very old. It's minimal maintenance has been done on that thing for years and years and years.
Can we just shut that down,
I wish.
Mr. Jursich?
So that's what that is.
I'm just joking. I was trying to get a reaction.
The good thing is we were able to squeak in this year. You guys helped us come up with the funding to do a maintenance, a big service on it, overall service on it. And that was a big help. But the 15 will get us through with some of the small things, we think. The thing's computer controlled. It's a lot of electronics that power all hydraulics. And you almost need an IT specialist just to operate that thing.
All right, Mr. Jursich. Do I have anybody offer?
I'll offer.
Offered by Mr. Jursich. Do I have a second? Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Kokrovich. Any comments from the audience? Administration. Mr. Kokrovich.
Oh, that was from last time.
Mr. Jursich.
Yes, as y'all know, that bridge is out of service as we speak. Did they ever get on it? It's been nothing but a nightmare since it was put in place. The old bridge they had before, about $60,000 could have changed what we needed, and that bridge would still be working. So this thing has been nothing but a nightmare, and I don't know what to do with it. I mean, $15,000 is not going to get you much or nowhere, but, anything we got, we'll have to accept. But, no, it's definitely, it's a headache.
Yeah, you're right. And look, just FYI, guess who runs the bridge? Prom, the grass cutting department. So, some of the general fund money, professional services money, that goes to help that bridge too. So, the 15 is just a good number to plug into that line to help us with parts and stuff.
Mr. Edwards.
Yeah, Mitch, my position, you've always been, we had the same thing with the fair. We spend a lot of money patchwork and stuff.
Right.
When we need to make some commitment, it might cause inconvenience, but spend, But find out how much it takes and allocate the money to get it fixed, because you can spend that 15 and are you really making a difference? So the question is, what would it take to get it right and go for that rather than backwards and forward? That's my position.
It take to pull that thing out, crush it up, and come back with something that really works, because it's been a nightmare since it's been built.
It's like kind of these new cars we have today, Councilman Edwards.
What?
These new cars we have today, the technology is so great, it's wonderful when it's all new, until it's not. And look, all this electronics that control this bridge, water and electronics don't go together, we know that. So it's kind of a hybrid of hydraulics and electronics. It's just probably.
I'm saying, are we really doing any service by throwing this amount of money at it? Is it going to make it different?
And this is just in case we need some parts and stuff like that. That's all this is. We know something's going to break. Look, it might be a $18 part or a $180 part. You never know. It's just small things that cause these problems.
All right. Any other comments, Mr. Edwards?
I'm with you, Mitch, wherever you want to see.
All right. Machines are open. I'm a verbal yes, passes 9-0.
Next is for public right-of-way maintenance. Increase professional services, $65,000. Increase professional services grass cutting, $350,000. Total, $415,000.
Sorry, where you at now?
Mr. Witchers?
Prom, grass cutting, page 181.
Okay.
This is basically professional services for these subcontractors that are helping us right now. We don't have any contracts with anybody. This is just month to month subsidizing what the prom department does. The 65, it could generally be on the professional services tree clearing, but we only have two listed: professional services general, professional services grass cutting. Again, those will bleed into each other because we know the bottom line is what matters. And this is assuming that buildings, recreation, they're going to start using their own budgets to pay for some of the stuff. Prom's been paying for almost all of this stuff for years. So that's what this for. This is subsidizing the subcontractors that help us cut highways, playgrounds, the libraries, all miscellaneous buildings around the whole parish wide. This is not just one location.
Conovis.
All right, do I have an offer?
Offer.
Offer by Ms. McCarty, second. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Jurisich. Any comments from the audience? Administration, Mr. Edwards?
Yeah, Billy just said that we don't have any contract, but on the past, we've used the same people all the time. Who's been doing it?
Typically, we try to use vendors that are already set up with the parish, working with the parish. Sometimes when they're not capable of doing it or don't want to do it. In other words, some of the companies that working in Belchase, they're not interested in going down to the south end. They're not interested in going to the East Bank. There may be a south end company that don't want to come to the north end.
But my question is right now, based on, we've been giving somebody some money. Have we been using basically the same people for the few contracts we have, or different people? We've been using multiple presidents. If I would say, right now, go look at some invoice, but I see the same person, I see multiple.
So we're using the same companies that the parish was using when we all got into office. And there are a couple new companies that came on since we've been in office for that same reason.
Mr. Konovich?
Might have not signed a contract with them, but we got a professional service agreement. So you might as well
We
say
have nothing in writing with any of them. It's strictly verbal, month to month.
so we don't have to pay.
Yeah, through the PO system.
They issue POs.
We don't have to pay them.
They issue POs. And a PO is a contract.
Agreement.
They issue POs.
I should have got a copy of them too. Thank you.
Anything you want a copy of to deal with operations, just call me, email me. That way I don't forget. And I'll get you whatever you need from operations.
All right. Any other comments? Machines are open. Yeah, what's the 450 or 415? 415.
That's the last big one.
Mr. Edwards?
For me.
And passes 8-1 with a no vote from Reverend Edwards. Next item, please.
And he got the best grass cutting around.
I know, every time I drive down there, man, they're cutting.
That's why he don't need all these contractors. Tom's taking care of him over there.
Man,
Next page in the book is.
He had the best.
one thing I've learned is I have a right to vote the way I want.
All right, let's get moving. I want to get out of here.
It's page 188, mosquito control, general, increased chemicals, 50,000 for a total of 300,000.
Let him explain what he wants and then we'll offer.
The original budget was 250 from last year. We needed an additional 100 for increased cost. We, just for the sake of trying to save a little bit of money, decreased it from 350 to 300.
Does anybody want to offer? Does anybody want to offer?
I'll offer.
Offer by Mr. Jurisich. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Konovich. Any comments from the audience? Administration. Mr. Jurisich.
Okay, if we approve this and we move on, we need to see some results. We need to use the spray.
Yes, sir.
We definitely need
It'll
to make
happen.
a better presence than we had.
Something will happen.
All right, that's all I wanted.
Mr. Konovich.
We adding 100,000 to this one, right?
50.
We're going to 300.
Yes.
You done? I just, until I see results, I mean, we've been hammering this issue for over a year now. Until we see results, I just can't see adding more money into, I mean, people's asking why they're paying the $7, all this other stuff, and that's where I stand. Mr. Edwards.
Yeah, one thing, because I get a lot of calls about this also, and I called the person on East Bank, and part of the reason why they say they're not spraying is because of the wind, all kind of excuse. So, I mean, this is really issue for me, putting money in, but people saying they're not seeing no result.
Mr. Champagne.
Yeah, I'm looking at the budget. It says maintenance on the aircraft, 30,000, fuel, 3,000. Has that thing even flown this year? I haven't seen it.
Yep.
It has. Earlier in the year, we had some mechanical issues, and about mid-year, there's only one pilot in the metropolitan area, and they pull him in every direction. But yes, the plane has flown, especially in the last couple of months. It's flown multiple times.
Mr. LaFrere.
Yes, I'm just going to mention that currently New Orleans has tested positive for West Nile.
In humans or just the test in the mosquitoes? A human test?
What I saw on the news this morning,
Okay.
that New Orleans has tested positive for West Nile.
I think it was one of the tests that we do.
That's in the bug. That's not
In a bug, not in a human, correct? I'm asking, I don't know, I didn't hear that.
But you're right, that means it's in the area, so. But
Correct.
numerous parishes in the past have tested positive. Plaquemines has never tested positive ever. And look, keep in mind, guy, I know we all get beat up over mosquito control. It's not just that fog truck driving through the neighborhood. It's numerous other things.
You say that. And in the past, you said do the testing and stuff, and I did a little research, and you know how much we spent on testing this year?
I don't know how much dollar amount we spent, but I know I can guess how much time we spent on collecting those little baby mosquitoes out of those traps, putting them on a petri dish and looking at them through a microscope that did them between males and females. It's time consuming, and multiple people do it. I'm surprised Prom hasn't been drug into that too, but it is. We've never had a positive test for any serious disease like a West Nile, encephalitis, none of that kind of stuff. So something must be working in Plaquemines Parish. That's all I'm not an expert on it. I just give them the benefit of the doubt. You're never ever going to not get by mosquitoes. You're never ever not going to get bit by mosquitoes in Plaquemines Parish.
We got more bats in Plaquemines Parish.
We need more bats in Plaquemines Parish. I'm going to throw this out there. The spraying from the trucks is what they call an adulticide. The mosquito has to be an adult mosquito and actually fly through the spray for it to be effective. If the truck goes out there and sprays at any time of the day, the spray kind of dissipates and hits the ground, it's over with. There's no more effect to that spray once it's sprayed and hit the ground. The mosquito has to fly through it to be affected by the chemical. It's not a preventative. I understand the importance of spraying, especially at the time when the mosquitoes are most active. It's hard to get a truck on the road in every area of the parish at that 30 minutes or so that they're mostly out. Yeah, I understand there's areas during the day, during the afternoon, or in the morning. But the spray has to be in the air, and the mosquito has to fly through it for it to be effective. The larvicide, which they're out there weekly and year-round, that's the preventative, where they're putting the larvicide, putting the pellets in the puddles of water, in the ditches, finding buckets here and there that's holding water. Even in your gutters, if you have a pile of leaves and those leaves are wet, those mosquitoes could lay eggs and grow into adult mosquitoes. So the larvicide is really the preventative method for killing the mosquitoes before they grow into adult mosquitoes. So that's part of your $7.
So, a little clarification. It is from a sample collected on the East Bank. Reverend Edwards, they're coming after you first. The mosquitoes. But in New Orleans East was where the New Orleans Parish, it was a sample, not a human. But one of the things that I'm reading this article, it doesn't sound like Orleans sprays on a regular basis. They only spray when they get a positive test. I mean, is something...
We're one of the only municipalities that have a regular spray route. And for the reasons I just explained, the spray has to be in the air and the mosquito has to fly through it for it to be effective.
Use of our money, if that's really not doing anything, can we lower the fee to, I'm just saying, $3 and not spray as much, because it's honestly, like you said, it's almost useless.
You want me to spray? I mean, we'll spray or we won't spray. Y'all giving a directive as far as the funding.
On this stuff, on the $7, and basically it sounds like other areas don't spray until they get a positive result, and you're sounds like saying that it's almost not useless, but
No,
very
it's not
ineffective.
useless. It's a timing issue.
Yeah, well, it's a timing issue, and they have to fly through it. So I'm just thinking, is this the most? I'm no ecologist or whatever the term is for a mosquito person, but it just sounds like we could use our money for better, fly the plane more, fly something more than spraying and having limited results. That's all I have to say. I yield. Mr. Newsom.
Yeah, so, looking at the budget here, the mosquito, the bottom line is, mosquito, we spend 1.1 on the budget. Looks like half of that expenditures is salaries and benefits. So only half the money is going to what? And then I guess I got another question. I just see it while I'm looking at it. Interfund charge general. That would be 576.001.
This is a charge to other departments and other funds that use departments in the general fund. Like they use civil service and what are some of the other departments?
Okay. So
It's like a payback to the general fund for using our departments.
So,
yeah,
I'm not even going.
Like finance and.
So
Yeah,
basically,
finance, payroll, all that.
so we do a transfer in to cover the cost, but then transfer it back. Correct.
Pretty much.
Basically.
Okay.
Spraying other departments' warehouses.
it does. I just.
The goal is not to
The goal
transfer.
is to, for
Yeah.
it to make enough money
Oh,
not to
and-
transfer, and then we get that service charge on top of that.
I know looks like you anticipate $50,000 worth of overtime for manpower. That's what we budgeted. Is that it, Jeff? I know. So I see we got, like I said, most of the line check, we got $50,000 budgeted for overtime. An increase by a lot. Well, not a lot, but why is overtime so high? Because we shorthanded, or I know we just.
Well, yeah, that's probably a rollover. We are full with drivers now. And let me add that I may have said something in that meeting we had a couple of weeks ago. There's a spraying season. I was a little confused with that because there is no on or off season around here for mosquitoes. It's on year round. And I've directed the drivers to just continue following the schedule. I think the schedule was supposed to end, the spraying season was supposed to end at the end of October. But as long as we had chemicals, I told them, let's just go ahead and keep spraying. Most of the drivers are part-time, so that may be where the overtime is coming in when we're trying to spray on a regular basis.
Mr. DeMarco, what I'm trying to understand, are we being affected by just spraying the spray instead of targeting dishes and areas where mosquitoes?
We do both.
And stuff?
We do both. Yes, sir. We do both. We have a team of guys that travels the parish and puts out what they call larvicide. It's pellets or liquid. And they find ditches where standing water is, and they regularly treat those areas. They're out there 5 days a week.
And you have
And that's the preventative.
you have a log or something to show?
Yes, sir.
what they're doing? Yeah, 'cause
That's a state mandate that anywhere that they spray or treat with the larvicide, that's state mandated that they log any chemical that they use.
I would like to see
Sure, I'll send the truck of papers to you.
I need to see that.
It's a lot of documents, but we'll sit down and we'll get whatever you want. And look, guys, we'll discuss any options y'all want with this.
Ms. McCarthy.
Thank you. We've joked around about this for a long time, and now I'm going to seriously bring up the bad idea. Can we at least inquire with someone about?
Say the bad word, go ahead.
Yeah.
Say it.
What would it be, right? To bring bats into the parish. Can we do
Oh,
an
I'm
investigation?
sorry, I thought you were going somewhere else.
No.
Can we do what?
You didn't expect that.
No, okay, the reason I'm seriously asking now is people from your department have called me saying they would love to make bat houses in the off-season. Apparently there is an off-season. But according to the internet, it says that bats eat a variety of mosquito species and they eat 1,000 mosquitoes an hour, and a nursing mother will eat 4,500 insects in a night. So now the reason I'm
I'm not
talking about
opposed to any
it
of that.
seriously now is I've heard us talk about manpower, salaries for people. Okay, so if we really want to look at the cost of running a mosquito truck and equipment and people versus the cost of nature taking care of this, it may actually turn out to be cheaper.
I'm
That's
open
why I
to
just
any
wanted to
suggestions.
ask.
We just have to be careful.
Turn it
and
into something cheap,
intro-
something serious.
We have to be careful, and I'm open to any suggestions, but we do have to be careful in introducing
Just a little research. If you could do that for us.
introducing animals into our neighborhoods. Just saying. You ever get bats in your attic? You never get rid of them.
Not in the attic, but they said they can get into a very small hole.
Yes, ma'am. A mouse can get into a hole the size of
You can get mice.
a pencil thread, lead, and so can bats.
Let's ask the public what they think. Okay.
Vote. Call the question.
Yeah, I just got one other comment. You do have, bats do carry diseases as well, and they're very nasty once they move into an area. I've had them several times, and they are a dirty animal. The feces and everything is around, and that's not a pleasant smell, and it's also, like I said, they carry diseases. They known to have rabies, and so it's not the safest thing to have around, but just had to.
At one point, they thought introducing nutrients into our marsh was a great idea.
That's what I'm saying. Just do some research for us.
Yes, they are.
Between bat droppings and chicken droppings.
Fertilizer.
All right, Ms. Edwards.
I'm trying to understand what Patty's saying. Is she saying that we should get bats to combat the mosquitoes? I'm just saying.
Yeah,
that's what I'm hearing.
I've asked him to see if he can look into it to find out the positives and negatives, because although there may be disease, it may be limited, but bats eat 1,000 mosquitoes an hour. That's more than what we can spray and kill.
Good.
All right, at this point, let's be clear what we're voting on. 50,000. I already went through all for a second, right? Yeah. Okay. 50,000 to add to chemicals for mosquito control. Any questions on what we're voting on? An additional 50,000. Let's be clear. Machines are open. Passes 7-2 with no votes from myself and Mr. Newsom. Oh, they're bad at my house, but I want results first.
We'll get some bats for you.
I'm good without bats. I got a can of off that I just spray all over the place.
You don't want to give us all those bats the last time on the mics, right?
Next page is
No, that was
201.
Mitch. Next one. Sorry.
201, Library Services. This is just to replenish what we had to cut due to their revenues. They have sufficient fund balance to fund all this.
So this is from the library fund from their dedicated tax, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I'll offer. Can you put it on the screen just where we know? I don't have that amount. Second by Mr. Congrich or Mr. LaFrance? Mr. LaFrance? Okay, second from Mr. LaFrance, the pretty one. Any comments from the audience? Administration? table. This is replenishing where they had some cuts but they have enough in their fund balance because they have dedicated fund balance.
So do we,
193,000.
wait,
Mr.
Back in the budget.
Newsom. This is putting it back in the budget. They had some cuts because they had to create a balanced budget. This is just putting it back in.
so, I see again a professional service for grass cutting. We pay
This
people
was-
to cut the grass by libraries, or?
Yes, they were paying for a grass cutting service to cut around all 3 libraries.
Okay.
3. Oh, we have 4.
I'm just, and I didn't see this before, that's why, give me a minute to look it over, please.
Get prom to cut it. Then this way they could leave a lawnmower there for you if you want to go cut it.
I got a problem cutting my own grass.
All right, you done?
Yes, I am.
Machines are open. Passes 9-0. Next amendment, please.
Go back to page 195. Solid Waste District 1 and Solid Waste District 2 is the same issue as libraries. We had to balance the budget and had to make these cuts. They have fund balance, sufficient fund balance to put this back in.
I offer, ask for a second.
You're going to vote on both at the same time or
Yes.
each one? Okay.
Second by Ms. McCarty. Do I have any comments from the audience? Administration. Can we, pull it up? Any comments from the table?
This is District 1, and it's $765,770. District 2 is $765,480.
My question is, how much is in their fund balance?
Hold on.
I mean, eventually it sounds like, is this going to catch up with us in a couple of years?
Yeah, they got 3.3 million.
Minus 1.4
Five.
roughly, 1.5. So after next year, we're not going to be able to just
Yeah,
rubber stamp it.
right.
Second.
So, we need to start looking at solutions on that, Mr. Witchers. Any comments from the audience? Anybody else has any comments? Machines are open. Passes 9-0. Next item, please.
Next one is for Waterworks billing. They want to update their software for $200,000. This page is $240,000.
Mr. DeMarco, you want to make a statement?
I do. I included this on my my report that I sent to finance. This was really just to get it on the radar. The software that billing is using was purchased, I want to say, in 1998 or 99. It is so outdated. We can't get a credit card machine to integrate with this system. That's how old it is. And Microsoft has said maybe last year that they can't give us a hard date, but they won't be supporting this software any longer. So there'll come a time when we'll be really vulnerable. So just getting it on your radar. We could withdraw this now, but sometime this year we're gonna need to update the billing software.
So my question is, overall, is when we voted to move billing to Infomark, my understanding was we were moving everything to, why are we still responsible for
It's a labor
software
only.
services, postage, water meters,
'Cause we-
fuel? We're still paying $328,000. To me, if this is going to be a service basically, if we're going to do this with Infomark, I'd rather pay them one contract price and be done with it. And
This was an amendment to their original contract with the infrastructure. which was a labor-only contract. We pay for all of the equipment. We pay for all of the repairs. This just piggybacked. This was an amendment where this is a labor-only contract.
When's our
It would have been a lot more expensive than it was to us.
I mean, at some point, it's going to catch up with us. That it might be better to do everything through Infomark and pay one price. I get it might be more expensive, but eventually, price of fuel
that'll
goes up. I mean, we're talking about $200,000 for a software upgrade. Just where does it end? And I mean, I want either all under Infomark or
that's reworking the entire contract.
when is that contract up that we can rework it?
2028.
Okay.
Mid 28.
So, okay. Ms. McCarty.
Okay, my question was going to be along the line of Mr. Schultz. And if the contract wasn't up in 2028, then we could just let them start doing the billing. Is it going to be cheaper to hire a company to do the billing or buy the software and maintain it? I mean, I'm trying to find the cheapest way, the less expensive way to go about doing this. So there are billing companies, that we might outsource this to. Is it cheaper because they already have the software, they're already doing this for other municipalities perhaps, that they could bill people versus us buying the software?
That's something we could look into.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Champagne.
How many computers are we talking about here?
It's software.
No, it's a software.
The billing software.
I know it's software.
But we have.
Have you talked to Infomark about maybe writing off their license agreement and see if we can add licenses to it? I mean, 200,000 is significant, but how many people are we talking about? Our billing department was not that big when we moved them over there. So are we talking 10 people? Are we talking 12 people?
Right now, we're talking 10 people.
10 people. So 10 people will be $20,000 a piece for software. That's ridiculous. And computers?
That was an estimate. No, this is just the software, not the hardware.
And
that was an estimate. We looked at upgrading to the newer system that our current vendor has, and it was between 150 and 180. Since Infomark took over billing, they have access to more vendors and more resources. It may not be 200.
I was asking, I know Infomark does all the billing and all for St. Bernard now. Was there any way to add on to their license agreement and do that? Because that tends to be a lot cheaper if you're bundling these large.
Infomark does. I'm not sure if Infomark does their billing in St. Bernard. I'll have to check that, but I don't think that's the case, but I'll confirm that.
And again, I don't want to kick the can down the road because it's not going to get better with time. This will not, but I think we need to have something a little more concrete. I want to support you on this, but I mean, just taking a swag at this, hell, it may actually not be enough. Who knows? I think we're guessing.
I was just putting it on y'all radar. I didn't intend this to find its way to an amendment, but this is something that the software is going to have to be addressed because it won't be supported in the near future.
When they collect the fees, how much they collecting?
I had circular things from when I was.
Be more specific, please.
When they send out the bills, how much money are we collecting?
I don't have that bottom line, but I could get that for you.
We're going to have
monthly, yearly.
We're going to have a significant amount of revenue increases since Infomark took this over. We've already.
It comes to us, right?
It will,
oh, yes, sir.
Yeah, it will.
We keep the revenue, yeah. They just doing the legwork.
Several $100,000 has already been discovered, and I suspect the number will be significantly higher by the end of the year. So
Getting the money for something.
we've made the right decision, but those changes have just happened in the last month or two, so we weren't able to budget for that in the 2025 budget just yet. But significant revenue increases will be coming in 2025.
It'll pay for itself.
Yes, sir.
I believe it will pay for itself and a lot more.
Mr. Champagne.
Yeah, I want to solve it. I mean, it's not going to get better with time. And if you're confident, you're saying that the revenue is going to increase, and Jeff, you're confident in this, we need to solve this because we're going to end up running into an issue. We can't bill anymore because the software is no longer supported. Hell, they're not supporting Microsoft 10 anymore at the end of November. And you're saying you got software from the 1990s. I think we're in a bind here.
Yes, we were in. Software should have been changed out 10 years ago.
But I just want to make sure if it's something we do that, it's a smart move and that's something that's going to be supported for a long period of time and that we relook as Councilman Schultz recommended that they essentially assume it. So if we're going to purchase something, we need to purchase something that they are already using. That's why I alluded to maybe St. Bernard. I don't want to buy software A and they're using software B and we just wasted a lot of money.
That's why since they're running it, they're running the billing department now. They brought a guy in to really assess the department, and I had a conversation with him maybe 2 weeks ago, and he's actually looking at other vendors other than the ones we have now, and this is what he does. He assesses
I'm about
new
efficiency,
departments.
and if you're saying this will make us more efficient, and
Yes.
as the parish attorney said, we're increasing our revenue stream, it's something worth exploring. I support you on this thing. I just want to make sure we're making all the right moves and not buying something that we get rid of 2 years from now and we'll have wasted money.
No. We're not going to invest in old software. We're going to look at the newest, most efficient software there is.
But I mean, it's the right software, something that
Absolutely.
Infomart guarantees this is what we're going to use, so help me God, for the next X amount of years.
Right.
I yield.
Okay.
Yes, I think it's long overdue because, get so many complaints about water billing and their bills and everything. And if this is going to be much more efficient and it keeps everything on a real tight leash, I think I'm all for it. And in fact, I'm going to offer it if it hasn't been offered.
Can I make a comment before y'all offer a second?
No.
Okay, then I'll make a comment after. Well, I mean, in the paper today, I preferred since
What paper?
your lovely paper.
Throw that away.
Well, no, we're finding out issues within the water department. I would prefer to
We didn't know they had issues?
not what is in the paper and what I've been heads up on. I'd rather have the internal audit done first and then figure out what software we need to put in place to kind of prevent this happening in the future. I can't get into too much detail because we haven't done the audit yet, but I prefer if we wait and see what items we can solve, what needs to be worked into the system before we spend money on a system, and then we could have potentially the same problems. So you want to ask?
That really wasn't a software issue. That was another issue,
But it is a software issue because those rights should be restricted to your own accounts, and because the software is so old, that wasn't an option to restrict. But in software, in today's terms, you can restrict it by individual account and all that rights and access. From what I've been told. So I think we need to make sure that software is, it's y'all's call. Mr. Jurisich offers, Mr. Champagne seconds, and I prefer to wait, but that's offered. Any comments from the audience?
we're moving in the right direction.
Administration? Table? I mean, like I said, I prefer to wait until after the audit, but, make sure we get what we're going to end up paying for, but, so, I mean, well, it's, if you got a comment, cue in, but Ms. McCarty.
I don't know how much I could say, but I could say that I personally have a problem with the water department being billed for no service for like 4 years or more, $400 a month. So I would like us to wait and have an audit and see what's actually going on.
All right. Do you still want to move, Mr. Jurisich? Sure, you offered.
What's your audit?
What?
When's the audit?
Well, we need to have I would say early 2025, we're going to have to sit down with Mr. Duke and add to the audit plan as soon as possible. But did you talk to him yet?
No, not personally.
Okay, so, I mean, it's not on the agenda yet, but that's going to be high priority. I mean, I was going to talk to him tomorrow morning, actually, so. Mr. Champagne.
My one comment is this software is no longer going to be supported, so we'd be sitting wide open, waiting for an audit to occur, waiting for the results. We could be sitting in the same position a year from now with the problem not solved, with a software that's unsupported, and the problem has not been resolved. Some of these other issues of billing or whatever, it's not going to solve your core problem, which is obsolete software, which will not allow us to bill properly.
But we don't even know what software Infomark wants us to go with.
I mean, but this is part of it. We're not saying we're going to move right now. He's going to go run over to Office Depot and buy it. He's going to have money in his budget to begin that process.
I get it. I mean, all right, Ms. McCarty.
The other reason I wanted to wait is it might be cheaper to outsource this than to buy the software in general. So could we put a deadline on finding out that information?
I mean, did you acted like you didn't want it to be voted on today. I mean, what do you want?
I really just was putting it on y'all radar. 200,000, I just threw it out there because that was close to the cost of the two that we looked at. We're looking at more systems.
Okay.
It may be 150, it may be 250. It's just we're still looking at our options.
Okay.
And I honestly, I'm not ready. If y'all want to move on it, that's fine. But I just wanted to let you guys know, if we don't move on it now, we're coming back as soon as we have enough information. I'll just come back to you guys with more hard details on what we find.
Mr. Jurisic, how do you want to proceed?
I would hope y'all wait, because he's saying.
Well, it's Mr. Jurisic. He offered it. How do you want to proceed?
Wait and talk to Robert, and if he wants it, we can introduce it.
I agree with Councilmember Champagne. You know,
Speaking to Mike.
kick the can down the road and then we get caught behind. I'd rather have it in place and ready to go for, as soon as possible. I want to, if it's going to make it more efficient and it's going to be funded, because we get the water billing and it's, I'm not.
The administration will commit to you guys that before we sign any contract, we'll have a meeting with you guys to let you know what we've decided and why we went with who we went with.
I'm moving forward.
I changed my mind. I'll take the money.
That makes sense.
All right. Machines are open, I guess. Passes 6-3. No votes from Ms. McCarty, myself, and Mr. Newsom.
All right, our last operating amendment is for,
You said last?
you only have one more after this.
Oh,
Mr. Newsom has some.
oh no. Newsom better bring it next year.
This is in the operations of Water Department 243. And all I'm doing is chemicals, I'm moving 800,000 from chemicals and putting it in a contract to cover the CPI increase and the billing, a full year of the billing contract for 2025. I know it's all in the same section, but we encumber this line right at the beginning of the year. So I would like to have enough money in that line. In chemicals, in 2023, they spent a little over $1 million, and this year they're at 915. This would leave them with around 1.2.
Okay.
You sound 243?
We're not adding anything.
Not adding, it's just a move.
Offer by Mr. Newsom, second by Ms. McCarty. Any comments from the audience? Administration, table, machines are open.
All right, the last thing we have is that general fund has a negative 3.943 million right now. How much do you want to transfer out of emergencies to the unreserved and designated?
Okay, my
Don't-
question is, where else we have money?
We got 7 million in that rainy day fund, huh?
The surplus fund has
Yeah.
7 million, yeah.
Take it from there.
Oh, I don't want to take all, that's going to really screw us over for the future.
Wow.
No, I don't want to take all-
One
let's do-
storm will spend more
Since
than
we did
10.
we did $1 million earlier this year extra into the surplus, right?
Yes.
So my offer is $1 million from the surplus and the rest from emergency. Do I have a second?
What, no,
What's
hold
the-
on.
wait,
What's your total?
What's the rest? What do you?
The rest has to come from emergency.
No, what's the
That's
total that you want to move out?
$1 million from the surplus.
Do you just want 4 million? Do you want 4.5?
Oh, I get what
But
you're
you
saying.
know, you don't
4 million
want to
out
get
the-
zero. It's-
4 million, that's it. Leave the
Yeah, leave
emergency
4 million.
fund by itself.
So $1 million out of surplus and whatever to get 3.9, whatever, 4 million total. So $1 million from surplus, 3 from emergency. That's my offer. Ask for a second. Second by Ms. McCarty.
So how much will that leave in unreserved, undesignated? Huh?
Less than 100,000.
Like 100,000?
No, less than. She will give us a direct answer in a second. That's why I'm not
$56,750.
56. Now, before we get to vote, any comments from the audience? Administration? You good? All right. I want to be clear that when we do vote on this, due to its surpluses being involved, we have to have a majority of 6 for this. But I just want to be clear of that. It's not a simple majority, but a super majority because we're dealing with that surplus fund. Mr. Konovich.
Want to make an amendment.
All right. What's your amendment?
2.5 from the surplus, 2.5 from the emergency.
All right, Mr.
We leave more than $56,000 in the fund.
That'll be 5. Do we need a whole $1 million?
We could spend money here.
I'd put more than 56.
What?
I would put a little bit more than 56, maybe 500,000 or so more. I mean, a couple 100,000, doesn't need to be 5, but
I mean, if we want to do that, I'd say take the rest out of EOC, but, I mean,
okay, 250.
all right, okay, hold on. Okay, so we want to get it to 250. Where do we want to take it from? Right now, we need to find 250,000. Do you want, Mr. Newsom, you want out EOC?
Yes, I'll make it, I'll.
Okay, we have an amendment on the table by Mr. Newsom. I'm going to go over it. Amendment on the table by Mr. Newsom, second by Ms. McCarty. $1 million from surplus, 250,000 from EOC project, and the rest.
That's got to be a separate amendment.
Okay, then okay, so amendment, that will come in a second. So we're back to the original amendment by myself, which is $1 million from surplus and whatever the exact amount is to get us to the 4. So $3 million from emergencies,
Right.
correct?
Right.
So that's where we're back at. Any questions?
That wasn't an amendment. I made the amendment.
Okay, but did you get a second?
You never asked for it.
Well, then we can start talking. Okay, you got amendment to do what? 2.5 each?
Yeah.
Do I have a second on that? Do I have a second? Second by Ms. LaFrance. Any comments from the audience on the amendment? Administration, table, wait, hold on. Mr. Newsom.
Yeah, back when we started, we set this surplus fund up for future when our sales tax wasn't getting on. We were planning for the future, and now we start dipping in it. It sets, to me, I can't support taking that much out of it. Thank you.
So I'm going,
From the emergency fund, one storm takes that away in one day.
so I agree with Mr. Newsom. I mean, we have, in a couple of years, we're going to have no money. I get where we're at now, but at the same time, if we really want to get down to it, we can cut out 600 and 700,000 by taking out a whole bunch of stuff. Another, 138,000 for director of projects. I mean, we can cut out $1 million that we didn't cut out. I mean, let's be clear about that. So, I mean, the whole purpose that I set up the surplus fund was to help set us up for the future. And for me to say $1 million is, I didn't want to do it, but since we made an additional transfer earlier in the year, I kind of, moving on from my opinion to not touch that money, but I can't support it as is. So any other comments from the table? Mr. Edwards.
I want to go back to Rochelle and made a suggestion, and I didn't hear what our recommendation was when we was talking about doing that.
You can leave a couple 100,000 in there up to whatever you want. I just would leave more than 56.
Yeah,
First ordinance is going to come around. and
But
y'all going to
Okay.
do it one way or the other. Y'all going to go back to that emergency fund.
But the thing is, that's the problem, is I get things pop up, but we should not be going already back to creating ordinances right in the beginning of the year if we have a realistic budget. I'm sorry, we shouldn't. I get that things pop up, and I get we still have to talk about coastal, but we're already basically saying, hey, we need to leave more because we're going to have budget amendments first thing in the year.
No, the administration's not asking for a lot of money in unreserved, undesignated. 50 is a little low. I think we'd be comfortable with like 200, 250, which I understand sounds like a lot of money, but it's
I get
a
that.
little bit, it's a little enough to handle, a major thing. I'm not asking for $500,000 or $1 million.
Took office, we start with 36,000. Correct? We start with 36,000. That's what this council started with. And we've been playing catch up for the last 2 years, basically. I get that 6 of us were not on that, and this administration was not there, but we gotta quit playing this game.
Yep.
That's where we're. I know I'm going to get people to disagree with me, but that's what we're doing right now: is playing a game of trying to. I yield.
And we're expecting a substantial rollover
coming out
too.
the yin yang that we never had the last 4 years. We never had nothing the last 4 years.
And that's what we're trying. I get that, and we're trying to. This whole purpose of the surplus fund is to not go through. I get what you're saying, Mr. Cognich. I do not envy you for when you were on the council previously because y'all had no money. But I'm sorry, whatever council comes after us, I don't want to put them in the same position that y'all were in. I don't think it's fair to you. I don't think it's fair to finance to potentially do budget cuts. And I don't think it's fair to whatever parish president is in office at that time. We have to prepare for the future, and we're relying on things like I said, I can look through these amendments that we voted on, and I voted on some of them too. But if we want to play that game, I can find $1 million right here to cut.
Yeah, we're expecting a substantial rollover too, just so you all know. I'm not saying that makes everything better, but I'm just saying that I
yield. Mr. Edwards.
Yeah, I just think, and I said this early, if we're going to call something emergency, it ought to be emergency, and we say it, but as you say it, everybody was coming after money, when they need it. If you can get enough votes, you can do it. But we ought to establish a procedure where it's going to be just what they say it is. And the problem is, we violated that, and I say that from day one. I just think if you're going to call it that, it's got to be something catastrophic come that we all saying, no, we're going to tough it out. But I just think if we shrewd enough to get enough votes, then we're going to come with it because we're looking at our own individual district. And I think we need to set a precedent, not only as councilman, even for the administration, that this is not for you to just come at when you in a crisis to take out, we're going to put it back. Because we were told before, we're going to take it, but we're going to put it back. No, we have to take a position, hard line position, and stick to that position.
Put it all back.
All right. You done, Mr. Edwards? Mr. Champagne.
Rennie, when do we expect this rollover?
August.
It'll be mid-year next
So
year.
we have to be conservative till there.
Yeah, we need to be conservative. We need to be conservative. I'm not saying, we have a license to steal. I'm just saying that next year's rollover will be.
And do we expect any FEMA reimbursements or anything? Is there anything in the pipeline that's coming or?
We have, the tax proposals up in Baton Rouge look very favorable to us. Now, once again, we can't budget that. We can't rely on it. But there are different things in the works, but I can't promise anything.
I prefer the err on the side of conservatism, as Commissioner Schultz said. We can always, it's not, today is not the final day. We can always go back to the budget if we find ourselves in a crisis. We can always go back and move money. But right now, I don't think we're there. And I think we need to err on the side of conservatism, for all the reasons we've already mentioned, and just do the right thing. I yield.
Yep. So, okay, Ms. Edwards. Go ahead.
Yeah, and the thing is, and we use that word rollover. We don't have a rollover. That was the excuse that we use it every time we want to use it because of rollover. We got to get that rollover out of our conversation.
You done, Ms. Edwards? So, I'm just looking at some amendments. $200,000 for software we just voted on that administration wasn't even asking for. Technically, it was just put on our radar. Couple positions that really no good arguments. I agree with you, Mr. Edwards, that we need to quit relying on rollover because after next year, there is no more rollover, most likely. Or not as big amounts. And that we need to create a budget. I mean, this budget started with EMS not even being budgeted. My goodness. This is where we're at. And we're just saying, oh, well, we got, I mean, I get where, I understand what you're saying if we have one major storm, Mr. Kognovich, but the surplus fund, I mean, in 3 years, without new revenue, surplus fund is going to be gone possibly if this is, because that, I mean, right now with EMS, I mean, we're going to be back in this situation next year with EMS probably not budgeted. Hate to say it.
Well, how long are you going to sit on surplus?
What?
How long?
I mean, the plan is when we don't have any other money, and that's in probably 2 years, we don't have any more rollover coming. Because then we're going to be talking, at that point, we're going to be talking about layoffs.
You're going to talk about them next year anyway, because you ain't going to have that 19 million in taxes from Venture Global.
But that's the whole point of surplus, is to get us by. That's the whole point of surplus, is starting and talking about 26 budget, is we're not going to have that money from Venture Global, and that's to get us by. That's the whole point of the surplus fund that we created, is to get us by in those years, because where we're not having massive layoffs. That's what we're talking about if we don't have the rollover fund. I mean, I'm sure administration does not want to go through that again. I'm sure if you or Mr. LaFrance or Mr. Gooey want to go through that, what, in 18, 19, and 20? Y'all went through that? I'm sure that was a miserable time. I sat in some of these meetings, and I'm sure y'all do not want to go through that. With that, I yield, Mr. Jurisic.
Yes, get back to, Ms. Buck's several items. Would this add to this deficit? So we even have that as well. And so we're not there yet. And we don't know. And I think, I'm caught both ways on this. For me, I think the 2.5 and 2.5 to put a little extra, but then again, if Ms. Buck, gets some of her stuff, then is that gonna?
It might leave 250 where they want to be.
And that's kind of what I was thinking on your. Go ahead.
We don't even know what we're voting. We're talking about ifs.
I mean,
We don't even know what we're going to be voting on for Ms. Buck. I'm not saying, and at that point, we can move money from EOC, or, if we want to leave 500,000, 250, then that's why I said take some more out of the EOC, which will put that down to 250, and that would leave us with 250 and not go into the surplus as much. We're going into the surplus no matter what. I was saying 1, y'all saying 2 point, or the amendments on the table is for 2.5.
When we get rollover, we could put this money back. Also in emergency
In theory,
funds, because
yes,
you're going to need emergency.
But are we going to want to put it back?
Emergency, if you take.
Well, yes, we will replenish emergencies. I'm assuming we'll get the votes, but are we going to get the votes to put it back in the surplus? Possibly, possibly not. It takes 5 votes. You know how it is. You never know, because there might be another project at that time that somebody wants to spend the money on.
and look, we can live with just 50,000 on reserve designated. That's just kind of, significantly low on the low end.
All right.
So, we can live with that. I just wanted to make the point
The
that,
amendment on the table is 2.5 from emergency, 2.5 from surplus. Any other comments on that? Machines, well, Mr. Edwards. Well, he didn't leave. I don't want to vote without him present, because I don't know, I don't want to influence the vote anyway. Yeah. But then we get into a 4-4 like we did earlier, and then we.
It failed.
What? I'm going to wait. Mr. DeMarco, you sat through all this and you didn't even have a comment the whole time.
Smart.
She had plenty of comments, you just didn't hear them.
She had comments. Heidi, you wrote them down?
All right. We are still, be aware, we are still recording and live, but. All right. Talking to Rennie, really quick for the public, talking to Rennie, Ms. Buck has meetings tomorrow, so it does not look like we're going to have that meeting tomorrow. So after this amendment failed, we'll have to make another one possible, or we'll see. But then we have to adjourn the budget hearing and then set up for the special meeting right after this. So don't everybody go running off, because we do have to vote on all that stuff.
It's just 3 ordinances.
3 ordinances.
You mean what?
No, today. We're going to do it today. That way we are done with the council side and we'll deal with Ms. Buck's ordinances in December or January. And then tomorrow, for the public knowledge, 9:00 a.m. is port meeting. Wait, don't you go anywhere. 9 a.m. tomorrow morning for the port. And then so port meetings, special meetings are 11 if we're done in time. If not, 1:00. All right, here comes Mr. Edwards. No, that's the special meeting, but the budget hearings start at 9. All right, just to be clear, again, what we're voting on, this is the amendment. Mr. Edwards, all right, pay attention. We are voting on the amendment of 2.5 from the surplus, 2.5 from emergency. That is what we are voting on right now. Machines are open. Fails 2 yeses from Mr. LaFrance and Mr. Cognish, 7 nays from all remaining council members. All right, we're back to the original amendment for now of 1 million from surplus, 3 million from emergency, correct?
I'd like to make an amendment to take 250.
That has to be separate because we will take that in a second. All right, correct, Ms. Morrell, 3 million from emergencies, 1 million from surplus. I offer, or it's already been offered. Any comments from the audience? Yes, we already did that because we had the amendment. Administration. What?
What's left in emergency?
That will leave us with 7 million emergency. Administration, table. Okay, again, 1 million from surplus, 3 million from emergencies. Machines are open. Passes 9-0. All right, Mr. Newsom, you want your amendment?
What do we have in unreserved, undesignated after these?
56,000.
56,000. I'd like to make an amendment to take what you feel comfortable with, Rennie. It's whatever you want.
What is he doing? 200, I mean, I think 250, somewhere in there is.
Let us know, so we got, because we here now, we're gonna make a move.
No, I think that's about right, 250, you know.
All right,
I'd like to make an amendment to take 200,000 from the
EOC project,
EOC project and move it to the
general fund.
general fund unreserved, undesignated.
You got that, Ms. Morrell?
200 even?
200 even, yeah.
So that will give us 256 and some change. All right, offer by Mr. Newsom, do I have a second? Second by Mr. Champagne. Any comments from the audience? Administration, table. To be clear, we're taking 200,000 from EOC project, which will leave roughly about 300,000 there. Moving to undesignated, unreserved for the general fund, which will give us about $256,000 for that. Any questions? Machines are open.
Should have voted no on that one, too.
Passes 9-0. All right. Are we done with amendments? And so we're going to adjourn. And then how long you need to get set up for the next one? How long do y'all need?
What?
10 minutes.
10 minutes. Okay, we're going to adjourn the budget hearing and then come back in 10 minutes. Well, I'm going to give a motion in a second. And then come back 10 minutes for a special meeting to officially vote on all the ordinances that's required by law. All right, do we have a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Newsom, second by myself. We have adjournment vote for, machines are open for adjournment. If you vote no, Mr. Edwards.
No, not on this one, yes.
Passes 7.
Yeah, yes, I'm yes on this.
8-1 with a no vote from Mr. Newsom. We have adjournment of the budget hearing at 6:02 p.m.